Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 2167. This is the hearing room. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Anyone hear me?
All right, here we go. Call the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure to order. Pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, House Rule 11.2H, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on any question of approving any measure.
Okay, I'm in.
Okay, perfect.
Or,
Thank you.
or matter, please mute, or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. And without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. So ordered. Today, the committee will consider committee print containing legislative proposals to comply with the reconciliation directive included in section 2001 of SCON Res 5 and the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021. As noted during our hearing last week, members, staff, and all others physically present in this room are informed the mask must be worn at all times during today's proceedings. The chair views as a safety issue and therefore an important matter of order and decorum, and will assert his responsibility to preserve order and decorum with respect to wearing a mask. The chair would greatly prefer that all present simply uphold the decorum of the committee by complying with these reasonable safety standards, all respectful of the occupation, the limit on the occupants in this room. However, failing that, enforcement would include denial of recognition, et cetera. For members participating remotely, I want to remind you of key regulations. Members must be visible on video to be considered in attendance and to participate unless experiencing connectivity issues. Members must be visible on video to count for a quorum and to vote. Members must also continue to use video function for the remainder of the time they're attending this hearing and hearing unless experiencing someone's not muted. Please mute. Hello, Earth 2 member, thank you. Members must be visible on video to count for a quorum and to vote. Members must also continue to use the video function for the remainder of the time they are attending the meeting and hearing unless experiencing connectivity issues or other technical problems. Members experience any connectivity issues or other technical problems, please inform the committee staff as soon as possible so you can receive assistance. That function is available for members on the Cisco WebEx platform. For this purpose, members can also call the committee main phone line at 202-225-4472 for technical assistance by phone. Members may not participate in more than one committee proceeding simultaneously. However, for security reasons, members may maintain a connection to the software platform while not in attendance. It is also the responsibility of each member seeking recognition to unmute their microphone prior to speaking and to keep their microphone muted when not speaking to avoid inadvertent background noise. As the chair of today's meeting, I will make a good faith effort to provide every member experiencing connectivity issues an opportunity to participate fully in the proceedings. To insert a document into the record, please have your staff email it to documentstni@mail.house.gov. The markup is also being live streamed for the public to view. Let me just say the chair intends to provide every member a chance to fully participate and be recognized when seeking recognition. I'll afford reasonable latitude to remote members who are seeking recognition to offer amendments, raise points of order, make parliamentary inquiries, or undertake any other procedure when timelines, timeliness is a factor. I now call up the committee print for consideration. The clerk will please report the print.
Committee print, providing for reconciliation pursuant to SCON Res 5 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021.
Without objection, the first reading of the committee print is dispensed with, and the print is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The amendment is in the nature of a substitute. It has been distributed electronically to all members in accordance with the rules. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print.
Without objection, the amendment in nature of substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered base text for purpose of further amendment. So ordered. All right, finally get to work. Today we're here to provide issues under our jurisdiction, which in this bill total nearly $100 billion, $96 billion to be exact, to provide much needed relief to transportation workers, sectors that have been hit hard by the COVID and communities that have been devastated. Proposals we are considering include $30 billion to support essential transit and rural intercity bus service, providing life-saving PPE, keep workers on the job. The funds will help 435,000 transit workers, including those who work for third-party contractors. It includes people like Ismael Riviera, who testified before our committee last week, who risked their safety to keep our country moving and help people, go about their daily lives on transit. The proposal provides resources to transit systems of all sizes, from major metropolitan areas that have experienced steep ridership declines to small rural bus systems that serve as a lifeline for senior citizens. Also provides dedicated resources for paratransit providers, tribal transit, and intercity buses. Investing in transit doesn't just help transit workers, it helps 2.7 million frontline workers who rely on public transit to get to their jobs. That includes 750,000 doctors, nurses, 125,000 grocery store clerks, 50,000 postal delivery workers, 110,000 first responders, and members of the armed forces. Transit agencies across the country face a shortfall of nearly $40 billion, driven by ridership declines, average between 65–80%. Agencies have exhausted the relief funds provided by Congress in March and have serious operating cost deficits that far exceed the amounts provided in December. Without additional relief, agencies do not have cash on hand to continue running the buses and trains. We'd risk a death spiral for transit, more severe cuts, more layoffs, further declines to ridership, and hurting not only the jobs of transit workers, but those who rely on transit to get to their jobs. Our essential workers cannot afford that. The millions of Americans dependent on public transit cannot afford that. And if you, even if you never step foot on a train or bus, you can't afford the traffic congestion that would come from millions of additional cars on the roads. Proposal also provides $1.5 billion to sustain service on Amtrak's passenger rail network, requires Amtrak to reinstate the daily long-distance service that was slashed in 2020, and bring back the rail workers who were furloughed due to the pandemic. It also provides support for states and commuter rail agencies that partner with Amtrak. The proposal includes parity for railroad workers by mirroring the railroad unemployment benefits after the unemployment programs administered by states, ensuring that unemployed railroad workers are provided the same relief as others. We are also providing $8 billion to help our nation's airports address their increasing challenges, including $800 million in relief to airport concessions, with the vast majority of funding set aside for small businesses and minority-owned firms. According to an airport industry group, U.S. airports will lose at least $17 billion between April 21 and March 22 because of the precipitous sustained decline in airline passenger traffic. Furthermore, airports are forced to deal with these staggering losses even when the operating costs remain largely unchanged, since you can't just close an airport, and in many cases can't reduce operating hours by any substantial measure. Without immediate help, it will be difficult for airports to retain their current workforce levels, maintain essential operations, let alone invest in critical airport safety and other infrastructure projects. Providing this essential funding will help ensure our nation's airports can continue to make critical investments that will protect airport workers, concession owners, travelers during one of the most perilous times in our nation's history, ready them for a rebound in commercial air traffic when Americans are vaccinated and take to the skies again, hopefully not in the too distant future. This proposal also creates a new program to prevent involuntary furloughs of thousands of workers at some 5,000 aeronautical repair stations, similar aviation businesses, and roughly 1,500 aerospace manufacturers. It's fashioned partly in the mold of the successful airline payroll support program. We will provide payroll pass-through grants totaling $3 billion to workers who otherwise would face involuntary furloughs as a result of the pandemic. The funds will be used to recall and to continue paying furloughed workers. It will not accrue to the businesses. Let me be clear. Like the airline payroll support program, this program is 100% for the benefit of the workers. Not a cent will go into the pockets of executives or shareholders. For aerospace workers facing financial ruin as about the pandemic, this program will keep food on their table and health care and other essential needs. The payroll support program was written by our committee, but it is being marked up by the Financial Services Committee, which, because it's now considered a Treasury program, and includes $14 billion for airline employees and $1 billion for contractors. We're also replenishing FEMA's disaster Disaster Relief Fund with $50 billion. We thought, as little as 8 months ago that FEMA was in great shape, but the expenses and the disasters, in addition to COVID, have caused a great draw on that program. And now that the president is going to do a cost share adjustment of no state match post January 20th of last year for COVID-related emergencies, that will help struggling states and local jurisdictions. That was something that Chair Titus and I championed in the last Congress, and we are pleased that the president has extended that. We hit a wall with statutorily providing this adjustment during the omnibus. The Biden administration took this action in 2 weeks, exercised its authority, and it will go until the close of fiscal year 2021. The President's also expanded the commitment of the federal government via FEMA to support state, local, tribal, territorial governments' vaccination efforts. I've been spending upward of $250 million per day on reimbursement to state and local governments' direct federal assistance. It's put a tremendous strain on FEMA. This proposal also includes $3 billion in grant funding for the Economic Development Administration to address the pandemic's impact on local economies. Lasting economic recovery is going to require funding for projects that promote sustainable long-term job growth, particularly in industries that have been devastated by COVID-19. We are setting aside 15% of that appropriation to assisting communities suffered economic injury as a result of job losses in travel, tourism, or outdoor recreation. And finally, the proposal provides $1.5 million for operations, maintenance, and capital infrastructure activities of the Seaway International Bridge. I strongly encourage all members of the committee to stand together and to move this badly needed relief, delivering on a promise that President Biden made as then candidate Biden, that this would be his first major legislative action. I will say in ending that I don't like the reconciliation process. Way back under Obama, when he let the Senate drag out negotiations on the health care proposal, ultimately with the death of Teddy Kennedy, we ended up having to do the health proposal, so-called Obamacare, under reconciliation with the Senate. Their bill was far, far inferior to the House bill. And had we been able to go to conference, we would have had a much better and more sustainable program. It was better than nothing, but it wasn't at all what we could have done. Then when the Republicans were in charge after 10, and with Trump in the White House after 16, a reconciliation was used for tax cuts, principally benefiting people at the very, very highest income levels, and massive tax cuts to large corporations, again, done through reconciliation with the Senate. And then, of course, the attempt to repeal all of the Obamacare, including pre-existing condition protections, which failed in the Senate by one vote but passed the House. So now we are again. We are dealing with a body, the Senate, which is not run democratically. They have a lot of arcane rules. I don't agree with the filibuster, but I'm not a senator. So a minority can rule the Senate, or at least stall it indefinitely, and this legislation cannot be stalled. And this is the only vehicle with a closely divided Senate to get this vehicle done. So we're stuck with it. And further, for even stranger reasons, we are stuck with rules written by a senator who deceased more than 10 years ago, Senator Burr. which put very, very stringent restrictions on reconciliation bills. So we are bound by that in this language too. And things that I would have liked to have done, things that other members would like to do, cannot be done under this process. This was a really, shall we say, difficult and lengthy negotiation between leaders of the House and the Senate and the White House. And every I and T was crossed and dotted, except the Senate did adopt a couple of changes that'll have to be dealt with when they marked up their budget. So today, we will not be, I will not be supporting any amendments to this legislation given those strictures, because we cannot afford to delay this package. On March 14th, somewhere close to 2 million Americans lose extended unemployment because their state benefits have expired. They will have zero coming in. And that's about 100,000 people in my state. This is critical. In addition to the provisions that relate to the pandemic directly, the economic assistance is critical. So we will move through this bill today. It looks like it'll take a while. We have a lot of amendments, but we will go through the process. So with that, I would like to recognize Ranking Member Graves for his statement.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, Congress worked together to pass multiple COVID relief packages and provide trillions of dollars to help Americans during this pandemic, which included critical assistance for transportation sector and its workers. For the transportation sector, Congress authorized more than $113 billion to ensure that workers stay employed and that businesses survive and recover. You know, to give you a few examples, $48 billion in payroll support program, which funded passenger air carriers, cargo carriers, and contractors and needed to be done. $12 billion in grants to airports, $39 billion in transit infrastructure grants, $10 billion for state departments of transportation, $2 billion in grants to Amtrak, and $2 billion for motor coach operators, school bus companies, and passenger ferries. On top of that, we also provided more than $45 billion to FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund, which has been utilized to provide vital PPE, support vaccine distributions, supplement state employment insurance, among many other things. But I stand ready to work with the chairman and any of my colleagues across the aisle to continue supporting the transportation sector and its workers and communities to ensure that our economy is going to be able to fully recover. We've started to see some promising economic signs showing our previous efforts were not in vain, including a drop in new unemployment claims and strengthening consumer confidence, as well as indications from the CBO and other experts that even if we do nothing more, the long-term picture is improving, and that's obviously good news. But we do have a long way to go. We also haven't seen the full effect of trillions of dollars that Congress has approved in the past. And one reason is simply that not all of the money has gone or gotten out to its intended recipients. And just to give you a few examples, Amtrak still hasn't spent the $1 billion that they received in the last package. Of the $39 billion that was provided to transit, 60% of that money hasn't been spent. $2 billion for the motor coach industry that we approved hasn't made its way to those struggling businesses yet. And as of this month, $2 billion for airports hasn't yet been distributed, and it's not surprising. You know, it's barely been a month since Congress provided the last wave of assistance, so it's completely understandable. To me, the most appropriate course of action would be to ensure that money that we've already approved actually gets into the hands of the intended recipients before we approve trillions more in new spending. And we can see if it's having the intended effect, and we can make certain that we understand where there's still need and provide the resources to those areas instead of just plunging ahead. We should not be involved in a partisan rush 3 weeks into a new administration that has publicly pledged itself to bipartisanship. The majority's first resort should not be to use a budget reconciliation process instead of developing legislation with thoughtful bipartisan solutions. And I do want to associate myself with the chairman's remarks when it comes to reconciliation. I don't care if it's Republican or Democrat majorities. I do not believe in using that process to move legislation forward. And I want to be clear that if more assistance is needed, then I remain committed to working with my colleagues to provide it. However, this should be done in a bipartisan fashion to ensure that we are being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. If Larry Summers, who served as Obama's director of the director of his National Economic Council, said during the stimulus debate, he cautioned that the majority's approach may be going too far, then I think if that's the case, then we should slow down just a little bit. But again, we're choosing politics over prudence, with the speakers directing committees to pursue a closed process without even a chance for bipartisanship. And it's the same approach, my way or the highway, that we saw last year, and I'm concerned about what it means for the important work before the committee, including a very critical surface transportation reauthorization that we have yet to get done. Today, I want to remind my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that this committee's past accomplishments for the American people have come directly as a result of bipartisanship. Last Congress, we failed to pass a long-term surface bill because it was partisan, but we passed a WRDA bill and an aviation certification bill because we worked together, and they were good bills. But I do strongly disagree with the one-sided approach represented by the budget reconciliation process. And again, I might add, I don't care which side it is that's proposing that. But the members of this committee deserve a chance to craft good transportation policy. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just briefly recognize myself because you pushed a hot button. You mentioned Larry Summers' op-ed. I was chairing the subcommittee here and during Obama's first term on surface transportation. We wrote a very ambitious surface transportation bill. His Recovery Act, since he wanted to get Republican votes in the Senate, and he listened to that jerk Larry Summers, contained $340 billion of tax cuts too small to notice, $12 a week. Yeah, a lot of families that are struggling could use that discount on their FICA taxes. It hurt the Social Security Medicare trust funds, and it didn't put anybody back to work. So he's the last person in the world that I would take advice from. There was a bunch of infrastructure in the House version, and it got stripped out for those $340 billion of tax cuts too small to notice. We would have been much better served building some things with that money. With that, I would recognize Ms. Wilson. Frederica? Okay. Representative Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I fully support this critical piece of legislation for our transportation workers. After last week's hearing, it became abundant. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It became abundantly clear that more must be done to support our bus drivers, airline employees, dock workers, and other movers of our economy. I've had the privilege of meeting these workers who have desperately called on Congress to protect them from the threat of violence, the virus itself, and financial ruin. As an ardent advocate for these frontline heroes, I applaud provisions that will provide payroll support to the airline industry, give much needed support to help state and local government protect workers from the coronavirus, and provide relief to the millions of people who have been impacted by this pandemic, including funeral assistance to families who had to bury their loved ones due to COVID-19. This bill is a step in the right direction, Mr. Chair, and provides essential relief, but the journey is not over. We must continue to take action to ensure workers are empowered to safely carry out their duties through this difficult time. Our committee staff and others who worked on this legislation to help our country recover. I fully support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Representative Davis, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little over a month ago, we all came together and delivered a bipartisan relief package that included assistance like what's being debated before us today. Last year, Congress and the Trump administration provided bipartisan relief on 5 separate occasions. Let's all ask ourselves, when was the last time the president signed into law 5 bipartisan and related pieces of major legislation in a single year? Contrary to what the media may have people believe, bipartisanship in our nation's capital is actually alive and well. And frankly, it's possible. While President Biden has quickly made peace with his decision to abandon his inaugural call for unity, I hope that all of us here today do not, because we can do better. And looking forward to the needs of our committee, we will address in the incoming year, including the surface transportation reauthorization. I certainly hope we can work together in a bipartisan fashion. And Mr. Chair, I believe we can put the season of partisanship behind us. We have a lot of things that we can do and a lot of things that we need to do for the American people and our country. A surface reauthorization is the first step in showing the American people we can come together again. It didn't happen during the last Congress. It was disappointing, but now we have another shot. And I'm very optimistic, Mr. Chairman. I'm optimistic you're going to be the Democrat chair of this committee, the first one since Norm Mineta that's going to work together and get us a bipartisan highway reauthorization. In spite of some of your comments today about reconciliation, I get it. There's some hot buttons over here too. Facts matter when it comes to tax cuts and when it comes to ACA reform. But let's put that behind us. Let's move forward. I know we're going to get rolled on every amendment today, but let's get beyond this once this reconciliation process moves beyond this committee and beyond this Congress and come back together to work together as our constituents have sent us here to do. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Carvajal.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, for your leadership today. I want to speak in support of the COVID-19 relief proposal we are considering today as part of President Biden's American Rescue Plan. While this bill might not be perfect, I encourage all my colleagues to support it. It provides much needed relief for countless of Americans that have suffered through this pandemic. Not only does this measure have money to help transportation sector workers keep their jobs, but it also includes $3 billion to the Economic Development Administration, EDA, to support our local economies. Let's not let perfect be the enemy of good. Again, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I yield the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman, particularly appreciate his brevity. Representative Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the sense of urgency by our colleagues across the aisle, especially as we approach 1 year of fighting COVID-19. I understand their desire to do something, to appear as if we are helping. However, this legislation does little to help many Americans. We need to take an economic and needs-based approach to the issues, and the economic data doesn't support the level of relief Democrats are proposing. Unemployment is falling, consumer confidence is rising, and growth in the economic sector is accelerating, and demands for homes remains high. On top of that, we still have 1 trillion, I repeat, 1 trillion in our previous relief packages that has yet to be spent. To put that into perspective, that's almost the entire GDP of Australia that we have held in reserve to combat COVID-19. The money that falls under the scope of this committee is no different. Amtrak has yet to spend a dime of the $1 billion that we provided them in December, and has only spent 40% of the funds that we have allocated through the CARES Act and the most recent packages. We need to be identifying the gap between what we've already done and what's needed. According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budgets, the gap between our nation's normal output and the current output would be $380 billion for the rest of 2021. That means this Democratic proposal could address this gap 4 times over. The data demonstrates that we need to slow down, create bipartisanship, create targeted legislation that addresses specific issues facing the American people. We all agree that our focus needs to be on ending the pandemic, supporting access to vaccines, and assisting economic recovery. But this legislation has left out millions of rural Americans and their needs in recovery. They need us to continue to support vaccine manufacturing and distribution so that everyone who wants to get their shots can. They need us to expand access to vaccines for essential workers covered by this committee. Workers like truckers, flight attendants, municipal workers, to get their vaccine in a flexible way that can allow them to continue to keep working. Nowhere are these goals more important than in rural America, where vaccination sites are miles or even hours away and access to information is many times more difficult to come by. Over the last year, we worked together on legislation that addressed the needs of Americans everywhere. This legislation is strong evidence as to why we need bipartisanship more than ever. Because by excluding Republicans in developing this bill, you have excluded millions of rural Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Bordeaux.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I support this COVID relief proposal before us today. At this critical juncture in our nation's history, we are undertaking the very important work of delivering much needed COVID relief for our communities. I am especially heartened by the $50 billion allocation to FEMA that will help bolster vaccination efforts, which are sorely needed in Georgia. Like many areas of the country, my district is reeling from cases and deaths caused by COVID-19. And in response, I've written FEMA, asking them to open a vaccine distribution center in Gwinnett and Forsyth counties. Both counties rank among the top 10 counties in the state with new COVID-19 cases. And according to the Georgia Department of Public Health, Gwinnett currently ranks as the #1 county with the greatest number of cases, and Forsyth is #4. Additionally, my district is home to low-income communities who have been devastated by this pandemic, and the addition of a vaccine center will help us tackle the ongoing challenges we are facing from this virus, including getting people back to work and getting our children back in school. Furthermore, the 7th District is one of the most diverse communities in the country. It is home to many communities of color and immigrant communities where English is the second language. These communities are being severely underserved by vaccine distribution across the country. And just last week, the CDC reported that Black and Hispanic people are getting vaccinated at a much lower rate than the white community. Placing this vaccine distribution center in my district will go a long way towards increasing the equitable distribution of the vaccine. Additionally, this bill will also correct transit funding changes that negatively impacted the Atlanta region. The change will result in critical support for Gwinnett County Transit, the transit system that my district relies on. This funding will enable our transit system to continue operating safely and serve the nearly 10,000 monthly passengers that rely on our county's transit to get to work, to their doctor's appointments, and to obtain essential goods like groceries. Additionally, this bill provides funding for airports, significant funding to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport that serves the Atlanta region, and includes $145,000 in relief funds for the Gwinnett County Airport at Briscoe Field, which supports air ambulance services in my community. Finally, this bill provides $3 billion for economic development. There are several cities in my district that have experienced extreme economic displacement, and this funding can help create and save jobs. Mr. Chairman, we are working today to swiftly deliver essential aid to the American people, our states and local governments, by bolstering vaccination efforts and providing our constituents with the resources they need to not only overcome the crisis, but to give them the opportunity to emerge stronger on the other side. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill and bring our country one step closer to defeating COVID. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlelady. With that, Representative Nels from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, and thank you, Ranking Member Graves. I am honored to be seated on this committee, and I'm looking forward to working with the both of you to help build an infrastructure network for the 21st century. When I was assigned to this committee, I was excited to have an opportunity to work in one of the last places in Congress where bipartisanship still thrived. Sadly, that is not the case today. The coronavirus pandemic is still ongoing, the economy is still rebounding, and the American people are still struggling. If there was ever a time for us to come together and deliver for the country, it is now, it is today. Unfortunately, that's not what we are here to do today. Today, we are here to mark up COVID relief legislation that is rushed, flawed, and deeply partisan. So flawed, it wastefully spends $95 billion on bailouts to transportation entities who have still have billions in the coffers from the last round of stimulus in December. Despite this, we're here today marking up text which was given to us Monday morning, and we haven't even had a hearing in which these entities have testified to whether or not they need another cash infusion. Amtrak and transit agencies across the country are experiencing record low demands for their services. Yet this bill allocates $1.5 billion to Amtrak and $30 billion to the Federal Transit Administration to issue grants to transit authorities. At a time when we need more doses of the COVID-19 vaccine and families are struggling to put food on the table, I question the merit of a relief bill that spends tens of billions of dollars to keep empty passenger trains in motion, but does nothing to protect the thousands of oil and gas workers who will lose their jobs because of Biden's revocation of the Keystone XL permit. Additionally, this bill lacks any sort of meaningful highway provisions. The collapse of travel during COVID would have been an opportune time to fix our roads, minimizing inconvenience and putting hundreds of thousands of people back to work. This legislation squanders the opportunity to find some good in the bad. Chairman DeFazio, I want you to know that I am sincerely looking forward to working with you and my Democrat colleagues on this committee, and I hope today will be an outlier. This legislation is rushed, it's partisan, and could be better. It needs to be better. We owe it to the American people. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The first major substantive bill that this committee will do will be an infrastructure proposal sometime this spring. With that, where we will build things, this bill is only a relief bill. Representative Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am thrilled to speak in strong support of this legislation. I do so as a member of Congress, and I do so as a former board member of 2 regional transit agencies. Our airport transit systems, railways, and most importantly, our workers need swift relief. I've heard this call from mayors back home here in Washington State. I've heard it from the National League of Cities. I've heard it from our businesses and from our families in the South Sound. In fact, last week, this very committee held a hearing on the safety of our transportation workers and passengers. Every single member on this committee heard firsthand exactly what businesses and commuters need to weather this crisis. And now it's our duty to pass this bill and to deliver for the American people. We know what's at stake if we don't. The American Public Transit Association indicates that 40% of transit agencies across the nation will turn to service cuts absent additional federal aid. The Federal Transit Administration reports that public transit agencies have obligated 96% of CARES funding. This robust bill meets those concerns with solutions and critical funding. $30 billion in relief for transit agencies to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. $8 billion in emergency aid to our airports and airport concessions, including special consideration for minority businesses, and billions to support FEMA reimbursements to our state, local, and tribal governments to provide PPE, to disinfect our schools, and to make sure that as many people as possible are vaccinated. Mr. Chairman, I thank my Democratic colleagues for their support of this legislation. I ask my Republican colleagues to come with us and show bipartisanship by passing this. And thank you very much. I yield the balance of my time.
I thank Gentlelady Representative Van Dyne.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. 3 weeks. It's been exactly 3 weeks since President Biden went before Congress and the American people and declared he would be a president for all Americans, with a focus on uniting the American people and uniting our nation. In good faith, 16 of my Republican colleagues and I wrote a letter to President Biden on Inauguration Day, expressing our desire to put aside the partisan rhetoric and work across the aisle with this president to solve the most critical issues facing the American people. But here we are today, exactly 3 weeks since the president pledged to pursue unity, hastily pursuing budget reconciliation and forging any and all efforts to even reach a bipartisan agreement. Instead, Democrats are recklessly abandoning bipartisanship in order to ram through a partisan relief package while billions of dollars from previous stimulus packages remain unused. Our job is to ensure the money we authorize goes to the most necessary causes, but we can't do that when we don't even know how well the last round of stimulus worked. Let's be clear, what we're doing here today is an irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars. This reconciliation package is not targeted, nor is it meaningful. It won't relieve many of the issues everyday Americans are currently facing. Instead, the bill before us is nothing more than a partisan wish list forced through the legislative process without input from the minority to please special interests in a base representing only a fraction of the American people. This is the very opposite of unity. I still hold out hope that we can work together both during this markup and moving forward to solve the pressing issues of our constituents that they sent us here to handle. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. We now move on to amendments. What? They leave out some script?
Yes.
Oh. Well, we will now move to consideration of amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute the committee print before discussing. Now, the chair would like to note that while the amendment in the nature of a substitute for the committee print is considered as read and open for amendment at any point, for the convenience of members and staff on both sides of the aisle, will be considering amendments in the order listed on the roster provided to your office electronically. With that in mind, the committee will now proceed to the consideration of amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Are there any amendments to the amendment in nature of substitute for the committee print? I believe Mr. Crawford wishes to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
It's read. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm offering an amendment that provides much needed funding for railroad highway grade crossing safety and improvements. Section 130 program directs essential, badly needed funding to support railroad grade crossing upgrades and safety improvements around the country, including in our rural communities. Supporting grade crossing safety and improvements is a nonpartisan, common sense issue that reduces accidents, removes dangerous hazards, and saves lives. As Amtrak has yet to spend large portions of its stimulus money from last year, this amendment redirects today's new Amtrak funding to a program that will responsibly use this money. I urge support of this amendment and yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Graves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think this amendment seeks to prioritize safety. And given that, we know that Amtrak has yet to spend large portions of its stimulus money from last year. This simply reflects today's new Amtrak funding to a program that will responsibly use this money. I would urge adoption of this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
I thank gentlemen. Others? Okay, I recognize myself as times I may consume. I will strongly oppose the amendment. This would rescind all of the funds from the bill for Amtrak. That would mean no restoration of long-distance services, no rehire of furloughs, including police who were furloughed by Amtrak. It would also disrupt commuter service, which partners with Amtrak, which is critical for many places in the country. I agree with the need to deal with the highway crossing program, and I'd encourage the gentleman to be robustly engaged. Excuse me, what? Who's talking? Okay, thanks. I'm almost done. That in HR 2, we will robustly fund grade crossing safety improvements in Section 130 and have a new grade crossing separation grant program. This is a moment for emergency funds, as I mentioned in reference just to the prior speaker. The next bill will be a bill that actually builds things and deals with issues. And somebody please mute their microphone, please, please, please. Okay, good. All right. If there are no other speakers, without objection, okay, let's see. 20, who says that? Are there amendments to the amendment? Who is, groveling around with their microphone or their laptop or whatever and making a lot of noise?
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does someone wish to be recognized on this amendment? I asked that previously.
Yes, sir. Technical.
Well, we can't hear you, Don. If that, I hear you'd like to be recognized, but you're all garbled. Can you try again? No.
No.
You're gonna have to work on that. Yeah.
All right. I'll yield that.
Okay. I know you would have objected to the amendment, so we can put your statement in the record and try and work on your connectivity. Okay, thank you. Now what? Ooh. What? This is... All right, we're moving on. If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor? Now, everybody who is on mute, who's been, please unmute now so we can hear from you. If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay.
No.
Okay. I believe the nays have prevailed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
on that, I request a recorded vote.
Okay, a recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 60, Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure. A recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned in the beginning of the markup. Pursuant to Committee Rule 6 after Rule 11-2H4, the chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's lengthy markup. Okay, we're now on to the next amendment. I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know someone has an amendment somewhere. Okay, Mr. Gibbs has an amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have amendment at the desk number 19.
Okay, clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Gibbs.
Okay, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Gibbs to speak on his or her amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I'm offering an amendment to help our State Department of Transportation operate and maintain our national transportation system during the ongoing COVID-19 emergency. The amendment, in the nature of a substitute amendment, ANS, under consideration today, commits another $30 billion for transit, which is $10 billion more than requested by the Biden administration. And I would note that $26 billion, nearly 87% of the transit funding in this measure, will go to urbanized areas, while only $280 million is provided for rural areas. Should this ANS pass without my amendment, transit will have received a total of $69 billion in COVID-19 relief compared to $10 billion for our highways and bridges. My amendment simply reduces the transit funding to the Biden administration's request, of $20 billion, and adds $10 billion for our state departments of transportation, which is the same funding level we provided to states in the previous COVID-19 relief package in December. This will provide at least some parity for roads and bridges, as well as our rural communities. Lastly, this amendment also highlights that we aren't very far off from a bipartisan deal if only we had more thoughtful and equitable in our approach. I urge your support of this amendment. I yield back.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Representative Graves, wish to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to emphasize the sponsor's point. This amendment is especially important for our rural communities. All this amendment does is it reduces transit funding to the Biden administration's request of $20 billion, and it adds $10 billion to our state departments of transportation, which is the exact same funding level we provided to the states in the previous COVID-19 package in December. I'd urge adoption. Thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to the Gibbs Amendment. Our public transit systems are already greatly underfunded, and we cannot continue to cut them. For working class people, especially Latino, Black, and marginalized communities, for children going to school, working parents, the elderly, for the frontline essential workers who have put their lives on the line to keep our economy running during the pandemic, public transit isn't an option, it's a lifeline. We need to be increasing public transit funding, not cutting it. This amendment is sending us in the wrong direction. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and any amendment that cuts public transit funding. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Any others on the Republican side wish to be recognized? Hearing none. Representative Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank Mr. Gibbs for his bipartisan cooperation with me on this exact issue throughout last year. We were successfully, with the chairman's support, able to secure funding for these state transit agencies. And the feedback that I have gotten so far is actually that the money that we helped them get at the end of last year is working quite well. And so this might be an area where the Republican argument overall that the money we've spent is doing its job and we need to let it work actually succeeds. And I hope that they will share my commitment to trying in the next larger infrastructure package to get more money for these state transit agencies who seem to be doing okay in the first couple months of this year, but will certainly need our help later in the year. So even if it doesn't fit into this package because of the many needs of our transit agencies, I do think we're going to be able to continue to work on this issue and make a positive impact going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative Auchincloss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this amendment could not come at a worse time for my district or for the state of transit. Transit authorities have tried to ride out the pandemic, which has sharply reduced ridership and fare box revenues by curtailing service. Many affluent individuals are able to work from home or can drive into the office, but millions of lower income Americans work in jobs that require their presence and they can't afford to get back to work in other ways. We are disproportionately hurting low income communities and people of color by cutting badly needed funded for transit. Even before the pandemic, Black bus riders in the Boston metro area spent 66 more hours per year waiting, riding and transferring buses than white bus riders. In Massachusetts, the MBTA is looking at modifying service levels and furloughing workers. The December relief package delivered $250 million to the MBTA, $178 million of which will be used to replenish the capital budget that was used to address the existing deficit, and up to $17 million to restore some service. We need the $30 billion at an absolute minimum to support our transit agencies during this time. It's a matter of economic development, of access to jobs, and of racial justice. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Others wish to be heard? If not, I recognize myself for 5 or as much time as I may consume. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. It would reduce transit funding by $10 billion, shift to highway infrastructure programs. In H.R. 2, we will be dealing both with transit funding and highway infrastructure. State DOTs do not operate commuter, transit vehicles, buses, light rail, commuter trains. They are not operated by state DOTs. This is for operational needs only to transit agencies. And this is not the time to be cutting funds to transit agencies. In addition to that, there is another $350 billion, a sum that seems quite high to me, that will be allocated to states virtually without conditions in this bill, as I understand it. That's not the jurisdiction of this committee, so I don't know what restrictions there might be on it. But if they find their state DOTs are lacking funds and that's the best place to put the money, they'll put it there. But I hope this time also, whatever committee has jurisdiction, make certain that some of that or more of that money gets down to the city and county level, which the first CARES Act neglected to do. They left all the discretion with the states, and my state did a not very good job with it. With that, are there others that wish to be heard? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Who wishes to be recognized?
Graves, Louisiana.
Yes, Mr. Graves. You're recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Congressman Gibbs for proposing this amendment. We have one that's similar down the queue. Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm struggling to understand why all the members of the majority are beating up on President Biden's budget request number of $20 billion. I've heard all these comments about how these funds are important to address social disparity and other issues, and I just don't understand why there's all the criticism of President Biden's budget request of $20 billion that are being levied against the administration right now. I think that the chairman made a good point about how this bill does include $350 billion for state and local governments. And rather than us coming in and distorting what may be the priorities of these states, perhaps what we could do is we could put the $30 billion in that fund and let the states determine where the priorities are. I think that what Mr. Gibbs is trying to do here is he's trying to ensure that the dollars are being spent on higher value projects to the taxpayers while honoring President Biden's budget request numbers. And it seems like it's a good balance. We've all noted the incredible infrastructure problems we have across the United States. And I just want to close and say that once again, I want to thank Mr. Gibbs for offering the amendment. I think it's a good amendment. It's sound, and I think that this committee should adopt it. Yield back.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to directly answer Mr. Graves from Louisiana's comment. It's because we want to join you in bipartisanship, which is why we're criticizing the Biden budget on transit. We think he's wrong. We think it needs to be more than it was, and that's why we have put it in there. So we're glad to join you on that, and as well as a member of Congress who has rural transit in his district, I don't want to cut the amount of money for transit that we were proposing, because it will have impacts in my district, which has a rural transit agency. So I would ask folks to oppose this amendment. Thanks.
All right, would the gentleman yield?
And I would yield.
Thank you, gentleman. Yield. Yes, I also have rural transit, small city transit in my district who operate on a shoestring. They will get assistance. I also have intercity bus service to parts of my state that have no other connectivity. no rail, nothing else, not even air service. And that will be funded under this provision. So, you know, I urge members to oppose the amendment. Are there other members who wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Davis.
I guess I have a question of I don't know if anybody here can answer it, but 60% of the transit dollars that we've already passed in a bipartisan way are still sitting there to be dispersed. How are they ever going to be able to get this money out the door? If this is an emergency, I would assume that they would have had the previous dollars already spent. And I represent rural transit districts. I want to make sure that they have access to dollars, but at the same time, we've got a lot of needs in our highway system too. And I would hope we could come together and find a reasonable common ground here, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Well, I think, gentlemen, I just observed that Mr. Munchin's Treasury Department had massive problems dispersing funds in many programs. You know, I'm hopeful that this administration will do a much better job and get those funds out. The hard estimates we got from transit were the needs actually were 39.8. The Senate asked for 40. Since we wanted to continue the PSP, arguably the most successful scandal-free program of assistance in America, and other critical priorities, we had to reduce transit so we can include airports, PSP, and other essential things. So do other wish to be heard? Okay. If not, the question, everybody unmute out there. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Opinion share, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for the ayes and nays.
Did he ask for recorded
Chairman.
vote? Okay, recorded vote is requested. Recorded vote is requested. Sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 6C of the Rules Committee on the Transportation Infrastructure. Recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup pursuant to Committee Rule 6F and House Rule 11-2H4. The chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of markup. With that, we move on to an amendment by Representative Webster. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Webster, number 001.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Webster for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment would direct 10% of the funds in the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print to FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund for vaccine distribution and administration. We know that speeding up vaccine distribution is key to ensuring the safety and full opening of our economy, including our schools and small businesses. And the faster we can get vaccines distributed, the faster we can recover. It's as simple as that. In my state, basic needs are seniors. That's where all the money's going, and we need to get as many vaccines out there as possible. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back my time.
And thank you, gentlemen. I recognize Representative Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to thank Representative Webster for this amendment and reiterate his point. We need to prioritize vaccination distribution and administration, because the more folks who have access to the vaccine, the better. And this amendment obviously supports that effort. I would urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Other members wish to be recognized? Hearing none, I'll speak in opposition to the amendment. The Congress has a history of not earmarking funds intended for disaster relief. Disasters come and go unexpectedly. Wildfires in the West this year, hurricanes, particularly in the southeast this year and elsewhere. I don't believe it would be a wise precedent to begin to start earmarking funds that go into the emergency funds for FEMA. I have no doubt that at least 10% of the funds we are providing will go towards supporting state, local, tribal, territorial governments with vaccination centers and vaccine distribution and administration. 2 memos President Biden signed to utilize his authority under Stafford Act to expand federal assistance were exactly the sort of action many of us were pleading for from that President Trump to exercise. I look forward to working with Mr. Webster further to work on our shared goals when it comes to FEMA. I recognize the threats of hurricane season in his district. In fact, none of our districts are immune from natural disaster. With that, are there other members who wish to be heard? Hearing none. The question is on the amendment. All those, unmute, please.
Chairman.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. Opinion chair, nays have it. Nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. I now move on to an amendment by Mr. Perry. The clerk will designate the amendment. Oh, wait, recorded vote was not, no, it wasn't requested. I have to say that. Okay. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Yes, I'm requesting it.
Oh, he wanted
I
one?
just can't-
Okay, we're going to vote on all 63. We'll be here a long time, but okay, let's go for it. The gentleman requested a recorded vote. Sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote, and it will follow Rule 6E. I don't have to read the whole thing anymore, they told me. Okay. Move on to now to Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Perry, number 007.
Okay, recognize Mr. Perry to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and all the members of the committee. This amendment would simply strike Section 7005, thereby eliminating the $1.5 billion in emergency grants to Amtrak. While the COVID pandemic has resulted in a reduction in Amtrak ridership, Congress has already provided this railroad with significant amounts of emergency spending to address the associated lost revenue. And I just want to remind everybody that Amtrak has received $2 billion in annual appropriations for FY20, over $1 billion in CARES Act emergency spending, $2 billion in annual appropriations for FY21, another $1 billion in CRRSAA emergency funding signed into law on just December 27th, like a month ago. Rather than act responsibly and wait for Amtrak to actually spend the funding already provided, it seems like we're seeking to provide an additional $1.5 billion in Amtrak funding before a single cent of the CRRSAA money is spent. I just think it's a reckless attempt to get money out the door as quickly as possible. I think the taxpayers would be enraged if they really realized what was happening here. And it's just intended to provide quick relief rather than a means to obfuscate the details of this funding. I mean, they might need it, but who sends money out? Who encumbers their taxpayers without having a clue of whether the money's even needed? Section 7005 sets aside nearly $300 million in emergency spending to cover state payments for state-supported routes and capital payments from states. In other words, this section, like the transit section bailout below it, adds to the massive state and local bailout under the broader reconciliation package. If the majority intends to provide $350 billion to financially mismanaged state and local governments, I mean, the least they could do is just ask them to pay their statutorily required payments to Amtrak. I mean, I don't think that's asking too much. This is just the latest iteration of a disturbing trend by this committee and the majority to assert more federal control and financial responsibility over Amtrak rather than seeking to get the railroad off the taxpayers' dime. Throwing additional money at Amtrak and its state partners won't improve the railroad, particularly when Amtrak's future ridership levels face such high uncertainty. I would just say we need to take a breath, let Amtrak spend the $1 billion it received in December, and then figure out whether ridership will rebound before we throw billions more into this pot. I just think we need to be responsible, Mr. Chairman. I sure appreciate everybody's consideration, and I of course, am advocating for adoption of this amendment, and I yield back the ballots.
I thank the gentleman. Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, I will oppose the amendment, and I'm not going to repeat the arguments regarding Amtrak, which we had on a previous amendment. Does anyone else wish to be heard? Who? If it works. Don, we're going to try you again, see if your internet is working better. Representative Payne? Okay. He's opposed too. With that, if there are no amendments to the amendment, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay.
No.
Nay.
Aye.
Okay, opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes
Request a
have it.
recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Gentleman's request recorded vote. Recorded vote was requested. Sufficient number having requested recorded vote pursuant to Rule 6E will follow the rule. We'll now move on to the next amendment from Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Chairman.
You have an amendment. The desk clerk will designate it.
Have amendment desk. It's Graves. I think it's 17.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 017.
Without objection, it's considered as read. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to discuss his amendment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what this does is it simply makes an amendment to the bill to amend the eligibility of interest cost incurred by state or local governments in the aftermath of a disaster. Let me be clear, Mr. Chairman. After a disaster happens, local governments, not only is their tax base often pounded, their community pounded, economic implications, tax implications, but also what happens is that FEMA often takes several months. I'm sorry?
No, you're fine.
You're good? Okay, all right, I'm sorry. I thought you were telling me to stop. Several months or even years before the reimbursement comes through. Many of these local governments that we represent don't have the wherewithal to float these types of costs from these extraordinary events. My friend from Florida, Congressman Neil Dunn, has highlighted the need for this, particularly in his community after, I believe it was Hurricane Michael, if I recall, pounded the Florida Panhandle. We have instances where some reimbursements have gone on for 8 years or greater. And so these local governments are carrying this load or burden during this time. So this would simply make the disaster relief funds eligible to cover the cost of that interest as a result of these local governments carrying a loan to keep them afloat while they wait for the reimbursement of costs they've incurred from FEMA. So very simple explanation, Mr. Chairman. I tried to interject during Mr. Webster's amendment. I want to correct the record on one thing. There was a comment that was made saying that the disaster relief fund is never earmarked. Actually, that's not really accurate. So right now, under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, anywhere from 7.5% to 20% of the aggregate cost of individual and public assistance is returned back to those impacted communities in the form of Hazard Mitigation Grant Program dollars. And so there is a specific set aside in federal law today that sets aside funds for that purpose. Similarly, something that I know you and I worked together on just 3 years ago was the BRIC program. And so this is similar to the pre-disaster mitigation program, yet we wanted to ensure stable and predictable funding. So you and I and some other folks worked together with then Schuster, Chairman Schuster, to set aside 6% of aggregate costs to go toward pre-disaster mitigation through the BRIC program. So there have been funds in the past that have been set aside through the Disaster Relief Fund. In this case, this simply is an eligibility item, and I think it's the right thing to do for our governments. I urge, for our state and local governments, and I urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Are there other members who wish to be heard? I see Representative Newman wishes to speak on the amendment.
I'm sorry, I wanted to speak on the last amendment, Chairman.
Okay.
On the Perry amendment.
All right, sorry. Okay, there'll be more opportunities. Don't worry, there's lots of amendments.
Okay.
Then
Thank you.
I'd recognize myself. My staff tells me this is particularly a request from rural co-ops, and I have been a strong ally of the rural electric co-ops forever. The staff tells me that under the OMB Super Circular, predating, actually way predating COVID, all the way back to the Obama administration, still in effect, that qualifying interest should already be reimbursable under current statute, regulations, and policy governing disaster assistance. We all know how convoluted, and we hope to further simplify it, a disaster recovery reimbursement process can be for grantees, eligible sub-grantees, and who knows, sub-grantees, whatever. This may be a case where FEMA's guidance is unclear. Majority and minority staff will continue to push FEMA and work with the rural co-ops to identify where there is a breakdown, and you have my commitment to address this legislatively in a package of Stafford reforms, if necessary, later in this Congress, but hopefully before then, OMB will follow the super circular guidance and remit the payments as necessary. Are there other members who wish to be heard? Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. Everybody unmute out there. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay.
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 Opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
You did, yes, you're recognized.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote is requested. Sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote pursuant to Rule 6E, et cetera. It will happen later. Okay, we'll now move on to Representative Bost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Bost.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every year, 575 million tons of cargo travel through our inland ports and waterways. That includes the Kaskaskia and America Central Port in my district and in southern Illinois. 500,000 American jobs depend on inland shipping. They are a vital part of the transportation network and play an important role in our nation's ability to compete globally. Unfortunately, these small ports and terminals struggle to compete for grants and capital to improve their efficiency and compared to the large facilities. This puts them at an extreme disadvantage. This amendment will help increase access to critical federal funding for small coastal and inland ports and terminals and build upon support that we have offered these ports and terminals last Congress by creating this program. Now we need to fund the program. Improve these facilities will not only have a big impact on our economy, it will also help make local farmers, miners, and manufacturers more competitive. And I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do others wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I'll rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. I played a key role in creating that program, And I support the program, which provides much-needed grants to improve safety, efficiency, and reliability of the movement of goods, reports, and intermodal connections. Unfortunately, it fails to include a bipartisan language been contained in each previous appropriation that restricts funding for projects that automate and eliminate jobs. The federal government should not be in the business of putting hardworking, middle-class people out of work with federal funds. Further exceeding the committee's reconciliation target could lead to, dire straits in the dysfunctional Senate, which is something I'm not going to gamble on. I want to get the money out the door as quickly as possible. Are there others who wish to be heard on the amendment? Okay, are there amendments to the amendment? Okay, with that, people will unmute. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Well, there was some. No. Okay. All right, opinion of the chair, noes have it. Noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Okay, I understand that Mr. Bost is going to offer Mr. Westerman's amendment. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Thank you.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offered Mr. Voss, number 003.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Bost is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do offer the Westerman Amendment number 1 to the ANS. Mr. Chairman, Section 706 of the ANS provides transit grants to local governments and transit agencies. Let me be perfectly clear, I have no problem with us supporting local transit agencies. We all know that COVID has decimated public transit ridership all over America, and our transit agencies need help. My problem is that the ANS provides over $26 billion for urban transit and only $280 million for rural transit. Hear that again, $26 billion for urban transit and $280 million for rural transit. American rural communities get a mere 1% of what the urban communities get. 1%. That's a slap in the face to the rural Americans across this nation when we rely also on public transit. What this measure is telling rural America is that they aren't important. Their need to get to work, school, doctor's appointments, and grocery stores is less important than those persons who live in downtown Chicago, New York City, Washington, D.C., the people of my district and the people of Pine Bluff, El Dorado, and Hot Springs are not less important. They deserve the same public transit investment as people in cities do. That's why, Mr. Chairman, this amendment would ensure equality between rural and urban America. The amendment would split this $26 billion in half, providing $13 billion for urban and $13 billion for rural transit. The needs for urban and rural communities are no different. They're different in the way they have to pay it out, but it is no different in the fact that they still require it and need it. And with that, I yield back.
Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? This is actually not the amendment that was designated, but with unanimous consent, we will consider this amendment at this time.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Since they probably don't know what it's about, since it wasn't the next one in order, I'll rise in opposition and explain. It says it would transfer funds from the urbanized area formulas to the rural formula, although it's not executed correctly. The urbanized area funding in the bill doesn't just cover big cities. It covers cities of rather small size. Corvallis in my district, Eugene in my district, Grants Pass in my district, St. Joseph, Missouri, Decatur, Illinois, Fairbanks, Alaska, York, Pennsylvania, Pine Bluff, Arkansas. The list is endless, actually. So many, many small city districts, which some would consider to be rural communities, are funded under this formula. And then there is another pot of money set aside exclusively for non-urbanized transit in rural areas that does not have a connection or a nexus to a small city. So the urbanized areas in this bill spend $46.5 billion on transit operations per year. Rural recipients spend $1.8 billion on transit service operations. So it doesn't make sense to fund those accounts equally. Rural communities are not left behind in this bill. Every state will receive at a minimum an amount worth 145% of the cost it takes to run rural transit service in their state through this and prior relief bills. It's not just the rural formula funds. The bill also provides $100 million for intercity bus services that complements rural transit, which I mentioned in my opening remarks, and provides connections to essential bus service in rural areas that have no other means of transit. This bill also meets the request that we provide additional resources for all transit providers, which came from the Community Transportation Association of America, who represents rural and small transit providers. This bill does strike a fair balance between those communities, and I urge a no vote on the amendment. Do other members wish to be heard? Okay, if not, then unmute. The question will be on the amendment as offered. Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Trying to see. That looks pretty.
The noes have it, and the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, okay,
the sponsor does want a roll call.
okay, all right, then, sorry, I thought I waited long enough. Okay, a roll call is requested under Rule 6E. We'll vote later. Okay, now Representative Gonzalez-Colon. You have an amendment at the desk?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, number 029.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment, which will increase the portion of funding set aside for communities that have suffered job losses in the travel, tourism, and outdoor recreation sector from 15% to 25%. 40% of the job loss across the country has been in the leisure and hospitality sector. The bill only set aside 15% of those funds. While the bill directs money to be spent in communities that have lost travel jobs, it does not say that the economic adjustment assistance grants should be spent on activities that bring travelers back. And because of that, Economic Development Administration Agency does not typically invest in grants for travel promotion. There is no direction for EDA to fund travel promotion grants if a community requests them. This amendment will only do 3 things. First, it will increase the set aside from 50%, which is $450 million, to 25%, which is $750 million. Second, it will direct Economic Development Administration to fund grants that address job losses in travel and tourism, not just to spend money in those communities where job losses occur. And it will clarify that the funds may be spent on travel promotion, which EDA does not typically invest in without specific direction. And this amendment does not increase overall spending on EDA. However, it used similar directive language to what is already in the bill and directs EDA to prioritize spending on travel and tourism. I encourage all my colleagues to think about the loss of travel and tourism dollars on their districts, Main Street, and local businesses from Florida to Alaska, and the jobs lost as a result of the pandemic. I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Do other members wish to be recognized? Mr. Pappas?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I support the intent of the amendment, but I won't be voting for it today. I think there are ways we can achieve this over time and focus on how to rebuild our travel and tourism industry. I know in my state, we have a travel and tourism industry that generates about $5 billion of spending annually, supports about 70,000 jobs. At the beginning of this pandemic, we lost more than half of those jobs due to COVID-19. So for a small state like mine, it's a huge hit, represents a lot of families who are struggling. And while we've all had to make serious changes to stem the spread of COVID-19, in the months ahead, we have to work hard to make sure we can rebuild travel, tourism, and outdoor industries and the jobs that they support. The bill does set aside significant funds for grants to address these job losses, but even as the economy starts to reopen, recovery is going to take a long time. So I do support the goal of this amendment, and I hope we can work with Ms. Gonzalez-Colon and the committee to ensure we can direct more support to recover travel and tourism jobs in states like ours. I yield back.
I thank gentlemen. Others wish to be heard. Hearing none, I'll rise in opposition to the amendment. Actually, I advocated for a larger number. This was the best we were able to do between the appropriators and the Senate and others who were involved in the negotiations. You know, I would like EDA to be awarding grants to travel and tourism, and their marketing projects, but there are concerns about their ability to obligate additional funding for these types of projects. So at this point, you know, I will oppose the amendment, but I am happy to continue to work with her in other areas that are very hard impacted, as was my state and many states, in terms of travel and tourism industry. And we also heavily rely upon hotel motel tax in our state because we don't have a sales tax for travel and tourism. And that has been dramatically impacted. So I'm very sympathetic to the gentlelady, but I will oppose the amendment. With that, are there others who wish to speak to the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, everybody will unmute. And we will move those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
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 Exact same day that we were certifying the election results. What time
What?
was that rally scheduled for?
I don't know what that is. Please mute, whatever. And those opposed to the amendment will signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Under Rule 60, the vote will be held later. There's a significant quorum present, et cetera, blah. Okay, the next amendment will be from Representative Stauber. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Stauber, number 008.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Larson.
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order on Stauber 008.
Okay. Without the reservation has been noted, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Graves. The first few hours of the Biden administration were worse for the American worker and middle-class families than many could have predicted. The paint in the Oval Office wasn't even dry before President Biden, with the stroke of his pen, slashed thousands of direct and indirect jobs associated with the Keystone XL pipeline. With this executive order, President Biden took food off the table of everyday Americans, left families wondering how they would pay their next car note or mortgage bill, and increased our reliance on dirtier, more expensive energy producers like Russia and communist China. On top of all this devastation, this executive order also stripped health insurance from countless workers with pre-existing conditions. We know that a majority of Americans receive their health insurance through their employer. And by eliminating these jobs, President Biden exacerbated the already present COVID-19 healthcare crisis by also forcing these workers off their health insurance. We must come together and provide the proper checks on the executive branch in this committee. It is our responsibility to those with pre-existing conditions that we do not allow President Biden to take away their health care. Biden's executive order revoking the Keystone XL permits was devastating for many reasons. But my amendment will ensure that this executive order does not kick people off their health insurance and hurt those with pre-existing medical conditions. I urge support for my amendment, and I ask us to keep in mind the thousands of families who are now facing very grave and uncertain financial futures due to this executive order. Mr. Chair, thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Other members wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman, Connor Lamb.
There was a point of order reserved. Are you speaking to the? Oh, he wants to speak on the amendment. Okay, the amendment that is not in order, you can speak on. Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank Mr. Stauber, who I know has the best interest of workers at heart much of the time. I simply want to point out that, you know, much has been made by our friends on the right about the union construction jobs that were placed at risk as a result of this executive action, which is an executive action I didn't necessarily even agree with at the time that it was done in the way that it was done. That being said, many of these construction workers will retain their healthcare benefits for one reason, and that's because of their right to organize themselves into a union, which protects their healthcare through union healthcare plans, even when they have to go on unemployment. And so it's an important point for everyone on this committee to reconsider later in this Congress when you get the opportunity to vote for a bill called the PRO Act, which will greatly enhance the likelihood that every American worker could avail themselves of those same protections by organizing into a union and thus retaining healthcare benefits even when job market goes against them. So I do appreciate the concern that the member is raising for these workers and their families, but it's important to know that the protections they do enjoy are hard fought and often against the opposition of many members of his party. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chair, I insist on my point of order. This amendment is not germane. While T&I has jurisdiction over the safety of pipeline operations, we do not have jurisdiction over health insurance benefits for pipeline workers.
Does anyone wish to be heard on the point of order? If not, the chair will rule the amendment is not germane to the bill, and the amendment will not be in order. With that, we'll move on to Burchett, and the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Burkett, number 057.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's Burchett. Birch like the tree and like I just ate breakfast for future reference. And I'm in Nashville, Tennessee, in our Lieutenant Governor's office where Senator Steve Cohen used to run the road. So I'm honored to be here through modern technology. And this amendment really does one simple thing. It looks after working folks. It basically just says that this amendment would prevent any taxpayer dollars from lining the pockets of high-income executives. We heard from union folks last week. I believe the flight attendants union lady, she was very kind about when I mentioned this type of thing, and specifically it limits the air carrier executives' compensation to 2019 levels for companies with outstanding federal loans. You know, during the banking bailout, it was supposed to go to working folks, get down to that level. And in fact, a lot of it did, and it bailed out big shots. And I just trying to side with the working folks and take care of them. The big boys will take care of themselves, as they always do, no matter who's in the White House. And I just want to make sure that they're taken care of. And I'd appreciate a favorable motion on my amendment, Mr. Chairman. And I trust your seasoned ear as the 435th most powerful man in Congress. you can do a voice vote or not, either way you want to do it, brother. And thank y'all.
Well, I think right now we've only got 434 or 3 members. Yeah. So you're not,
Okay.
you're moving up.
You just bumped me up, man.
Yeah, there you
Thanks,
go.
brother.
Well, unfortunately, one was due to a tragic death, as you know. But
yeah.
So, do other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Cohen. Recognized for
Thank
5
you,
minutes.
Mr. Chair. It's a great honor to present Congressman Burchett's amendment. It's Burchett, of course. We served in the Tennessee General Assembly together and did much bipartisan legislation, effectively getting our speed limit to 70 miles an hour and worked on. He's an outstanding member of Congress. He's not 435. He's way up there, and he's a really good human being. And I agree with this amendment. I think we should not be allowing companies to be giving their executives pay raises when they're getting federal dollars in the immense amount they are, and nobody should be getting pay raises when we're having cuts in service, people off, et cetera. He's right about the overall CARES Acts and the HEROES Act, that the large companies have gotten what they wanted. Even Tom Brady, who I have some regard for, even though I was for Tampa Bay. Well, I was for Tampa Bay, but I just have some concerns about some of the things he's done in the past. But he got $1 million in PPP. Most of my restaurants got nothing, and my movie theaters got nothing. And airports, some small airports got a ton. But anyway, Burchett's amendment is right. We shouldn't be giving pay increases for people with this money. And we're lucky to have Burchett on our committee, and we're lucky to have him in Congress. He's a star, and he's in my former lieutenant governor's office, where Lieutenant Governor Wilder, who was our lieutenant governor then, would have said, "Tim, you're good. You're good. The Senate is good." I yield back.
Other members wish to be heard? I'll suspend for just a moment while I can. Okay, if no one else wishes to be heard, I'll speak to the amendment. I agree with the gentleman. In fact, I created the program, the PSP program, and set the strictures on executive compensation, stock dividends, stock buybacks, full observance of labor contracts. And actually, the original version I had would have had the airlines be carbon neutral by 2025. That was ripped out by Senator McConnell. He made a lot of fun of that. So I have a lot of investment in this. This section of the bill is actually being marked up in the Financial Services Committee this time, because it's now considered a Treasury program. We wrote the language. The language still continues. The restrictions on executive pay, stock buybacks, stock dividends, and fully observing labor agreements. So there are no airline-related in this bill today. And the CARES Act, it has taken care of this. And there's also apparently some potential issue regarding the provisions we have regarding the union contracts because of this amendment. So with that, I would oppose the amendment and urge the gentleman to withdraw, or we can go to a vote. With that, I yield back to balance my time.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, you're premature, but can I just say he asked for it? Do we have to go through it? Okay, you got your recorded vote.
Thank you, brother.
The next amendment, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. My amendment directs the Secretaries of Transportation, Health and Human Services, and Homeland Security to establish a health smart air travel pilot program to improve the application of public health risk mitigation measures related to the public health risks presented by COVID-19 in airports and on passenger aircraft. Simply put, my amendment will modernize air travel so we can adapt to and overcome COVID and get America moving again. My amendment is appropriate, necessary, and I believe good policy. First, I want to establish that my amendment is in order, drafted to be in line with the instructions provided to this committee as well as the Senator's urged rule. My amendment produces 100 million in non-incidental outlays to the Department of Transportation. Second, my amendment is necessary. The air travel industry has been decimated by COVID. We all know that. The federal government must work with stakeholders to set national standards and implement novel technologies so that we can adapt air travel to the health and safety risks of COVID. My amendment, if adopted, will mark a huge step in increasing a safer workplace and restoring consumer confidence in air travel. Finally, my amendment has been carefully crafted. I have worked with committees, executive agencies, including the FAA, and many industry and labor groups to create a highly refined text. The bill has a broad coalition of support, including Airlines for America, the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association, the National Air Carriers Association, Aerospace Industries Association, the National Consumers League, U.S. Travel, and the Airports Council International, just to name a few. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment. It is appropriate, necessary, and it's good bipartisan policy. Let's get America moving again. And I'd like to say this amendment directs the Secretary of Transportation to lead this interagency program to fund the development, testing, and evaluation of the public health risk mitigation. Some examples of technology would be thermal detection cameras to identify at-risk individuals, ultraviolet light disinfection systems, advanced antiviral HVAC filtration systems, touchless document and security screening procedures. COVID-19 has changed how we must operate. And this legislation will produce the innovations we need to fight back against the coronavirus. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anybody else wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, I'll speak in opposition to the amendment. There's actually been a mandate at DOT, which I wrote and called and spoke to Secretary Chow about numerous times to put in place a comprehensive pandemic response program under all of the agencies under her jurisdiction. They produced sort of a shiny little document called Runway to Recovery, which was pretty pathetic. That was it. They refused mask mandates and other steps that we knew were necessary. This president has imposed mask mandates on the airlines. We were previously dependent upon each individual airline, and many times those guidelines were violated. Now, they are revising their announcements. People will know that a violation of the mask mandate will lead to fines of up to $35,000, 1 year in jail. It also gets at the jerks who sit there sucking on lollipops and sipping a bottle of water for 6 hours, and says that you can only briefly remove your mask to eat or drink. It's a comprehensive, good first step. I expect a lot more. There is something that CDC is proposing that I think is impractical and unworkable, which is to COVID test everybody flying. That would mean a 50% daily increase in our testing, which I don't think exists, and it's not dispersed enough. In any case, the Biden administration and the CDC, I was told repeatedly by the FAA administrator, well, I can't impose masks. The CDC didn't say that. As soon as they say it, I'll do it. Well, now it's done. We have seen tremendous inactivity at the past DOT, and I expect this DOT under Secretary Buttigieg to develop the plan that they've been mandated to develop for more than now 5 years for this and future pandemics. This amendment at this point would perhaps even impinge on that effort. Do others wish to be heard? If not, then are there amendments to the amendment? If not, people will unmute.
Mr. Secretary, I respectfully request a recorded vote.
Well, if you just wait and follow procedure, I tell people first we go through the voice vote, and then we go to the recorded vote. Okay?
All right, Mr. Chairman.
And in the not too distant future, we're going to have 11 recorded votes, and people can expect that they will be probably an hour and a half or 2 hours of voting starting fairly soon. With that, those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, no.
No.
Okay, now does the gentleman wish to record a recorded vote?
Respectfully request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, recorded vote is requested according to Rule 6E. We'll move on now to Representative Guest. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Guest, number 003.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman may proceed for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would set aside $5 billion within the bill's FEMA Disaster Relief Fund to be used to assist vaccine distribution in small and rural states. While this current legislation creates funds for urban transit and the Northeast Corridor, it ignores roads and bridge repair funding for rural America. This bill supports the need for large metropolitan areas, but largely disregards smaller, more rural communities. This legislation gives $50 billion for FEMA for the next 4 years. FEMA, as we know, is engaged in the federal government's vaccine distribution efforts across the country. My amendment would dedicate a portion of FEMA's funding in this legislation to vaccine efforts in rural America, whose communities may not have the supplies and other resources that are needed to deliver the COVID-19 vaccines. I ask you to please support this amendment to get the needed resources to some of our most underserved populations and to make sure rural America is considered in America's rescue plan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard on the amendment. Hearing none, I'll speak to the amendment. I certainly agree with the gentleman's concern about rural areas. I represent a very large congressional district and have many rural areas. My state is finally figuring out maybe how to serve those people with vaccine distribution. But they are now being pushed and led by the Biden administration, who is looking at ways to disperse these vaccines. Right now, we're limited by the freezer capacity, but when other vaccines, particularly Johnson & Johnson, which can be just in a regular refrigerator, come along, I expect we will see a dramatic uptick in distribution into rural areas. And again, we have not traditionally earmarked these funds. With that, I would ask if there are any other members. Hearing none, let's move on to, are there amendments to amendment? If no amendments to the amendment, then let's move on to a vote. Everybody unmute. Those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Chair, the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would request recorded vote, please.
Hunky dory. Under Rule 6E, we got another vote. So we will now move on to the next amendment, which is Representative Nels. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Nails, number 001.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would prevent any funds authorized by this bill from being used to enforce executive orders that cancel pipeline permits. When President Biden revoked the permits for the Keystone XL pipeline on his first day in office, he sent a message that his administration was willing to sacrifice economic recovery for political pandering. While Keystone XL has received all of the national attention, there are many other pipeline projects still pending that are now in jeopardy because of the Biden administration. The United States has the most robust and well-enforced safety and environmental requirements and regulations for oil and gas pipelines on Earth. Our federal regulators and industry work hand in hand to ensure employees are kept safe and environmental harm is kept to an absolute minimum. Pipelines remain one of the safest, most efficient, and most environmental friendly ways.
Excuse me, the gentleman was suspended for a moment. Someone, Eddie B., you're on and you're speaking, and we have a gentleman presenting an amendment. The gentleman may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pipelines remain one of the safest, most efficient, and most environmental friendly way to transport energy products that America and the world need. The American energy revolution would not have been possible without pipelines. Our national network must be maintained and updated to meet the increasing energy needs. If the country wants to change the way we transport energy projects, that is a debate that needs to happen in Congress, sir, not hastily decided by a president hours after taking office. This amendment would protect a critical economic sector from executive overreach, and it would preserve thousands of jobs. And I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back, sir.
Gentlemen, others wish to be heard on the amendment. Hearing none, I'll speak in opposition to the amendment. It would bar the Department of Transportation from carrying out executive order that revokes a construction permit for a previously approved pipeline. The Pipeline Hazardous Safety Materials Agency, PHMSA, at DOT has authority to regulate the safe transportation of energy products by pipeline. And in fact, in December, we passed a bipartisan bill to reauthorize pipeline safety programs for 3 years. We're going to make a bunch of these companies deal with their failing, leaking pipelines all around the United States. It's going to provide a lot of jobs because they have been neglecting their systems, many of these companies. Enbridge in particular is a repeat offender. But PHMSA does not have the authority to rescind pipeline permits. State Department, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, both of which are outside the jurisdiction of this committee, do have that authority. And even if PHMSA had that authority, I would support this waiver. The Keystone XL was going to be the most environmentally destructive way of producing energy, worse than coal. Worse than coal. Hard to believe, but it is, because of the extraction process, the destruction of the boreal forests, and then ultimately the processing and burning of this crap. You know, I fully support the president, but given all those other issues, I urge members to strongly oppose the amendment. With that, everyone will, there are other people who wish to speak, no one wish to speak, then we'll move on. The people will unmute. Amendments to amendment? Nope, okay. People will unmute. We will now move to a vote on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed by saying no.
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 Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Okay. We'll now move on to number 14 on my list. There are different lists. Mr. Van Dyne, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Van Dyne, number 011.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Larson.
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order on Van Dyne 011.
Okay. A reservation has been noted. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment. Gentlelady. Sorry, gentlelady.
That's all right. It happens. It happens. It's all right. I'm not going to complain. Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. You know, I often hear politicians say that we must follow the science. Well, the CDC said that we need to wear masks, and we've worn masks. The CDC said that we needed to be vaccinated, and there are lines to get vaccinations. Now the CDC has said our schools need to reopen for the good of American students, but we're still dragging our feet. Last week, the head of the CDC said there is increasing data to suggest that schools could safely reopen, and that safe reopening does not suggest that teachers need to be vaccinated. Remote learning is increasing student education gaps and creating a chasm where of learning loss, particularly among vulnerable lower income populations. It's time to stop the suffering of these working families and an entire generation of our children simply because half of this Congress is choosing unions and politics over students who are begging to return to the classroom. By continuing to prolong the reopening of our schools, we are quite literally killing this future generation's potential. Demanding parents teach their children from home while attempting to hold down a job has set working families up for failure and cost many their livelihood, their homes, and even the ability to feed their children. Divorce rates are increasing, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, domestic abuse, and as a consequence, suicides are still increasing. If this bill has any hope of providing the critical relief needed, we must start by ensuring that services for our children are provided, and that means returning to the classroom. Follow the science and respect the lives of our children and our working families. These are not trivial matters to treat like cheap political hostages. I urge all of my colleagues to support this critical amendment for millions upon millions of Americans and their children, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Auchincloss wishes to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share Representative Van Dyne's commitment to reopening the schools and her concern about the welfare of our nation's children and the families who are affected by our school closures. It's been a day one priority for me in my district. In-person learning is an imperative for Massachusetts and the nation. We've seen report after report telling us the same thing, that remote learning is not working, and communities of color and low-income families are bearing the brunt. But without testing, without contact tracing, without PPE, vaccine deployment, and upgrades to HVAC, we can't open our schools safely. That's what the CDC tells us. That's what teachers, administrators, parents, and students know firsthand. This amendment would block $50 billion in FEMA money to distribute vaccines, provide that PPE for critical public sector employees, and support the disinfecting activities in public schools. If our shared goal is to reopen schools, why would we vote to restrict the very funding that's needed to get kids back to in-person learning? The substance of this amendment runs directly counter to its purported intention. I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Anyone, other members wish to be heard? I'll speak briefly. In my state, the governor actually prioritized teachers above seniors. It's been quite controversial, to put it mildly. And the teachers have not agreed that just being vaccinated will get them back to work. They need the state to deal with upgraded HVAC systems, potentially ultraviolet light, new furniture, equipment for the proper spacing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So even in my state, where the governor has made it a priority and is vaccinating the teachers over and above the most risky elderly population, we're not on a fast track to reopening our schools. So depriving my state and other states of the funds they need to meet the other conditions to safely reopen schools would be counterproductive at best. In addition to that, this was debated at great length during the 13-hour education and labor markup, but we may beat their record. So I hope not, but we might. With that, do other members wish to be heard on the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Larson.
Mr. Chair, I insist on my point of order. This amendment is not germane. T&I, our committee, does not have jurisdiction over public schools, nor is there anything in our text related to schools.
Does anyone wish to be heard on the point of order? Hearing none, the chair would uphold the point of order. The amendment is not allowed. Okay. Okay, we are now going to move on to recorded votes. I believe we have 11. And everyone has to get prepared out there in a virtual world. Let's try and move this as quickly as we can, but it generally is 10 or more minutes per vote. So that means
Mr. Chairman?
2 hours of voting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Graves, Louisiana.
What?
Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Chairman, if I can get a commitment from you to work with us on number 17, that was the issue of interest payments to state and local governments and electric cooperatives. I'll ask unanimous consent to withdraw the vote request.
Okay. All right. I thank the gentleman. Did we follow that? We got. Did we get the clerk get the amendment right? You did? Okay. Good. All right.
No, he's,
what?
Joe, he's shaking his head. It's Graves 17. Just withdraw the vote on that one.
Okay. I thank the gentleman. That will help expedite things. With that, we'd move on to votes. The first vote will be on the amendment offered by Mr. Crawford, number 0007, on which the noes prevailed. Is recorded vote still requested? I guess it is.
Mr. Chairman, Crawford,
Yep.
Arkansas.
Yes.
Again, as Mr. Graves indicated, if I can get your commitment to work with us on this issue, then I would be prepared to accept that and withdraw.
I can promise it, gentlemen, we are going to do a lot on grade crossing safety in HR2, and would be happy to work with the gentleman on that at that time. So that was Crawford 007. The clerk has that. The amendment is withdrawn with that assurance. We would move on now to the amendment offered by Mr. Gibbs, 019, on which the noes prevailed. Is recorded vote still requested? Hearing nothing, I assume it is. So we will proceed with the vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Eddie B.
Did the gentlelady repeat?
Well, we'll get back to her. Keep going.
Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
I'd move.
Ms. Napolitano.
We will come back to you, Eddie B, at the end. Clerk, continue.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Nay.
Could the gentleman repeat?
Nay. What are you asking?
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Massey.
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Davis of Illinois.
Past me.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson. Mr. Babin.
Aye.
Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Little Graves, yes.
Could the gentleman repeat?
Little Graves is a yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Miss Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Miss Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa. Could the gentleman repeat?
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Westerman votes aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier.
Desaulnier votes no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Wait.
Clerk could get Gallagher's vote.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye.
Okay.
Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
This was not the first time that President Trump's supporters used threats and intimidation.
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Gonzalez Colon votes yes.
I am locked up, but I was also watching this. I thought it was just yes or no. We're not, is it a formal vote?
Mr. Balderson.
Yeah, there's a recorded vote.
Okay, let me do it. Okay, on the first one. Okay, let me.
The last one we heard was Gonzalez Colon. Please read from there.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Mr. Balderson votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burkett.
Votes aye. Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
He's gonna call.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Could the gentlelady repeat?
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Ms. Mace. Mr. Lamb. Ms. Malio.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes no. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne. Could the gentlelady repeat?
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele. Mr. Kahele. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
No.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Cohen.
Yeah. No.
An inaudible, but I believe I heard Mr. Cohen.
No. Votes no.
Well, I don't.
How's Gibbs recorded?
Well, I heard him, but who?
Gibbs is the one who should be next. He's right up on the screen.
Mr. Gibbs.
How am I recorded? Yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr.
Okay.
Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson. To the gentleman repeat.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Allred. Mr. Pappas. Ms. Mace.
Ms. Mace votes yes.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no.
Ms. Johnson on the screen now, I believe she wasn't recorded, or I saw it, there she is, yes.
Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no.
There are other members who haven't voted who wish to vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Garamendi votes no.
Who?
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garamendi votes no.
Yes, who's the other one? We got
Catco?
Garamendi. Catco.
Mr. Katko?
Yes, I'd like to switch my vote to no.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, how is Rodney Davis recorded?
Well,
Is Representative Davis from Illinois recorded?
The gentleman is not recorded.
We'll try.
Okay,
I'm trying to figure out.
is that him? Nope, okay. The clerk will report the vote.
Okay, here's a problem.
I can't believe it takes this long to
The gentleman is not recorded. Mr. Rodney Davis votes aye.
Yeah, clerk will record. I asked quite a while ago. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 yeas and 36 noes.
And what?
36 noes.
Okay, the amendment is not agreed to. We're now going to amendment by Mr. Webster, numbered 001, on which the noes prevailed. Is recorded vote still requested? Hearing nothing, I...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
Mr. Fazio votes no. And just for everybody who's remote, it'd be really helpful if you, most of you did, but say your name and then your vote, just so the clerk, we're absolutely sure. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, proceed.
Mr. DeFazio.
I think I already said no. Yeah.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Could the gentleman repeat?
Crawford, yes. Affirmative, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano. Could the gentlelady repeat?
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Cohen.
Webster votes
Yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Sirez? The gentleman is muted.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sirez votes no. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi?
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois?
Davis votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson, no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko?
Katko, yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson?
No.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin?
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
Graves votes yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York? Oh. Mr. Graves, of Louisiana, could you repeat yourself?
Thumbs up, yes.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser?
Rouser votes aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman? Will the gentleman repeat?
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Boss?
Yes.
Mr. Boss votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee, could you repeat?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas?
Mr. Weber votes no. Yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa?
LaMalfa, aye.
Ms. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne?
Payne of New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman? Could the gentleman repeat?
Aye, yes.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast?
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Saunier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher?
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal?
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Malinowski?
Malinowski votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Allred?
Wait a minute. Burchett votes yes, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred? Will the gentleman repeat?
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota?
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew?
Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois?
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nails votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
No.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Could the gentleman repeat?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Could the gentleman repeat?
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
No.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele. Mr. Haley.
She's having trouble with her audio.
Kahele votes no.
We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it.
Mr. Haley votes no. Ms. Strickland.
No. Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Balderson.
Mr. Balderson votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mrs. Steele.
Yeah, it says unmute.
Could the gentlelady repeat?
Okay.
Not this one, that one.
Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
There we go.
Mrs. Steele votes aye.
Yes.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Steele votes aye.
Ms. Steele,
Steele votes aye.
Representative Steele, we have your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 31 yeas and 36 noes.
31 yeas, 36 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, numbered 007, on which the noes prevailed. Mr. Perry, is a recorded vote still requested?
Please.
Oh, well then definitely we will. The clerk will call a roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Yeah, Crawford, yes, aye,
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster, yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis of Illinois votes no.
Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Afternoon, Mr. Reddy, how are you?
The gentleman
Okay.
repeat.
Sitting here in the transportation markup.
Graves,
from
repeat,
home.
please.
Graves, Louisiana is a yes.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Rouser. The gentleman repeat.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
Aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Could the gentleman repeat?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman
Yes.
votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
It's aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Your votes no.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber. The gentleman repeat.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Merchant votes.
To the gentleman
Merchant
repeat.
votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Merchant.
To the gentleman repeat.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. The gentlelady repeat.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Do the gentleman repeat?
Yeah, votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nels votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas? Could the gentleman repeat?
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace?
Mace, aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb?
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis votes no. Mr. Moulton?
No.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne?
Van Dyne votes aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss?
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Ms. Bardot?
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele? Mr. Kahale? Ms.
I
Strickland?
cannot mute.
No.
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Ms. Titus?
No.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Kahale? Mr. Kahale?
Kai Kahale, yes or no?
Still votes aye.
Steele, we have your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Still votes aye.
Mr. Kahale?
Kahale is no.
Mr. Kahale votes no.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 23 yeas and 43 noes.
23 yeas, 43 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Is it Bost or Bost? Bost. On behalf of Westerman. Right. Number 004, on which the noes prevailed, is a recorded vote still requested? A yes, it is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton? Mr. Young?
Congresswoman Norton of the district votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young? Ms. Johnson of Texas?
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Crawford, yes. Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington?
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs?
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster?
Yes.
Mr. Webster?
Webster, yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey?
Massey votes yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires?
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry? Gentlemen, repeat.
Mr. Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi?
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois?
Davis of Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Katko?
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin?
Babbitt votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
Louisiana's a yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Maloney, no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser?
Rouser votes aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman? Could the gentleman repeat?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
No.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas? Okay. Ms. Wilson of Florida? The gentlelady appears to be muted.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Lamalfa? Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Lamalfa?
LaMalfa, aye. Thank you.
Gentlemen, repeat.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. Lamalfa votes aye. Mr. Westman? The gentleman repeat. Okay. Is that him?
Which member is that? It's Westerman?
Westman. Okay. Mr. Westman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast?
Aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Saunier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher?
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch?
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal?
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Malinowski?
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Okay. Mr. Stauber?
Quickly, I think, voting on an amendment.
Is this me?
So give him a second.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Allred.
Votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
No.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton. The gentleman repeat.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne. The gentlelady repeat.
Van Dyne votes aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Mr.
Okay.
Burchett
votes aye. All right.
votes aye.
Does that count for 3 votes?
It does not, under the rules passed by the committee last week, it does not.
Oh, dang. Sorry. All right.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Aye.
Does the clerk have everyone called?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman?
Does the clerk have every vote recorded there?
No.
Okay. Can you go through them one more time?
Mr. Young. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Balderson. Could the gentleman repeat?
Alderson. Alderson.
Alderson, we can hear your name, but not your vote.
Mr. Balderson.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Balderson
Alderson.
votes aye.
You have your vote recorded. Thank you. Okay, all members have cast their votes. Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 27 yeas and 38 noes.
Vote is 27 ayes, 38 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Next up is a question on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Gonzalez Colon, numbered 029, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
Thank you. The clerk will call the roll. Just a moment. Do not yet call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to clarify again. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes. Gonzalez Colon, Puerto Rico, yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you very much. You didn't clarify that. I appreciate that. So the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes. Aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen knows no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey. The gentleman repeat.
No. Nay.
Mr. Massey
Negative.
votes no. Mr. Shiraz.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Shiraz votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes no.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko.
So will the clerk suspend? I want everyone on the calls to mute yourself unless you are voting. We don't want to hear you watching television or your phone
Thank you,
calls.
Mr. President. My
So
colleagues,
thank you very
Madeline
much.
King and Ted Lieu, will now detail former President Trump's increasingly desperate attempts to stop
Yeah.
the steal.
Thank you. That must be Garrett Graves playing a joke on me. I appreciate that, Garrett. Clerk will continue.
Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson, no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
To give me the accolades there, but I just want to say I vote yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Could the gentleman repeat?
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Miss Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Could the gentleman repeat?
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa votes aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Westerman.
Westerman votes aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Will the gentleman repeat?
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Pretty positive on the Perry amendment. You're voting yes on everything.
Does the gentleman repeat? Mr. Allred.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr.
Burchett votes aye.
Votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Mr. Nails votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Could the gentleman repeat?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux, no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Votes aye.
Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Kahale votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Miss Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? All members have cast their votes. Clerk will report the vote.
Chairman, on that vote, there are 28 yeas and 37 noes.
28 ayes, 37 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Just a heads up for members, there are 4 more votes in this round before we get back to amendments. There are 4 more votes in this round. So, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Burchett, numbered 057, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, please. And if we don't win on the first one, I'd like to call it for several times until y'all relinquish it.
Again, not in the rules that the committee passed last week, which I think you agreed to.
I know. Yes, I know.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just
All
adding a little
right,
levity
so
here.
the clerk
Levity.
will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Councilman Norton of the district votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
John Texas
Yeah.
votes no.
The gentlelady repeat.
Johnson of Texas
Microwave.
votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye. Crawford, yes. Crawford, affirmative.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms.
And I'll put you
Napolitano.
on mute while I'm gonna,
The gentlelady repeat. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen affectionately and regretfully votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
It's aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez.
Hang on.
Please vote
Hang on
no.
a second.
Mr. Cirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson.
No.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin. Ms.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin
Babin
votes
votes
aye.
aye.
Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Rouser votes yes.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa. The gentleman repeat.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne, aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher. The gentleman repeat.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Ms. Malinowski. Mr. Malinowski. Does the gentleman repeat?
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Allred. Could the gentleman repeat?
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Garcia, Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew. The gentleman appears to be muted. Mr. Van Drew. The gentleman appears to be muted.
Move on to the next.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado. The gentleman repeat.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Mr. Nels votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Gentleman repeat.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
So I did mute.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes. Ms. Bardot.
No.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Mr. Koheli votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Ms. Strickland.
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
No.
Could the gentlelady repeat?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Burchett votes aye. I'm having some difficulty, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko.
Katko, yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye.
Any other members wish to be recorded?
Are there any members who wish to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Mm-hmm.
Donald Payne, how am I recorded?
How is Mr. Payne recorded?
Mr. Payne is recorded as aye.
I'd like to change my vote to a no.
Mr. Payne changes his vote.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Okay. All members who cast their votes, clerk will report the vote. Just a moment, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman is not recorded. Mr. Davis of Illinois votes aye.
All members who cast their votes, clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 yeas and 35 noes.
Vote is 30 yeas, 35 noes. The amendment is not agreed to.
Questions on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Van Drew, numbered 010, which the noes prevailed. Is recorded vote so requested? Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Councilor Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
And we
Yes.
we're excited about that. Obviously, the pandemic created challenges.
Mr. Crawford.
Yes. Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
One votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Sirez.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes no.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko.
Katko, yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. The gentleman repeat.
Graves is yes.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Rouser is yes.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Oh.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Miss Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Aye.
Do the gentleman repeat?
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
Alpha, aye.
Ms. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski. The gentleman repeat.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Allred.
Votes no.
Mr. Allred.
Burchett votes aye, Mr. Chairman.
No. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson of South Dakota votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nails votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas. The gentleman repeat.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
No.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
No.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Jimenez votes yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes yes. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Ms. Titus.
Ms. votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Lowenthal. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
How is Mr. Lowenthal recorded? Is Mr. Lowenthal recorded?
The gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 27 yeas and 36 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Guest, number 003, on which the noes prevailed as recorded votes so required. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes. Crawford, aye. Crawford,
Mr. Crawford
yes.
votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, aye. Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sirez.
No.
Mr. Sirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. The gentleman appears to be muted. The gentleman appears to be muted. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko.
Katko votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
No.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Will the gentleman repeat?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Rouser votes yes.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Miss Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Payne, no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr.
Gallagher
Lynch.
votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Will the gentleman repeat?
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no. No.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails. Could gentlemen repeat?
Mr. Nels votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace, aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
No.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
You want to talk a little bit about?
No.
Could gentlemen repeat?
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Hemmons. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Mr. Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
No.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Balderson.
Are there any members who haven't voted who wish to vote?
Did you record Mr. Jimenez?
The gentleman is not recorded.
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Alderson votes yes.
Did the clerk get that?
Mr. Balderson votes aye.
Thank you.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 29 yeas and 36 noes.
Amendment's not agreed to. Next amendment. Question is agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Nels, numbered 001, on which the noes prevail. Is recorded vote still required? Clerk will read the roll.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes? Who wishes
I would like to withdraw my amendment. And in the same breath, though, sir, I would like to work with you and others on the committee to just understand how critical these pipelines are to Texas and my district. And if time permits, at some point in time in the future, I would like for you to visit Southeast Texas and just understand how critical these pipelines are to the families in my district and how people are suffering so much now with these executive orders by our current president. So I will withdraw my amendment, sir.
I thank the gentleman. And we'll look forward to having further discussions with him and perhaps visiting. I don't know if I've been in East Texas. I've been in other parts. Anyway, I thank the gentleman. So, is that it? We on? Nope. Yeah, right. That's what I mean. We're done. We are done with votes. We are back to amendments. We have done 14. We have a list of 63, 61. So that, oh, there's some not on here. So we're not a quarter of the way through this yet. Mr. Crawford has an amendment at the desk, I believe. Will the clerk designate?
Yes, Chair. That's true, yes.
Amendment
Chairman, I
to
have an
the,
amendment at the desk.
amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered from Mr. Crawford, number 009.
Okay, without objection, the amendment considered as read. I recognize Mr. Crawford to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chinese state-owned entities are expanding their influence in the United States. They seek to overtake American companies and eliminate U.S. competition. China's plans for dominating the American economy are clear. Become the global leader in innovation and manufacturing, even if it requires stealing American intellectual property and trade secrets. Dump their surplus steel to undercut the market and drive American companies out of business. All the while, China mistreats its own citizens, its neighbors, and its international trading partners, including continued censorship of publications and media, including social media, blatant theft of American intellectual property, refusal to abide by World Trade Organization rules, antagonistic behavior related to major international shipping lanes surrounding disputed boundary waters in the South China Sea, frequent mistreatment of its citizens, forced sterilization of the Uyghur people, and repeated attempts to suppress and mislead its significant role in COVID-19 outbreak. If we let giant spending bills such as this one support labor and products made in China, we endorse China's strategic global plans, we invest in Chinese infrastructure, Chinese workers, and Chinese families at the expense of millions of Americans. I'm introducing amendments today that prohibit American taxpayer dollars from going to Chinese state-owned businesses, including those that make rolling stock, electric vehicles, and EV components. But this amendment would stop unfair Chinese business practices in the United States at large. It protects the U.S. economy and defends our national security from the predatory actions of China. We must put America first with American taxpayer dollars. I urge support of this amendment and yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard on the amendment? If not, I'll speak in very reluctant opposition to the amendment. You know, I've been fighting this battle for decades. I've opposed every so-called free trade agreement, starting with Clinton and NAFTA, WTO, Chinese most favored nation status, China accession to the WTO, you know, Obama's Trans-Pacific Partnership, and even Trump's USMCA, which was an improvement over Clinton's NAFTA, but still isn't going to get the job done. You know, these, I have seen these impacts in my state, in my district, as companies moved to access cheap labor in other countries. You know, we now have a president who gets this. He has put forward a very wide-reaching rule on procurement for Buy America, and I fully intend to pursue CYC, which is the predatory, totally communist, giant government-owned entity attempting to take over rail. And I did, in fact, get an amendment in the NDAA a year ago to put them and BYD, which is another one which is not totally owned by the Communist government of China, but very heavily subsidized, that produces very low-quality electric buses. And those, they were unfortunately, because they managed to put BYD in Kevin McCarthy's district, and they managed to put CRRC in Richie Neal's district, I couldn't get at that time a permanent and total prohibition. We did adopt Mr. Crawford's amendments that were even more wide-reaching in last year's HR2, and I would fully encourage him to offer it again with my support in HR2 this year. We are going to close these loopholes. We're going to not be competing with foreign entities. I'm pleased this president gets it. He's mentioned the Jones Act. This kind of weird guy named Kudlow, who was Trump's so-called economic advisor, said that he thought the Jones Act was bad because he likes free markets. And I said, Larry, is it a free market when we're competing with the communist government of China? And he didn't have much to say about that. So I agree totally with the gentleman, but in this context, I can't accept the amendment. With that, are there other members who wish to be heard? Okay, are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. Everybody on mute. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
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 Okay. The nays prevailed. The amendment is not agreed to. Thank the gentleman. We are now moving on to, let's just, Representative Webster, do you have an amendment at the desk? He does, 006. The clerk will designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered Mr. Webster, Florida, number 006.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak in favor of his amendment.
Thank you, Chair DeFazio. Broadband is a critical component to economic development in rural areas. The limited access to high-speed broadband has impacted jobs and other things, including healthcare, business, other things like that, facilities. More importantly, students who have to live by a virtual school, and a lot of states are having to do that even now. And one day is actually sufficing for saying that they've returned to school, which really there's 4 days where they're doing some sort of broadband work. It's not just a luxury, it's a necessity for those people to actually participate in education. And then a lot of parents, they're having to stay home. And because of that, they have to work from home, and they need high-speed rail. I mean, high-speed high-speed internet. So directing a portion of the money here, funding to address this issue will support economic recovery in distressed areas, especially in the rural areas, and it would improve the access to critical care. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Yield back.
Is the gentleman concluded?
Yes, yield back.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard on the amendment? If not, I'll speak on the amendment. I am totally in favor of a massive program of rural broadband. In fact, that was one of the areas of agreement even with former President Trump in terms of the definition of infrastructure writ large. That universal national broadband was critical, and that when we had that discussion, it was before COVID. And it's even more essential now. The gentleman might remember that HR2 contained $86 billion for national high-speed broadband under the jurisdiction of the Energy and Commerce Committee. It's questionable whether EDA has or could have jurisdiction over this. I'm not going to make a point of order over it, but I believe that at this point, diverting money from the EDA to this project will cripple a lot of other things that EDA needs to do with their relatively small allocation. So at this point, I would oppose this amendment. We're going to reauthorize EDA later. If we don't see Energy and Commerce putting forward at least as robust of a package as they did last time, then we'll look at ways that we could potentially authorize EDA to do this and put in more funding. It has to happen. We're leaving too many areas behind. I mean, parts of my district are so challenged, I can't even get cell signal or satellite signal in a few places because of overhanging mountains and cliffs and stuff. So lots of parts of my district are well underserved. So, in any case, but at this point, I would oppose the amendment. Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Sorry, I forgot to ask. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Okay, no one spoke up on being heard. Therefore, the question is on the amendment. Everybody will unmute. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
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 No. No.
Can you chair the noes have it? The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Thank the gentleman. The clerk will designate the next amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Perry, number 008.
The amendment, without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for up to 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This amendment strikes section 7006 of the bill, eliminating the $30 billion grant program from public transit agencies that's financed entirely through deficit spending. Now, clearly, the pandemic has significantly reduced transit ridership. The FTA data shows 2020 ridership came in at around 46% of the 2019 levels. While this represents a significant drop in ridership, it does not justify the emergency assistance for transit agencies to date, let alone the additional $30 billion provided under this section intended to cover 130% of operating costs for each agency. In hearing after hearing last Congress, I questioned whether this ridership shortfall necessitated emergency funding for transit agencies, as even a total elimination of fare box revenue, $15 billion total nationwide in 2019, would not threaten the viability of financially sound railroads. In response, I was assured this funding was necessary due to a significant drop in state and local subsidies for transit agencies as dedicated revenue streams were reduced by the pandemic. As the year progressed, it became clear that the early revenue loss projections of 10 to 20% tax collection would not materialize. Census data highlight this fact, finding that state and local tax collection was only down $7.6 billion, or about 0.7% nationwide for the first 3 quarters. Now, despite the steady state and local tax collection rates, the size of the transit bailout demands grew significantly, increasing from $12 billion in the spring to an additional $39.9 billion at the start of this Congress. To date, Congress has provided a combination of $74.6 billion in annual and emergency spending to transit agencies over the past 2 fiscal years. $12.8 billion in FY20, $12.8 billion FY21, $25 billion in CARES, $14 billion in CRRSAA funding. The additional $30 billion in this section will bring the running total to $94.6 billion, which is just $10 billion short of the 5-year, I say again, 5-year authorized level under H.R. 2. Clearly, the demands do not reflect actual revenue reductions. Rather, they are a transparent attempt to use the pandemic as an excuse for the taxpayers to bail out these systems that were failing prior to the pandemic, when transit agencies were facing $106 billion of state of good repair backlog that predated the pandemic, $49 billion of unfunded pension and post-employment benefits liabilities, and an 8% drop in nationwide ridership from 2014 to 2019. Unfortunately, these trends represent the consequences of long-term financial mismanagement and the failure to provide services to meet demand. These trends will only worsen post-pandemic as Americans and American businesses move to the suburbs and or continue to work remotely. Enough is enough. Let's stop throwing good money after bad and stand up for the folks that are paying the bill. These hardworking taxpayers that are slogging it out every day. So I appreciate your indulgence and I appreciate the time. And I ask your strong consideration of voting in favor for this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I see that Representative Garcia would like to be recognized. Representative Garcia, to speak on this
Thank
amendment.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. In my home city of Chicago, people are struggling. They've been hit hard by the pandemic, and our previous administration's inaction has only made things worse. We need this emergency funding. Chicago needs this emergency funding. Our country needs this emergency funding. People are out of work. They're losing their life savings and they're losing their homes. They're cutting back on their medications, all to save money. And this amendment is going to put more of them out of work. It's going to force hardworking people into poverty. Our public transit systems need more funding, not less. It may be news to some of my colleagues, but there are millions of people in this country who rely on public transit to get to work. They cannot have these crucial services stopped. They cannot have their only way back to work in the shutdown. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Vote no to sending more hard-working people into poverty. Thank you. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Others on that side? Okay, with that, I've got a list.
Chairman?
Chairman. No, there's two more. I have a list. I was just going to go to I just have to check with the Republican side. Representative Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to respond to my colleague from my same state here of Pennsylvania. Out here in Western Pennsylvania, the Port Authority has lost 60 to 80% of its ridership over the last year. 60 to 80%. You can imagine the hole that blows in its budget. And what I think this funding is truly about is putting our money where our mouth is. Everybody has talked all year about essential workers and the role that they play in our daily life and supporting them. This funding is going to keep people's jobs when bus drivers have seen a 60 to 80% ridership drop off. In normal times, you would have to cut jobs if you had that kind of revenue loss, but we want these people to keep their jobs. 127 of these employees contracted COVID in the month of November alone. People cough on them while they're driving their bus. People refuse to wear masks. This is a dangerous job, and the last thing that these people should be met with after recovering from COVID is the loss of a job because Port Authority doesn't have enough money. Last thing I want to say is every single cut in revenue means a cut in services for these same essential workers who have to get to work. We have a nursing home in my district where more than 80 people died early in the year. How do you think the employees, the nurses, the custodians that work at that nursing home get there every day to try to save and care for who's left? They take public transit that is supported with this funding. So for anyone considering a yes vote on this amendment, please keep in mind that this is a chance to put your money where your mouth is when it comes to essential workers all over this nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me look at your Amazon here.
If everybody can mute, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to the Perry Amendment to strike 7006 and its critical funding. It absolutely goes without saying everybody's hurting. So let's not even go there. I think my colleagues from my state and other states have made that point. Since the pandemic started, early days, we are at 79% down. Here in the Chicago area, we are much higher than that. It's closer to 90%. Truth be told, my district has more lines of track than any district in this nation. So I'm particularly concerned and passionate about this. But I also have some general comments from my colleagues because I've been hearing some very interesting things that are patently untrue. So let's start with conflating state budgets, county budgets, and then federal budgets. They don't mix and they don't overlap. That's absolutely untrue that the budget within a state is highly affected by a transit budget. So let's dispel that. And then with regard to the federal transit agencies not using the money, here's what really happened, because I went to the bother of actually asking these CEOs what happened. And as Chairman DeFazio indicated, many of the executives on these transit boards indicated that, well, they weren't sure how this was going to come out. It was confusing what Mnuchin was doing. It was hard to predict. So I think many of us have run businesses, many of us have run very large organizations. When you have unpredictable revenue, it's very hard to spend everything down when you don't know if it's really going to come or not. So the unpredictability created a situation where they actually haven't spent, and I think that was actually quite prudent on their part. I just want to make another comment. The stock market is not the economy, and the economy is not the stock market. Let's all remember that. And, you know, my colleagues here have talked about bipartisanship a lot. Well, they had 8 months between the first Relief Act and the second to be bipartisan. So I have trouble believing that. And then finally, I would say that the $30 billion seems very reasonable to make sure that nurses, teachers, essential workers are getting to and from work every day. And I just would like to remind everybody that they put money back into the economy. So by not putting the $30 billion in, we're actually thwarting the economy. I just want to be clear on that. And that I encourage all of my colleagues to make sure that in the economy and not out of it. Thank you. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Larson.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be brief. Eliminating this money probably eliminates a few transit agencies in my state, and certainly heavily impacts one in my district. I have a district that has both rural transit and what you could call urban transit agencies, but it's really by accident of geography because they serve very large rural areas as well, although being categorized as an urban transit agency. So these agencies are hurting, and in spite of comments to the contrary, they do need these dollars to stay afloat. So they are there on the other side of the pandemic, and that's an important point here. We want to help these agencies because we're not helping the agencies, we're helping the people who work there, the women and men who work there, and we're helping the women and men that these women and men serve as transit employees. The other thing I've noted is that these dollars are used for operations and they're used for personal protective equipment. My colleague from Pennsylvania, Representative Lamb, outlined this very clearly about the investment agencies had to make that didn't exist before just to keep these women and men safe doing their job. And that is a new cost that all these transit agencies are carrying on behalf of the women and men that they employ and the women and men that those folks serve. So I would ask my colleagues to vote against this amendment. Thank you. Yield back.
Other members? Okay, I recognize myself briefly. We've already discussed the macro. 435,000 workers would be affected. That would mean 435,000 people not paying into the FICA, Social Security Trust Fund. 35,000 people either at risk of or losing their health insurance and perhaps going on to Medicaid at some point and on down the line. And then we have had deaths, as was pointed out, among transit workers, and I think that we should recognize that. And just because Secretary Mnuchin was incapable of dispersing the funds doesn't mean that the funds aren't needed and that many of these agencies are in deficit and in desperation. And I would just note, I mean, as I said earlier, everybody likes to say, oh, all this money is just going to the big cities. No, it's not. In fact, in Mr. Perry's district, it would cut $10 million from transit service in Harrisburg and $7.5 million from transit service in York. And there was just 4 days ago, the York Dispatch ran an article titled, "In Race for COVID-19 Vaccinations, Older Residents in Rural PA Face Obstacles," that stated, quote, 5 older residents who received vaccines Friday relied on a special service provided by the local tri-county transit system to make it to their appointments. 4 are already scheduled to use the service when they return for their second dose in February. So if we cut that off, I guess they're going to have to walk to get their second dose. With that, I would urge everyone to oppose this amendment. Are there others who wish to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. Everybody on mute. We'll move on to a vote. Okay. All right. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed signify by saying nay. 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 The independent chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the personal touch there, but I'm not going to be intimidated or bullied. I request a recorded vote.
Well, I wasn't intimidating and bullying you. I'm just giving you facts. I could have mentioned Rodney Davis's district and the ranking member's district, among many others, but I just wanted to point out that sometimes you're thinking about big cities. It's affecting your district and a lot of districts of people in this committee. With that, we'll proceed to the vote. What? Yeah. I asked if there are amendments to the amendment. I asked anyone else want to speak, and now we're moving on to the yeas and nays. He asked for it. I mean, he wants, after we finish the yeas and nays, he's asking for a recorded vote. Let's do the yeas and nays. It only takes a few seconds, not.
We're ruling the votes, remember? That's what we're doing. That's
I know, but I know that, but I'm just pointing out to people, we will spend 20 seconds voting verbally, and then later on this evening or tomorrow morning, we'll spend 15 minutes voting on Mr. Perry's amendment. That's all I'm pointing out. The clerk will, no. Those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, the gentleman's requested a recorded vote. Recorded vote is requested under 6E of the rules. It will be held sometime later today. We'll move on to, the clerk will designate the next amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 014.
Okay. No, wait a minute. I have zero.
No, it's correct. We switched it.
Okay. All right.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in an effort to be efficient, I'm skipping an amendment for you.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Chairman, this amendment goes back to issues that we've discussed in the past. In this committee, we made changes in the Disaster Recovery Reform Act that eliminates this ridiculous policy of the federal government that considers a disaster loan and a disaster grant as duplicative of one another. Disaster impacted states over the last several years, including Florida, North Carolina, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, Texas, and others have all been victimized by this ridiculous policy. Thankfully, you and I worked together. We were able to make a change to the law. Our Democrat governor in Louisiana, Governor Edwards, was very supportive of this as well. After we changed the law to clarify this ridiculousness, we only ran into headwinds from OMB and HUD, and they continue to thwart the ability of folks to be eligible for grants whenever the only initial disaster funds available were loans. So I'll say it again. You and I worked together. I sat down in your office and we talked about this. We changed the law to fix this. I'm not asking for really any money because money has previously been appropriated to the state and is sitting in the bank, but the ridiculous rules are prohibiting it from actually giving the money to disaster victims. So what we do in this amendment is it simply says that none of these funds can be used to effectively discriminate against people by continuing to not follow the law.
as I believe it was not followed, even the ridiculous policy dating back to the Obama administration, through the Trump administration after we changed the law, and even now. So this would prohibit that from continuing to move forward, preventing the discrimination against disaster victims, and simply connecting existing, available, appropriated resources to people that have been waiting, in the case of my home state, for 4 years, in the case of Texas, Florida, North Carolina, 3 years. And I urge adoption of the amendment. I want to say it about the 5th time, Mr. Chairman. We worked on this. This very committee fixed this law. It is law today, and we're simply dealing with bureaucrats that are refusing to follow the law. Yield back.
Other members wish to be recognized? Hearing none, I'll address the amendment. Unfortunately, it's not the bureaucrats at FEMA. It's the bureaucrats at HUD in the CDBGDR program. None of the funds for disaster relief and emergency assistance will be used to establish or enforce income criteria in the determination of disaster assistance eligibility. FEMA does not establish or enforce any kind of income-based means testing for individual assistance. So I'm going to urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I'll work with the gentleman to see what we can do to deconflict this assistance between FEMA and HUD. Hopefully, perhaps, even though this started under the Obama administration and continued for 4 years under the Trump administration, even though we expressed strong concern, held oversight hearings, wrote letters and everything else, I'm hopeful that this administration will straighten it out. If not, we will look for opportunities either in our own reauthorization or somehow to strongly encourage the Financial Services Committee to deal meaningfully with this issue. With that, are there any other members who wish to speak? Are there amendments to the amendment? Okay, unmute. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to the amendment?
No.
Well, we didn't get to know yet.
No.
Jeez, people. Those opposed to the amendment signify by saying no.
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 All right. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The clerk will designate the next amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Boss, number 010.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman, Mr. Boss, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many of the people in this room know and around on the internet as well, I grew up in a family trucking company and spent years driving over the road. Even though the need for more truck drivers has increased over the past years, especially during COVID-19 pandemic, the number of parking spaces is still far too low. However, the lack of truck parking spaces is a well-known problem. In fact, we talked about that same issue in this hearing room last week. Oftentimes, drivers are unable to find safe places to park their vehicles. Many use the sides of the roads and ramps and parking. If you just drive up and down the interstate, you see that all the time. Others are parking in areas that are jeopardizing their personal safety. We've seen and heard horrible stories of drivers being robbed, assaulted, and even killed. In 2012, Congress enacted Jason's Law in honor of Jason Rivenberg. He tragically lost his life in a violent crime because he couldn't find a safe parking spot. Jason's Law established a number of federal studies, stakeholders meetings, and roundtables to examine this issue. The conclusion from these meetings and a number of scientific surveys by DOT over the years and the lack of trucking park capacity is seriously a safety issue for both motor carriers and other motorists. In fact, more than 75% of truckers have reportedly trouble finding safe parking spaces. Last year, I introduced the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act to help expand the number of parking options for long-haul truckers. It establishes a set-aside source of funding from existing U.S. Department of Transportation funds. This will better incentivize states to expand parking. Over the past year, truck drivers have been working around the clock. They've been driving day and night to make sure food and supplies make it to our grocery store shelves, but unfortunately, this $96 billion bill makes no mention of funding for truck parking. This is a missed opportunity. Truck parking is not a Republican issue, it's not a Democrat issue. The safety of our nation's truckers should be a concern to all of us. Because when we have safe places to park, they will also make our roads safer for other drivers and help ensure that they can deliver the goods to the stores and the store shelves. Providing funding to create truck parking stops is a common sense solution to a solvable problem. And Mr. Chair, I know we're going long today and everything like that, so I will withdraw my amendment in the hopes that this committee will work with me and you as a chairman will work with me to continue to work on this problem. With that, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Well, I thank the gentleman for the offer to withdraw, and I'll accept it, but I do want to address it briefly. I had a long talk with Todd Spencer with OOIDA last week, and we delved into many issues, but one of the most prominent issues was truck parking. And I promised him that we would meaningfully address that issue in HR 2 and be happy to work with you in that when we can access the Highway Trust Fund and dedicate some dollars to it.
I look forward to working with that on, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. Now I understand you're going to offer Mr. Westerman's next one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, number 3, one we were supposed to do earlier, but we got ahead of ourselves.
Okay. It says on here it would have been.
We're switching them because they switched it earlier, so it's number 3 now.
Oh, okay. Before, all right, okay. The clerk will designate, please.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Bost, designated as Webster 003.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on Westerman 003.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 7001 of the ANS provides $50 billion for FEMA's disaster relief activities. This amendment is simple. It says that 180 days after enacting, FEMA must provide an accounting to this committee of what it is using the money for. It also asks FEMA to continue updating the committee on how it's spending the money every 90 days until the money runs out. Mr. Chairman, I don't doubt that FEMA will need disaster funding for the next 4 years, but I have no way of knowing if $50 billion is the right figure. There's simply no context for this number. This reconciliation package is supposed to focus on COVID relief. That's what the president has told America. So, Mr. Chairman, I think it's a responsible thing to do is ask FEMA to tell us what the money is being used for so that we can all ensure it's being directed towards COVID relief. Mr. Chairman, and the American taxpayers deserve to know where their money is going, and it is our job to ensure that the money isn't wasted on activities that are outside the intended scope of this bill. Now, the bird rule. I know that some might claim about the bird rule. I do not necessarily believe, Mr. Chairman, that I understand the concerns of the folks that have the worries about the bird rule. The sponsor wanted to make sure that I brought that up as well. With that, I will yield back.
Do other members wish to be recognized? Hearing none, I'll recognize myself. Well, I'm not sure exactly what Mr. Westerman's concerns are about the bird rule, but I have raised that issue with my Senate colleagues and in the leadership meetings in the House. I said we shouldn't be bound by it, because, God rest his soul, he's been dead 10 years. So why do we have to follow his rules? But Be that as it may, this thing was drafted between the White House, the House, and the Senate, and that's the way it got drafted because they're not certain they can waive the bird rule over there. It would take a majority vote. So, but in terms of the subject matter, I think we can satisfy the gentleman's concerns. There is a daily data set of all individual projects obligated each day by FEMA. It's an open website. There's a monthly disaster relief fund that is transmitted to Congress and publicly available. And there is a lot of money in the queue for large obligations that go to the Appropriations Committee, which in turn typically notify impacted delegations. So I'm going to ask staff to provide a link to that public website so that both maybe perhaps the FEMA site is indecipherable, who knows. Our website's pretty good, and we'll put a link there for people under the jurisdiction of that subcommittee, which would be Ms. Titus, to access that data on a regular basis. So hopefully that addresses the concern. Are there other members who wish to speak to the issue? Are there amendments to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I've been informed the gentleman wants to withdraw the amendment.
I appreciate the gentleman doing that. That's very welcome. The amendment is withdrawn, and we will set up that link. We're now moving on. The clerk will designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Ms. Gonzalez Colon, number 027.
Mr. Chair.
Well, let me just say the amendment's considered as read without objection, and I recognize the gentlelady for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm considering withdrawing my amendment. If we could work with each other in an effort to amend the Buy American provisions under Section 41, United States Code 83, because whenever there's a major disaster declaration in any state, immediately waive the Buy American, but not if it's a territory or the District of Columbia. And that means that we need a waiver from the administration to actually provide, procure the personal protective equipment and many other things, including the pandemic. I think we can work this out through the committee in any other bill. So if we can work this out together, I think that I'm going to be withdrawing the amendment. If I got a commitment for you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady Yildet. Okay. And are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment? The gentlelady.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if we can work this issue, I'm willing to withdraw the amendment.
I'm all for Buy America, expanding it as much as possible, any and every way. It's a very quick story. I read an article in the New York Times about a guy in Texas who bought up the old N95 line from one of those huge companies, I can't remember which one, who moved everything to China. He was running one line, and he had 5 more he could run, but he needed to train the people and update the lines. And back at the beginning of this, I was on calls every week with the head of procurement, some general or admiral or something, and the head of Homeland. And I said, hey, what about this guy in Texas? I mean, he's got 5 lines. You're buying all this, you're running the air bridge to China with Jared Kushner's air bridge. Why don't we put him back in business? After much deliberation and delay and whatever, they finally entered into a major contract with him for providing masks for dental offices and others. So we can bring this stuff home, and we are going to bring it home, and we can't be dependent upon the communist government of China for things that are essential to the American people. So I'm all with you, Jennifer, and we will do what we can to get rid of these requirements and waivers and all that. With that, the amendment is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the next amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Stauber, number 009.
Okay, the amendment is, without objection, the amendment is recognized as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. Today marks the 387th day since the start of the COVID-19 outbreak in the United States. Since then, we have seen each state take different approaches to combating this virus and the economic impacts associated with it. At the beginning of the outbreak, we saw many states declare states of emergency, which granted extraordinary and unprecedented powers to their respective governors. In many cases, these governors took advantage of this power imbalance, and with the swipe of a pen, were able to make sweeping changes, some of which hurt our communities. We saw governors ban sitting in a park, they banned outdoor dining, they banned playing golf by yourself. They closed small retailers and small businesses while allowing the Walmarts and the Targets and the big box retailers to remain open and crush the little guys. And I'm still waiting on the logic and science behind allowing 300 people in one of these big box stores while not allowing a couple of people inside a corner gift shop or clothing store or a restaurant. Today, many governors, including our governor of Minnesota, Governor Walz, retains these powers even after all this time, and he refuses to give the power up. I believe that over the past 387 days, we have truly seen that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It is past time that these governors relinquish their emergency powers and start to allow the elected legislators input on COVID decisions. My amendment will do just that by tying these federal dollars to the requirement that governors give the power back to the people and the elected representatives where it belongs. Mr. Chair, I do intend to withdraw my amendment today, but I continue to not only call on our governor of Minnesota, Governor Walz, but other governors to relinquish their executive emergency powers and now allow the other elected officials in the House and the Senate in the respective states to have a voice in the decision reference COVID-19 actions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for offering to withdraw. I would comment briefly. I have expressed a concern to my governor about certain restrictions I think that are unreasonable that she's put in place. And I agree with those overall concerns, but I think even if the amendment hadn't been withdrawn, it would be beyond the powers of this committee, because I think the Constitution would prohibit us from taking an action mandating governors to not take money in a way that we can't mandate them. But anyway, who knows? Thank you for withdrawing. We would have fallen down into the parliamentary black hole there. I appreciate the gentleman. With that, we will move on to the next amendment. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Guest, number 004.
The amendment is considered as read without objection, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike all provisions related to the 100% federal cost share in the committee's text. We know that state and local governments have been hurt by this pandemic. Many cities and towns don't have the tax base or revenue generating economy to provide the needed safety measures out of their own pocket. That is exactly why Congress has provided many of these resources over the last year. But that same need is why we have provided FEMA the needed flexibility under Title 42 to provide relief from state and local governments' matching requirements in the wake of a disaster. The president has the authority to enact 100% federal cost and has done that. He did so, as a matter of fact, just last week. That flexibility is important, but state and local governments do have a role in disaster relief, response, and mitigation now and in the future. continuing to create statutes that normalize 100% federal cost share is dangerous for future disaster relief packages. The federal government is here to assist, not bankroll states and local governments. If we supply 100% of costs through COVID relief, states and towns will move disaster funds to other accounts for spending. Then when disaster strikes, they will be asking us to bail them out again. This creates a dangerous precedent for future disaster response, and I hope you will support this amendment, be responsible stewards of the taxpayers' dollar. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, I'll recognize myself. You know, in the negotiations of the omnibus and limited COVID relief package in December, there was a bipartisan agreement that the federal government should take the full burden of funeral assistance, as was first proposed by President Trump for Americans who lost their lives to the pandemic. But if the gentleman's amendment were to succeed, the states would be on the hook for 25% of the cost and the feds for the remaining balance. So since this has already been passed into law and it was a bipartisan, bicameral agreement, I would oppose the amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? Are there others who wish to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chair, I would like to be heard.
Certainly. Who is that? I can't.
I'm sorry, this is Congresswoman Strickland.
Okay. You're recognized for 5 minutes, or up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in strong opposition to this amendment that would strike the 100% federal cost share for transit and other emergency grants. The survival of our public transit agencies, the health of our nation's commuters, and those people who rely on transit as a lifeline, and the employment of our workers depend on robust federal cost sharing. And that's exactly why this bill contains $50 billion. Again, this is for tribal, state, and local governments. Public transit agencies have obligated 96% of CARES funding, and they are now nearing the end of their rope. This amendment not only strikes cost share for our workers' payroll, but as you mentioned, it strikes federal costs for funeral assistance for those we have lost to COVID-19. Think about that. We cannot pinch pennies while our nation's families are suffering. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote in opposition of this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady. Others wish to be recognized? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, we'll move on. Everybody on mute. Those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying no.
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 Okay, the noes prevailed. The amendment is not agreed to. The clerk will designate the next amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Nails, number 002.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment seeks to continue investment in the American infrastructure, but through private investment rather than taxpayer stimulus. Prior to its cancellation, the Keystone XL pipeline would have led to a direct investment of at least $8 billion into the U.S. economy, employing thousands of Americans across the country, even in areas well outside of the pipeline's proposed route. The pipeline would have created refining jobs in Texas and boosted the economy. My amendment removes all funding to Amtrak and reduces the amount allocated to the Federal Transit Administration by $5.9 billion, lowering the overall spending of the bill by $8 billion, which is the amount of private investment loss when the Biden administration canceled the permits for Keystone XL. While Amtrak and transit systems across the country are experiencing record low demands for their service, Pipeline projects are in high demand for construction and ready to put thousands of Americans to work. This amendment rescinds President Biden's job-killing executive order that unilaterally revoked the permit to construct and operate the Keystone XL pipeline. We are recovering from the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, and it is clear that the economy needs stimulus. And we are in no position to pick and choose which private projects should survive, especially ones that would have injected billions of dollars into the economy and put thousands of Americans back to work in Texas and across the country like Keystone XL. And that being said, I'm going to withdraw this amendment today, but I look forward to working with you on these issues in the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for offering to withdraw and continue the discussion, and in the interest of time, I accept the gentleman's generous offer. The amendment is withdrawn. We'll move on. Clerk will designate the next amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Crawford, number 012.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson.
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order on Crawford 012.
The point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm offering an amendment to help the workers affected by President Biden's unilateral decision to cancel the Keystone XL pipeline. The pipeline would have utilized the safest, most efficient, most environmentally friendly method of transporting oil from our allies in Canada while creating thousands of good-paying union jobs. Instead, in one of his first acts in office, President Biden chose ideological Green New Deal policies over a major infrastructure project, leaving workers without jobs during the COVID-19 pandemic. My amendment would require creation of an assistance fund to help those workers who are out of a job due to the cancellation of the Keystone XL project. I urge support of this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman for his brevity. Other members wish to be heard on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just kind of want to set one thing straight about this project because it's often lost in the way our Republican colleagues talk about it. It would have created many construction jobs later this year and next year. But a very high percentage of those construction workers are going to go to work on other construction projects as long as we make sure that we have a healthy economy, which can only happen if we defeat the virus. A perfect example is here in my own district. We are building one of the largest private construction projects in the country. It's called a cracker plant where they take ethane and make it into plastic. The Shell company is building it. It has been thousands and thousands of good union construction jobs, including people with pipe fitting skills like you would have on the Keystone pipeline. There would have been a second cracker plant built in this same area, but for COVID. The private investors pulled their funding because of COVID and have not put it back online yet because they're afraid of the effect that COVID is having on the economy. So we can talk about protecting these workers and their jobs and giving them things to work on all we want, but until we defeat the virus, the overall economy is not going to be healthy enough to support the kind of large scale construction that we need. So the answer here is not a relief fund. It is defeating the virus, getting people vaccinated, and voting for the big infrastructure projects that we are going to propose later this year in this same committee. And all these members will have a chance to support these union workers, maybe not on the Keystone pipeline because of the decision made by the administration, but on public water systems and other pipelines and other energy and grid projects and the like. So I hope everyone is ready later in the year to, again, put their money where their mouth is on behalf of the workers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
There are other members who wish to be heard.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, who's that?
Stauber, Minnesota 8.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just had to respond to my colleague, Congressman Lamb, on his comments about there's going to be other jobs for these union members. It's pretty hard to say that right now when they're being shipped back home and we don't have solar panels to be made in this country. And and others happening right now. And Mr. Chair, I really appreciate your comments today on the communist country of China. There's going to be some amendments coming to this committee, and I am sure with your comments today, you will support Made and Mined in America. And to my good friend, Congressman Lamb, I find it difficult and very concerning that you would say, and that may be true, that you would say there's other opportunities, but what about right now? What are they going to do when they don't have that weekly wage, weekly good paying wage? They're sent home. This administration's a decision to cancel thousands and thousands of jobs on a legislation, or rather a project that had $3.8 billion of investment in this country, all union labor, all project labor agreements, all Davis-Bacon prevailing wage. And Mr. Lamb, I find it a little bit offensive that you would be so cavalier and to say there's other work right now. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Others wish to be heard? With that, I'll speak in opposition to the amendment. I didn't think that Mr. Lamb was being cavalier. He was talking about the major impacts of COVID. And earlier we had an amendment, I believe by Mr. Crawford, to kill off funding for transit, which would be 435,000 jobs. I don't think there's anywhere near that in building this pipeline. In addition to which, as I mentioned earlier, and I don't want to get into an extensive climate debate here today, we can have that later, but at some appropriate time, but the extraction of tar sands for the XL pipeline is the worst way to produce energy. It is more destructive and more polluting than coal, which many, many utilities are backing away from because they recognize climate change. And, to have jobs dependent upon destroying the planet, I don't think is a real great plan. And as I said earlier, the pipeline safety bill we passed last year will create a lot of jobs. When companies start having to stop their leaking existing pipelines, pumping methane into the atmosphere unnecessarily, and then in the infrastructure bill, we are going to have one heck of a lot of jobs created there. I would dare say millions. So that's the recovery package. Today we are discussing an assistance package to stop transit workers from losing their jobs, to help others beyond the jurisdiction of our committee here today. Millions and millions of other Americans extended unemployment relief for the 12 million who would have lost all their unemployment insurance on the 14th of March, 100,000 in my state and many in each of your districts. So this is a relief bill. It's not the recovery bill. The recovery bill is coming soon. With that, there are others. Yes.
I insist on my point of order that this amendment is not germane, and while T&I has jurisdiction over the safety of pipeline operations, we don't have jurisdiction over unemployment benefits for pipeline workers.
Oh, I forgot about the point of order. Well, the point of order is well heard. The gentleman is correct. This extends far beyond the jurisdiction of this committee, and with that, the amendment is out of order. We'll move on to the next amendment. Clerk will designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offer Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 010.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak to his amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what this would do is it would actually pull funds from the transit portion, and it would dedicate these funds to projects that have a higher benefit to cost ratio. And so it's very, very simple. If that is where taxpayers get better value, then then that is where these dollars would go. It would provide flexibility on the use of funds. Mr. Chairman, we discussed earlier the underlying bill, the reconciliation package, has $350 billion in there for state and local governments, recognizing that the needs and the priorities of different states and cities are different. This is consistent with that. It allows states to determine what their highest priority is. Mr. Chairman, I've sat here and listened to just absurd debate about transit funding because that's where this flexibility would come from. Mr. Chairman, we've provided under this bill, the December legislation, and the CARES Act, a total of $69 billion, $69 billion for transit. And I've heard people sit there and say, oh, well, we've got to do this because we've got to care for our essential workers. Well, let's do a little math here. Mr. Chairman, apparently there are 2.8 million essential workers, and that includes everything from law enforcement to healthcare to grocery, taxi, all these people. 2.8 million essential workers that ride transit. So let's do math here to see where we end up with spending $69 billion on the 2.8 million essential workers that use transit. Dividing it out, it comes out to nearly $25,000 per essential worker. Mr. Chairman, this is crazy. This is crazy. Don't sit here and give me this song and dance about, oh, we got to care for these essential workers. Let's cut them a check for $25,000. That would make more sense. If you divide it out, the average Uber ride's $25. You can have 986 Uber rides per essential worker. This is absolutely insane. That's almost 2 years of free Uber rides to get these people to work. Washington, D.C. is reporting an 86% drop in transit. New York is reporting, the Metropolitan Transit Authority is reporting a 70% drop. Boston says they're only 25% of 2019 numbers. The San Francisco BART system is saying that they have an 88% drop in ridership. All we're doing is dumping money on this. Now, let's use the argument that many people have been making on what y'all are doing, what the Biden administration is doing with the XL pipeline, with these energy executive orders. If the argument is, oh, we just need to fund these transit workers because 88% of the ridership is down, then why aren't we doing the same thing? Why are you opposing the amendments that my colleagues are offering to offer the same assistance for energy workers that are impacted? This disparity is entirely inappropriate because I'm really texting like this. I'm showing you a graphic. It's going to pop up on your screen. Oh, look at that. That's the ridership in transit. Look at that number plummeting down. And here we are dumping $69 billion. Watch this. Here it goes again. Boom. This is New York transit. That's New York subway rides. Look at these numbers. I'm not sure that it's in taxpayer interest for us to just keep dumping money on top of these systems that have lost 88% of ridership. Why aren't we spending money similarly on other folks where jobs are being lost because of government decisions, like in the energy sector that the executive orders are absolutely pounding right now? Mr. Chairman, look, these aren't my dollars. They're not your dollars. These are taxpayer funds, and these taxpayers, they're struggling right now. Let's at least give them a return on investment, and let's pass this amendment that provides more flexibility, that ensures that the dollars are being used in a way that provides a greater benefit. And if transit's the best benefit, that's where the money goes. But let's invest these dollars, give the states the flexibility to spend the money on projects that bring greater benefit to these struggling taxpayers. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Do others wish to be heard? Hearing none, I'll briefly address what the gentleman first. We sent $10 billion to state DOTs in the last package in the omnibus with great flexibility. Most states found that their gas tax revenues did not drop anywhere near as much as their early projections. So state DOTs are in pretty good shape. They didn't have the 80, 90, or 70% drop in transit riders that transit has had. And it isn't just the critical workers who use the transit system, it's the 435,000 employees, and then it's also the special programs that I mentioned, and the state would have no obligation to fund those. Rural bus service, or any of the other things that we've mentioned in here. When I mentioned in Mr. Perry's district, transit on demand for seniors 80 years old to go and get their COVID vaccine. State wouldn't have any obligation to do that if they had some big highway project they wanted to build somewhere and they could say it had a better cost-benefit ratio. So I would oppose the gentleman's amendment. I assure him that one of the elements I would like to put into H.R. 2 will be looking at future needs for the transportation system in this country and approaching those with a sane cost-benefit analysis and taking in a wide range of factors, including the environment and climate change. With that, I will oppose the gentleman's amendment. Other members wish to be heard? If no one else, is there an amendment to the amendment? Hearing no amendments to the amendment, the question will be on the amendment. Members will unmute their microphones. Those opposed will signify by saying no. Nope, sorry, wait a minute, we gotta go aye first. Those in favor of the amendment will say, and we're having some with the system, say no or yes. It's better than aye and yay and nay, because yay and nay sometimes are like garbled. Okay, so let's just say no and yes. Those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
those
Yes.
opposed
Yes.
by
Yes.
saying no. No. All right.
No.
No. All right. In the
No.
opinion, okay, we're done. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Thank you, gentlemen. We are now again up to the next amendment. Clerk will designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, number 026.
The amendment is considered as read without objection. The gentlelady from Puerto Rico is recognized for 5 minutes.
Withdraw my amendment.
And unmute.
Jennifer? I can see you over there.
Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw my
There.
amendment.
Oh, okay. Gentlelady.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Oh, I can hear that loud
I
and
will
clear.
withdraw my
I'm very
amendment.
happy to hear that. Thank you. The gentlelady will withdraw her amendment. The amendment without objection is withdrawn. The clerk will designate the next amendment.
See that red I am?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Stauber, number 010.
The amendment will be considered as read without objection. And the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes, and someone isn't muted. Before the gentleman speaks, please mute. Gentleman is recognized.
Okay, 1 second, I'll get my video on here.
Okay.
I think it should be up there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Chairman Fazio and Ranking Member Graves. I'd like to draw this committee's attention to the alarming findings in my amendment. Electric vehicles require precious metals, and the Congo is the top producer of cobalt in the world. UNICEF and Amnesty International estimate that 40,000 boys and girls work in these mines for up to 12 hours a day and earn no more than $2 a day, if any money at all. They do not attend school. They are beaten by security guards and are issued no protective equipment. They crawl into small holes and dig by hand for metals that power our electric buses and electric vehicle charging stations. My amendment will require the Secretary of Commerce to certify that no funds in this legislation are used for projects that are built with minerals sourced from child labor as defined by Article 3 of the United Nations International Labor Organization Convention. Adoption of my amendment is common sense, and I expect a unanimous vote in favor. Green technology is reliant on supply chains originating with children working in horrible conditions. We don't have to be reliant on this type of supply chain. We can fulfill the need for our minerals right here in America. I urge adoption of my amendment so the Commerce Secretary can ensure our supply chains are ethical and no child labor is used. But before we vote, I ask that you recognize that the precious metals that power this country are currently derived from child labor, and it must stop now. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, I'll speak to the amendment. Clearly, I do not support child labor. Nor does the current president of the United States of America. Going all the way back to 1930, the Tariff Act, we have enacted stiff prohibitions on products derived from child labor. And I would fully expect that this administration will fully enforce those laws, no matter what substance is involved. In this case, it is not really the jurisdiction of our committee, but the parliamentarians whose rules are hard to divine sometime ruled that even though it's not the jurisdiction of our committee, it's sort of kind of maybe a little bit because we're giving money to transit, which is intended for workers, but maybe some of the workers will get masks that were made in a country with child labor like China or someplace else. So it could have some deleterious impact on worker safety in this country. This is not a procurement bill. It doesn't procure charging stations or electric buses for these transit agencies, but it could have a major impact on PPE that they acquired or FEMA acquired for them, since we still can't make enough PPE in this country, which is something that's got to stop, which I addressed earlier. So with that, I would oppose the amendment. Are there other members who wish to be recognized? Okay, are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, we will proceed to a vote. People will unmute. Those who are in favor of the amendment will say yes.
Yes.
Those who oppose the amendment will say no.
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 Oh.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
Chairman DeFazio, may I request a recorded vote?
Okay, given the latency, even though you were late, it's probably the system, so therefore you can have a recorded vote on your attempt at a gotcha amendment. So with that, we'll move on, and I hope it doesn't deprive our transit workers of PPE if it passes, but it won't, so we won't have to worry about that. The next amendment, the clerk will designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Guest, number 005.
The amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman's recognized for a statement on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. This amendment will reduce airport grants received by larger airports by 10% and reallocate these funds to small or non-hub airports. Throughout the pandemic, our regional airports have had a heavy burden of being the gateway for many of our rural and small communities. It is crucial we help these airports that connect rural America. Through the bill we're considering today, the 20 largest airports would receive more money than the other 3,000 airports combined. And under this bill, the 5 largest airports will receive more money than the 317 smallest primary airports combined. In 2018, under the Airport Improvement Program, large hub airports, which are the largest 30 airports, received just at 16% of grant funding. Under this legislation, they receive more than 62% of the funding. This is an unfair attempt to bolster urban America and leave our small and rural communities behind. Lastly, in this bill, 32 airports would receive more money than all the airports in my home state of Mississippi have received in all the COVID bills combined, including this one. I ask that you support this amendment to keep all of America connected. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there others who wish to be heard on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Larson.
Yeah, I want to thank the gentleman for the amendment. I'm going to oppose it, though, and somewhat resent this sort of false dichotomy of urban versus rural. Again, I have a district that has both and suburban, and some of these, as I noted earlier, transit agencies serve rural areas, and similarly, I have a lot of small airports in my district. Not ones that serve, internet or national transcontinental flights, but a lot of general aviation airports. And they are getting the money, and all the airports want more. It doesn't matter what size airport. And it doesn't matter if it's urban or rural. All the airports want more, but they are getting a large chunk of change, even in these small airports, to assist them in continuing to serve not just a general aviation population, but as well some smaller regional airlines that exist in the Pacific Northwest. So I appreciate the argument, but there's just really a kind of this false dichotomy being set up between urban and rural in this argument. It doesn't play out, at least where I'm from. Maybe it plays out in other districts, certainly not where I'm from. So I don't think we're going to get anywhere by approving this amendment. And so I'd ask folks to oppose it. Thank you. Yield back.
Other members? If not, I recognize myself. The gentleman is reacting to really the first CARES Act, and unfortunately the provisions we wrote for airports, which would have been equitable and would have dealt with passenger boardings. The Senate insisted upon something, and we can't quite remember what it was. That was bizarre and worked out in a perverse way, and some small airports got 600, 700, 800% of annual operating revenues. Large airports got considerably stiffed. It has been corrected in the subsequent bills and in this bill. Our language will distribute the money equitably. Except I believe there's an exception for airports who've already received over 500%. Is that the number? Oh, is it my talking points? I'm just talking off the top of my head here. Is it in there? No, I didn't see it. Okay, all right. Anyway, so it's either 4 or 5 times their annual operating revenues will not get any more funds, and those are all small airports. And that seems only fair since many airports haven't even gotten 1 year's revenues prior to this bill, which will get most people up to that point. So I agree with what the gentleman's objective, which is to have an equitable distribution, but I'm saying that we fixed the stupid thing the Senate did in the first bill, and then we had to rebalance it in the second bill, and now we're just going with total equity. With that, are there other members who wish to be recognized? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, then we will proceed to a vote on the amendment. The members will unmute. Those in favor will say yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Those opposed will say no.
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 No. No.
The opinion of the chair, noes have it. Noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. What? What? Recognize, okay, Sam, Garrett Graves?
We'll have to explain what he's doing because we all.
Okay, all right. I'm going out of order at the request of Republican and Democratic staff to recognize, it was on my list.
You're on the wrong page. No,
But-
sorry.
Oh, see, I didn't know we were skipping that one. Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Sorry, we're not out of order, one of them is being skipped. So, recognize Garrett Graves. Oh, for
Thank you, Mr.
an
Chairman.
amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask unanimous consent to do number Graves 06, Graves 15, and Graves 22B on block?
I would be happy to agree to any unblock unanimous consent requests. Is there any objection?
I'll say that again, Mr. Chairman. Graves 06, Graves 15, and Graves 22B.
Got it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman Weber here.
Yeah.
I'm going to object to it unless the gentleman brings us all king cakes again. I'm just kidding. I'm yielding back.
We've got some left in the lobby. I'll stick it in the freezer for you when you get back to DC again.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
can we clarify that how many more amendments Mr. Graves would have left after he unblocks these? Is this all of his amendments?
To the gentleman from Illinois, I apologize for offering more amendments than he has fingers. I know it starts getting complicated at keeping track.
I don't even think he could keep track with his fingers and his toes.
I just figured he'd have 30 more left. Why can't we unblock those too?
Well, I think he's thinking about it. I know in the interest of comedy, he's thinking about it, right?
That's going to take forever.
So with that, the clerk will designate those three amendments as Mr. Graves specified, please. Unblock.
An unblock amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, consisting of the following. Amendment designated 006, 015, and 022B.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, amendment number 06 pertains to a provision that once again we enacted in the DARA bill of 2018. In that legislation, what we did is we said that if a local government like a sheriff or jailer or other form of local government was able to propose a housing solution for their own employees, their own critical workforce that cost 50% or less of the comparable FEMA option, that local government, that law enforcement officer, what have you, could be reimbursed. We did that because in Louisiana, we found multiple instances of excessive cost. We were able to save the federal government millions of dollars. Unfortunately, FEMA has come back and come up with this creative interpretation that the provision is not codified under Stafford, despite the fact that all of DARA is codified under Stafford. And so therefore, they're alleging that the disaster relief fund under FEMA is not an eligible account to cover those reimbursable costs, which means they're trying to stick taxpayers with double the cost or more for the same housing solution that our local governments have been able to carry out. In the case of Southwest Louisiana, sheriffs in Cameron and I believe Calcasieu Parish have, in the 2020 hurricanes, come up with housing solutions that are saving millions of dollars. We're simply trying to get them reimbursed under existing law. That's amendment number 6. Amendment number 15 has to do with the base flood elevation. Mr. Chairman, it is crazy that HUD has a base flood elevation that is different than FEMA. And so what happens in the immediate aftermath of disasters, you have a FEMA base flood elevation standard that communities rebuild to, those that are aggressive and want to get back in their homes and businesses as quickly as possible. If HUD, CDBG-DR, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery dollars become available later on, HUD's BFA standard, their base flood elevation standard, is a foot higher. And the people aren't told. So they become ineligible of getting reimbursed if they rebuilt to the FEMA standard. This simply says that there's one standard that everybody should should comply with, and that you can still get reimbursed. You're not discriminated against because you followed one federal standard after the other. I'll say it again, why we have two different standards in our own federal family, I have no idea. Third Amendment goes back to the 2020 disasters. In 2020, we had 5 named storms in Louisiana alone. 2 of the biggest ones made landfall 12 miles apart. As you know, other impacts all across the Gulf Coast, including Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas, as well as other disasters like wildfires and others. There has been no disaster package. And look, I'm frustrated with the Trump administration, with their OMB. I'm frustrated that it hasn't become part of this package. And so this simply would set aside a portion of the DERF dollars to ensure that it's directed for those 2020 hurricane impacts or disaster impacts that occurred in 2020. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield.
Thanks, gentlemen. Are there any other members who wish to speak on amendments Graves 06, 15, or 22B? Any other members? All right, well, for the record, I will be sure, first off, that for the record, we put into the record the comments that Mr. DeFazio prepared, but in review, I would note that with regards to 006, disaster relief and emergency assistance are a resource that we do provide nationally, not necessarily in a targeted manner. There were efforts last year to develop statutory cost share adjustments that was not targeted to any one state. It was an across-the-board adjustment provided to all states, tribes, and territories that had been granted federal assistance by then President Trump, the additional relief and assistance via FEMA. So I think first and foremost is that we try to create disaster relief programs that apply across the board. There are more details of that in further statements that will be in for the record. Regarding 015, it is important to establish a federal standard for rebuilding infrastructure in special flood hazard areas. This amendment, combined with the support of the McCain NDAA Act of FY19, made a strong argument that we have found bipartisan agreement that's smart federal policy for taxpayer dollars to be invested only in infrastructure built a certain number of feet above base flood elevation. But Section 2805 of that NDAA required all DoD construction that is at least 2 feet above base flood elevation and at least 3 feet be at least 2 feet above base flood and 3 feet above base flood elevation for critical infrastructure. And if the gentleman is so inclined, there's a measure that's been introduced by Representative Price of North Carolina and Zeldin of New York, which has been referred to this committee that we could look at. And similar to that provision, it would more broadly apply to such requirements across the agencies, not just DoD, for all federally funded infrastructure. So although we're going to oppose the amendment and urge colleagues to do the same, I appreciate his commitment and support for FEMA to implement a federal flood building standard in future legislation. And finally,
Will the gentleman yield for 10 seconds?
No. In regard to 22B, instead of just repeating that Congress does not earmark disaster relief funds, just reiterate what was said earlier, that FEMA has been spending upward of $250 million a day since President Biden provided the much needed cost share adjustment and clarified eligible activities under COVID declarations. And there are other comments we can put in that will be put in the record. Now, if the gentleman, has a comment on my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify on 06 and in fact on any of the others, none of these are earmarks or Louisiana specific or anything like that. Every single one of these would apply to any entity nationally. 06 specifically is only applies when it saves taxpayers 50% of the projected federal cost or more. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. And I think we'll just note for the rest of the members that the full comments in opposition do go beyond that particular point and as well. So I would ask members to oppose this en bloc amendment. And having no other comments on this amendment, just a moment. Well, then I'll just We'll go to a vote. Do all those in favor of this en bloc say aye?
Aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the noes have it. The committee will indulge the acting chair for a moment. Mr. Crawford has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that Crawford 017 be considered en bloc with Crawford 016.
Without objection. The clerk will redesignate the amendment, Crawford 017 and 016.
En bloc amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Crawford, designated number 017 and 006.
Just to clarify, Crawford 016. Is that right, Mr. Crawford?
017 and 016 together.
That's right.
En bloc amendments 016 and 017.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, clerk. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read and recognize Mr. Crawford to speak on his en bloc amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering an amendment that would prohibit Federal Transit Administration funding from being used to contract with or procure rolling stock from China Railway Rolling Stock Corporation, known as CRRC. This amendment is similar to Section 7613 that passed as part of the NDAA Act of 2020, which banned public transportation agencies from using their FTA funds to procure rolling stock from CRRC. CRRC is a state-owned enterprise, a tool of the Chinese government that's backed by the Chinese military. Their intent is to dominate the entire U.S. rail market. We have witnessed this market manipulation in other countries and markets. Once CRRC, with the infinite funding support of the Chinese government, has a foothold in the market, it will aggressively move to exploit even more loopholes and expand into other manufacturing markets, including the freight market. The concept is simple. U.S. tax dollars should go to U.S. manufacturers, not to a firm masquerading as an American company yet backed by Beijing and the Chinese military. My amendment would protect the U.S. economy and national security as well as good-paying American jobs from predatory actions of China. We must put America first with American taxpayers. On the number 16, today I'm offering an amendment that would prevent companies owned or controlled by the Chinese regime and the Chinese Communist Party from receiving any funding provided in this bill for electric vehicles. Given the billions we're spending to help with COVID recovery, we can't afford to throw taxpayer dollars to Chinese government-owned companies rather than use them to reinvigorate the American economy. We need to ensure that the electric vehicles and other technologies in this measure's over $95 billion spending spree are manufactured by American companies or countries that play by the rules. Otherwise, we would simply be aiding China in achieving its goals to dominate American innovation. Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that these amendments would not be accepted. So with that in mind, I'm willing to withdraw these with your assurance that we can address these in future efforts.
I do think these are important issues and they're policy issues as well that would be good for discussion during the future debate over the surface legislation, surface transportation legislation. So without objection, we will withdraw the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Thank you. Next is Graves number 8. Chair recognizes Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this one is, I guess I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, of Louisiana, number 008.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Graves of Louisiana to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as you know, you have multiple members that have expressed concern about the Amtrak funding, the repeatedly coming in and dumping billions and billions of dollars into the program without the proper governance structure or limiting the use or targeting the use of funds. In this case, we're trying to provide a public benefit and make sure that the funds don't go into this bottomless pit. What this would do is it would prioritize funding to be used to rebuild rail service, passenger rail service in areas that have been impacted by disasters. This, once again, is not an earmark. It would affect any area that has been impacted by disasters, whether it be a wildfire, a hurricane, snowstorm, or anything else, earthquake. And so with that, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, I'll recognize myself and rise in opposition to Mr. Graves' amendment. As Amtrak will use funds from this bill to restore daily long-distance service, this amendment would force Amtrak to prioritize that restoration along routes in areas where a major disaster was declared within the last 6 years. I think it is important to recognize the importance of Amtrak's vital service and to seek to restore daily train service in regions of our country that rely on Amtrak. And I look forward to that long-distance support as we move forward with H.R. 2 later this year. However, for the purpose of reconciliation, Amtrak will restore all long-distance service within 90 days from the date of enactment. There's no need to prioritize for specific areas, as all long-distance route restoration will occur within that time frame. Further, all routes are critically important to the populations they serve, and we can't be in the business of ranking or prioritizing routes. I can identify several routes in my own state where this would apply. As of yesterday evening, there were 380 major disaster declarations under the Stafford Act from 2015 to 2021, which already cover a good portion of the country. Certainly want to not ignore the gentleman's specific concerns about his own state or ignore specific concerns about anyone's state or region and the impact the pandemic has had on Amtrak service. So I hope we can look forward to working together on H.R. 2, where we might be able to find a broader approach to this particular problem beyond just trying to ensure through the reconciliation that Amtrak not only has the dollars to continue its service, not just the Northeast Corridor, but in states like my own and other states where the state actually contributes quite a bit of money in support of its own Amtrak service. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. So are there any other amendments to the amendment? Okay. If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, please now signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay.
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 No.
Nay.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. Chair recognizes Mr. Graves for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have Graves number 11.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 011.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Graves of Louisiana to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to commend the committee's attention to section 7005 of the bill in regard to the debate on the last amendment. That section earmarks $830 million for Amtrak's Northeast Corridor. So in effect, there actually is earmarked funds.
Just remind the gentleman he has been recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so in the bill, section 7005 does have $830 million for that purpose. That's targeted funding. Mr. Chairman, in regard to amendment number 11, last year, MARAD was authorized the Maritime Transportation System Emergency Relief Program that provides emergency relief to maritime in the maritime industry for instances such as the pandemic. This is something that had bipartisan support. We have seen, as I noted under the transit funding, 69, including the funds in this bill, $69 billion being dedicated toward transit programs. Yet other forms of we have the PSP for aviation. Other means of transportation are not getting assistance, yet are experiencing impacts. This simply would set funds aside and make the Maritime Transportation Emergency Relief, Maritime Transportation System Emergency Relief Program eligible for funds under this legislation. It has the support of ports across the United States, knowing the impacts on those entities that are struggling, and why we're coming in and picking winners and losers within the transportation sector. I'm not sure I fully understand. I think we ought to be taking an approach that truly looks at value to taxpayers, where the greatest impacts are, and how to ensure that these limited taxpayer dollars that are being spent efficiently and effectively. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back, urge adoption of the amendment, and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. And although I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, I'm very sympathetic to it because we did pass the MT-SARA legislation last year. It does in fact need to be funded, and I will certainly be one of probably many members working with the Appropriations Committee this year to seek funding for MT-SARA. The challenge we face is that the gentleman's amendment redirects $500 million from transit relief funds towards this particular funding, when we've already considered the discussion on the shortfall of nearly $40 billion for transit here in the United States. So, the bill as it stands provides critical relief to transit systems of all sizes, from major metropolitan areas to small rural transit agencies like the ones that exist in my district and districts around the country. These funds will prevent more service cuts, will prevent more layoffs, will prevent further declines in ridership. And so I think it is important as well we think about the people who work in transit, protecting the 435,000 transit workers' livelihoods. They provide a critical lifeline to travelers, 750,000 doctors and nurses, 125,000 grocery clerks, 50,000 postal delivery workers, 110,000 first responders, members of the armed forces, people of all across the country using transit, people all across the country, a critical part of addressing the pandemic. I just would note for everybody that the point the gentleman brings up about MT-SARA and funding it is very critical, and it is something that we do need to fund. It is frankly something I wish was in this reconciliation bill, but it is not, nor can we shortchange transit in order to fund it. We should be working together in the appropriation season to get these dollars for the Maritime Transportation System Emergency Relief Program. And so I would urge a no vote on this particular amendment, and look forward to working with the gentleman and hopefully many others on the committee to get the appropriators to fund MT-SARA. So do any other member, well, let's see, are there any amendments to the amendment? Right, hearing none. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Hey.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Graves of Louisiana is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I heard Mr. Davis earlier, and I know that some members may be bothered that we're offering so many amendments. I just want to be clear that there was no consulting whatsoever on this legislation. In fact, I find it somewhat interesting in your last comments that you even acknowledged that the program should be included in the bill, but it was not. Well, I mean, is this entire markup process a farce? What are we doing here? If this whole thing wasn't truly
Gentleman has
designed to
been
give us an
recognized for his
to
amendment
improve-
number 018.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So please
improve
speak
this
to the
bill,
amendment.
improve this process, and so this amendment is an example of how we can do that.
The chair.
I think we're on number 22.
I have 018. Which one would you like to bring up?
I'm sorry. You're right, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll ask unanimous consent to withdraw number 18.
Unanimous consent to withdraw 018?
That's correct.
Okay, without objection, 018 is withdrawn.
Mr. Chairman, ask if we could pull up number 22, please.
Okay, number 22, you have an amendment at the desk? Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 022.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think this is an objective that we share. What this would do is it would establish grant program competitive grant program to promote the manufacturing deployment of sustainable aviation fuels. I know that you and I have both had conversations on this initiative, and we both support to help improve the utilization, the technology, the manufacturing of the sustainable fuels. I believe this is consistent with the objectives of the full committee chairman as well. It's complementary of the billions of dollars in investment the aviation industry is making around the globe, and substantial investments in the United States in regard to technology on the airplane's fuel efficiency, as well as helping to develop and really perfect sustainable aviation fuels. So it creates once again, competitive grant program through reprogram some of the existing funds. Urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Thanks, gentlemen. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this particular amendment? Right, hearing none, I will speak on this amendment and rise in opposition to this particular amendment. This amendment does cut funding totals across the board in existing legislation to create a competitive grant program to help fund projects that develop, store, blend, or transport sustainable aviation fuels. And as the gentleman noted, he and I have been working on SAF, for some time to increase the availability, the supply, and the use of sustainable aviation fuels. It's almost identical to the one that was proposed last year in H.R. 2, the House Infrastructure Bill, which was opposed by many on this committee and supported by some. However, this amendment diverges from that proposal in a couple of significant respects. First, there's no requirement that the fuels must be created in the U.S. I presume we'd want that, and presume that could change at some point. But we should be doing everything possible to ensure these fuels and the jobs that come with them are created in the U.S. Second, there's no requirement these fuels achieve any actual reduction in life cycle greenhouse gas emissions. That means we could be spending $1 billion in taxpayer funds to promote fuels that actually don't reduce emissions, and it seems like that should be a goal of SAF as well. And again, it's something we can work on in the future. And finally, this amendment would reduce critical emergency aid funding for ports and transit by $2 billion. That's the across-the-board cut I mentioned, a cut that we can ill afford during this time. There is a lot of work being done on sustainable aviation fuels, and the gentleman from Louisiana is one of those members doing quite a bit of work on sustainable aviation fuels. And it's an area that I hope that we can continue to work on as we move forward on developing the transportation bill in the future. But I would ask my colleagues to oppose this particular amendment for the reasons I've outlined. Are there any other amendments to the amendment? If there are no other amendments, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Just a moment, Mr. Graves. Okay, Mr. Graves. Chair recognizes Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, amendment desk number 28.
Sorry, you repeat that?
I have amendment at the desk number 28.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 028.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Graves of Louisiana to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is pretty simple. As we saw in some of the last rounds of grant funding to airports, you had airports that were actually profiting significantly, meaning receiving grants were well in excess of their annual operating expenses. What this amendment would do is it simply says that no airport should receive a cumulative amount of assistance under the coronavirus relief packages that would exceed 3 years of their annual operating budget. I think that is incredibly generous. So it simply puts a cap to prevent airports from actually profiting off of the coronavirus pandemic. So very simple amendment, Mr. Chairman. I hope that we share these objectives. And going back to the previous amendment, I'd be happy to work with you in the future in ensuring that domestic production occurs, and also on the emissions target. Just some of the other policies that have recently been coming out don't appear to care much about emissions. But again, back to this amendment, urge adoption and yield back.
Gentleman yields back time. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Hearing none, I will recognize myself. I do rise in opposition to this particular amendment. The amendment seeks to limit, just a review, airports' COVID-19 relief to not more than 3 years of operating funds. I understand the concerns of the gentleman. A lot of us understand the concerns of the gentleman regarding the need to ensure an airport does not receive a disproportionate share of funding under any relief proposal. I was alarmed, a lot of us were alarmed, and I know members on both sides of the aisle brought this issue back to the committee because after the CARES Act was enacted in March, the FAA notified us that the Senate had included a misguided formula resulting in a number of small airports receiving a very large and disproportionate share of funding. However, the underlying bill we're dealing with today, pending before the committee, already addresses this issue by doing 2 things. First, preventing any of those airports that received more than 4 years worth of operating expenses last year from receiving any funds from this relief package. And second, fixing the CARES Act formula so funding is distributed almost entirely based on airport employments, ensuring no airport will receive a radically disproportionate share of funding compared to its size. So again, it's the objectives of the amendment being proposed, the goal of the amendment being proposed is probably pretty close to the actual goal of the language that already exists in the bill, although maybe structured differently. So would say that this issue is already largely addressed in the underlying bill and would ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment and keep the language that we have in the current reconciliation bill. With that, are there any amendments to the amendment? Right. Hearing none, all those, if not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Yes.
All those opposed signify by saying nay.
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 No.
No.
Thank you. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Chair recognizes Mr. Graves for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, ask unanimous consent to have Graves 25 and Graves Staff 1 considered on block.
Could you repeat that and slowly, please? You're a little muffled on the mic. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to have number 25 and Staff 1 to be considered on block.
Without objection, the clerk will redesignate the en bloc, or designate the en bloc amendment.
En bloc amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to committee print offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 025 and Staff 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read and recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These two amendments address cybersecurity. What they do is they create competitive grant programs to address cybersecurity at our nation's airports as well as water systems. Mr. Chairman, many members have been alarmed by recent reports of cyber intrusion at a water system in Florida that potentially put the Super Bowl, or at least some of those attending the Super Bowl, at risk by tampering with the system that was going to put an extraordinary amount of a chemical that at those rates would have caused death of those that consume the water. We also have seen intrusions at some of our airports as well as airline systems. So this is designed to dedicate funds to prevent those types of intrusions, to improve cybersecurity at airports and water systems around the United States. Mr. Chairman, I remind you that this legislation is focused on trying to address impacts. I've heard many members say that if we don't spend this money, we're going to have to spend money elsewhere. I assure you that this would be an investment that will pay off time and time again. It is just a matter of time before someone is ultimately successful. I guess I ought to clarify that the Florida cyber intrusion was caught in time to prevent the death of masses attending the Super Bowl, but next time that may not happen. We're all aware of what's been happening with the intrusions by Russia, China, and other state actors. This is designed to help prevent that in some of our nation's critical infrastructure. With that, I urge adoption of the amendments and yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Louisiana. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the en bloc amendment? Hearing none, I want to start off by saying that I recognize, and I think we all recognize, cybersecurity of the nation's infrastructure is a very important issue that we need to address. Unfortunately, I do rise in opposition to the particular en bloc amendment. On 025, the gentleman's amendment reduces funds that we have made available for airport relief by $50 million and redirects such funds to improve cybersecurity of airport computer systems and networks, a goal that we do share, but cutting it out of airport relief in the underlying bill is not something I can support. With an increasing amount of technology being deployed in U.S. airports, including forthcoming technologies to respond to the current demand for touchless travel during the COVID-19 pandemic and passengers and workers' reliance on mobile apps, I agree increased funding is needed to strengthen end-to-end security. So while I share the members' interest in ensuring strengthened and secure airport computer systems and networks, particularly those that are safety critical, the reconciliation package pending before the committee is not the appropriate vehicle. I also believe that many more details are needed in the text to ensure appropriate implementation and oversight, including details regarding funding eligibility, how the FAA would distribute money to airports, and what metrics the FAA would use to measure how cybersecurity is improved through its funding awards. So I'd ask colleagues to vote against 025, against the en bloc and that. And then with regards to staff number 1, that amendment would cut transit relief to fund wastewater cybersecurity. Again, very clear that we need a federal infrastructure investment in our nation's water infrastructure. It is critical infrastructure, and therefore we need to consider cybersecurity as well. In fact, the last Congress, the chair of the full committee was a sponsor of the Bipartisan Water Quality Protection and Job Creation Act of 2019, which would have reauthorized the Clean Water State Revolving Fund for the first time since its enactment in 1987 and at increased levels. As we all know, the Clean Water SRF was amended in 2014 to ensure measures to increase the security of wastewater utilities as an eligible use of the program. The chair of the full committee had also made sure that funding levels for Clean Water SRF were significantly increased to address the real needs of our cities and utilities when this proposal was passed by the House last Congress as part of H.R. 2. So I would ask the gentleman and all others to consider supporting H.R. 2 this year should we get these increased levels of funding in the bill again. It is my expectation that the next significant legislation to emerge from this committee will be an infrastructure package, including picking up the Clean Water SRF reauthorization proposal from the last Congress. So I hope we can all bring that passion to infrastructure later this year when we take up HR 2. And I would ask my colleagues to oppose the en bloc amendment. Are there any other amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Good afternoon. I'm Congressman Anthony Brown, and until I am properly relieved of my duties, I will be in the chair, wielding the gavel, and running proceedings. It's a real honor to be here. The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I assume you met Johnson from South Dakota. I just want to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn, sir.
That's correct.
All right, very good. I believe the amendment I will be speaking to is designated as Amendment 31, and I would so move it for the purposes of discussion.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, number 031.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Johnson to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This addresses, frankly, the Keystone XL pipeline and similar projects. I know a number of my colleagues on the left side of the aisle today have talked about how cancellation of the presidential permit was a good thing because it would drive down greenhouse gases. And I think it's, I understand the concerns about carbon. I think it's entirely valid to have a conversation about actions that our government takes that has an impact on greenhouse gases. This amendment is just an opportunity. It's an attempt to make sure we have good data before those kinds of decisions are made. And so this just calls out that before any permit is denied or revoked dealing with oil or gas pipelines, that the Secretary of Transportation shall make an assertion that that action will not in fact increase greenhouse gas emissions outside of the United States as other alternatives step up to fill the void made by the revocation or the rejection of the pipeline. With that, I would.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'll rise in opposition to Mr. Johnson's amendment, which directs the Department of Transportation to ensure that any denial or revocation of federal authorization relating to pipelines issued by the department must not occur if doing so would result in an economic substitution effect that increases greenhouse gas emissions outside of the United States. While it is unclear what is meant by denial or revocation, I will reiterate what has been said earlier, that the Department of Transportation's Pipelines and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration regulates the safety of transporting natural gas and hazardous liquid by pipeline. However, the Pipelines and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration does not issue permits for pipelines. The amendment also does not define economic substitution effect, nor does it specify who would determine whether such conditions exist. Last Congress, the chair of this committee authored a bill to strengthen pipeline safety programs and implement strong standards to reduce and mitigate the volume of methane emitted by natural gas pipeline operators. Congress ultimately passed strong methane reduction measures for pipelines into law. And certainly I think we'll all work with the chairman to continue working toward reducing methane emissions in the pipeline sector, as well as with the author of the amendment. But this amendment is misguided and poorly crafted. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on this amendment. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Randy Weber here, I do.
Okay, is that Mr. Webb? Weber. Mr. Weber is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Keystone Pipeline comes into my district over by Beaumont, Texas. It's 800,000 barrels of oil a day. Pipeline industry has a 99% safety rating. They have learned how to do their stuff so effectively, they can monitor it virtually like we're having our hearings today. They monitor it with all kinds of equipment. When I was in the Texas legislature, we found out that we were reducing our emissions as a country a lot more than most people realize. Pipelines are safe. It keeps trucks off the highway. It keeps rail cars off the railway. It keeps that oil from going to Russia or Canada, but probably China would go to their west coast. And so it's going to get sold. We'd like for it to come down to Texas, creating jobs throughout the country for construction, creating jobs. That refinery keeps refining in Texas. We can export oil and natural gas, but we can export oil and continue to be dominant, and will be energy independent and energy dominant in the world. So I'm very much in favor of the gentleman's amendment. And with all of that said, Mr. Chairman, I hope our colleagues, especially those from Texas, will vote for his amendment. And with that, I will yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Weber. Do any other members that wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I can wait for it to be designated.
Yeah, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, number 030.
The chair reserves a point of order, and without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Johnson to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, there's been a fair amount of discussion about Amtrak and Amtrak funding in today's hearing. And of course, we have seen a substantial increase in Amtrak funding in recent years, and particularly associated with the pandemic. And in fact, I think there's $1 billion that has not yet been released to Amtrak that will be in the next few days. That should hopefully absolve some of the financial strain that my colleagues have alleged that Amtrak is experiencing. I do think, because we are dealing with a lot of funds flowing toward Amtrak, we have an opportunity to do some redirection. There are legitimate transportation and healthcare barriers that are keeping America's school children from being educated in person. Study after study after study has shown us that children who are not able to be taught in the classroom are falling behind. I think it is altogether worthy for Congress to step up and eliminate those transportation and healthcare barriers so that our children can more quickly get back to school in the classroom. My children have been getting an education in person for many months now, and it is so much better than remote learning. And as a result, I would ask my colleagues to support this transfer of funds.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Payne, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the new chairman of the Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials Subcommittee and an ardent supporter of the public service that Amtrak provides, I rise in opposition to the amendment from the gentleman. This amendment, like so many before it, cuts vital funding for Amtrak, hammering communities across the country that are connected by Amtrak's vital service. It is a nationwide service. Like every other transportation mode, Amtrak ridership has been hit hard by this pandemic. Yet, Amtrak is uniquely positioned for intercity travel. But we need this relief bill to get the rail system back to full strength. Not only will the underlying bill provide much needed relief, but it will ensure that furloughed workers are able to return and start working again. Passing this bill means a quicker return to full service. Any claim that Amtrak has not used its emergency funding to date or is sitting on unspent emergency dollars is simply false. Amtrak used 100% of all emergency funds that they have received. And while they are await FRA to release additional funds, they are continuing operations that will be covered by these emergency funds. This amendment hits communities large and small who benefit from Amtrak service, harming both rural and urban passengers alike. Instead of recognizing the public good the railroad provides, this amendment undermines our country's national passenger railroads and its hardworking employees by gutting support for Amtrak. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? So I will rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which would take 10% of the Amtrak emergency funding in this bill and use it for state, local government, and tribal government education budgets to eliminate healthcare and transportation barriers for school children to return to in-person learning. This amendment falls short for a number of reasons. The education budgets of these entities are not within the Transportation Infrastructure Committee's jurisdiction, and the amendment does not relate to any existing provisions in this bill. Further, the amendment robs Peter to pay Paul, taking away funds Amtrak badly needs to resume long-distance service, pay workers, and support its state and commuter partners. While I am sympathetic to the education needs of all jurisdictions during this challenging time, this amendment does not belong in our committee, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. I insist on my point of order. Johnson Amendment 030 is not germane. The Transportation Infrastructure Committee does not have jurisdiction over state, local, and tribal education budgets. Does any member wish to be heard on the point of order? Hearing none, in the opinion of the chair, the point of order is well taken. The amendment is ruled out of order. The chair recognizes Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment desk 024.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Gibbs, numbered 024.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Gibbs to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I'm offering an amendment to expand the eligibility to include general aviation fixed base operators, or FBOs, for assistance under this bill. FBOs provide critical air service, including fueling, hangaring, maintenance, and even flight instruction. Airports, as we all know, are struggling through this pandemic with revenues down in almost every category, including concessionaires, which is this part of the bill looks to help. Unfortunately, this bill fails to recognize an airport's whole financial universe, which in many cases includes businesses such as FBOs supporting general aviation and the jobs they support. Often our general aviation community is left behind, including in the past 2 COVID relief bills. The majority of the FBO locations around the country are not at large airports, and were these not eligible for the 2 rounds of payroll support program, PSP, money because they don't have contracts to serve the airlines. This isn't just keeping these businesses open for rich people and fancy jets. This is critical transportation infrastructure that we need to ensure can continue to service the network. There's been some great stories recently about things general aviation is doing in many rural and remote states where the FBOs are facilitating flights for COVID vaccine distribution and other things.
They are critical to keeping our airports open, safe, and ready to fulfill the important roles general aviation plays. I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. I'll rise in opposition to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gibbs. Fixed base operators, the airport businesses that fuel private aircraft, perform maintenance on them, and provide pre-flight services to pilots, among other things, would be eligible under this amendment for an $800 million pot of aid that we expressly make available for airport concessions, which are often disadvantaged business enterprises, often minority-owned, and often small businesses. They're the mom and pop food stand in the terminal that sells snacks, except no one is eating. They're the magazine store that sells gum and bottled water, except no one is thumbing through magazines touched by others. They're the terminal bar, except no one is drinking. Airline passenger traffic is still down by more than 50% from 2019 levels, and concessionaires are in a fight for their very existence. According to FAA data provided just yesterday, rent and other charges paid by concessionaires to airport owners, which are overwhelmingly cities and towns, are down by $3.63 billion this year. I acknowledge that visits to FBOs are down too, although there's anecdotal evidence that the super rich have transitioned to private jets for their travel during the pandemic. But the gentleman could not have picked a more inappropriate source of funding for FBOs at this time, as that funding would deprive small and disadvantaged businesses, as well as the nearly bankrupt cities and towns that own airports, of desperately needed relief. And without federal data establishing the extent of any financial loss among FBOs attributable to COVID-19, it's impossible to make any good faith argument regarding the precise magnitude of that loss. That's not the case for airport concessionaires. We know they're hurting. We know they're in danger of folding, adding tens of thousands of workers to the unemployment rolls. We know they need help and need it urgency. I therefore oppose this amendment. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, unmute, signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The chair recognizes Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This afternoon, I wanted to offer an amendment that would provide $10 billion.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Ms. Mace, number 007.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Ms. Mace to speak on her amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I consider this freshman hazing my first amendment here in this committee. Today, I rise to offer an amendment that would provide $10 billion in funding for upgrading our country's cold storage facilities and cold storage transportation networks, as well as expanding access to vaccine appointments for those who are most at risk, for those who don't have access to broadband internet. I received a call last night from a constituent who didn't have access to the internet, and they were in tears last night because the appointment they'd made by phone, or that they had made, had been canceled because the hospital had not received their large shipment of vaccination dosages. And this person is an 80-year-old constituent, and they were in tears. And it broke my heart. It put me in tears to see this. And seeing the enormous challenges that are facing our country right now, the challenges of COVID-19, and how can we best and most appropriately help those who have the greatest needs, like getting their vaccinations, helping hospitals in rural areas do this. For example, if you look at the Pfizer vaccine right now, the cold storage the distribution protocols require a negative 94 degrees Fahrenheit to store their vaccination before it can be utilized and put in arms. It's being shipped in very specialized temperature controlled storage shipping containers that are provided also by Pfizer. Urban hospitals across the country have rushed to buy ultra cold freezers to keep supply, to be able to do this, to keep the Pfizer vaccination. These units can cost upwards of $15,000 each. This is a burden that many rural hospitals, like the ones found in South Carolina, like the ones found in so many states across the country, cannot manage and are being left behind. Rural populations are precisely those that are most vulnerable to COVID-19. They affect those who are most in need of help and most in need of the vaccination. So my amendment today directs the Secretary of Transportation, the Administrator of the General Services Administration, in consultation with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, to prioritize creating rural vaccination storage facilities where there is an enormous need. And in those vaccination sites that do exist, that they upgrade to cold storage facilities that can handle, for instance, the Pfizer vaccination. This amendment also directs the government to submit a plan for a streamlined, standardized process which provides appointment scheduling for those with limited access to the internet, limited or no broadband access at all. Another major access issue with our elderly, with our rural population, with our minority, Black and Brown communities who are in rural areas. This is a tremendous need. And I was really disappointed to see that every single Republican amendment didn't even get a shot today. I was really hopeful that we could work together. But Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to withdraw my amendment this afternoon if I can receive a pledge to highlight the issues that we're facing in these areas with cold storage and rural areas and lack of broadband, and work together on this issue in the future. I yield my time.
Ms. Mace, thank you, first of all, for raising this important issue and your contributions on this committee. And on behalf of the chair, I certainly accept your offer to withdraw the amendment with a commitment that we will work with you on the issues raised in this amendment, including broadband and other important issues. There's a lot of work ahead in this Congress, and I think together across the aisle, we can do good things. So with that, the amendment will be withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson from South Dakota for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Thank you very much. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, number 009.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Johnson to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Earlier this week, Congressman Dan Newhouse, Congressman Kelly Armstrong, and I went to Phillips, South Dakota. This was a community that had a number of small business owners that were, in a very serious way, impacted by President Biden's cancellation of the presidential permit. I'll give you just a few examples. We had someone who owned a wellness center who had hired additional staff to respond to the new demand that came from the pipeline workers. Of course, that demand evaporated with one swipe of a pen. We spoke to a family who owned a gravel pit. They had purchased a $70,000 dump truck to be able to respond to the new orders from Keystone XL. And of course, that demand, those orders disappeared with the swipe of a pen. We spoke to a gentleman who had purchased housing units, fixed them up, put money in them so they'd be available for rent for the growing community. That demand evaporated with the swipe of a pen. And so it's not when we talk about revoking a presidential permit, when we talk about killing a project after it has met its burden of proof in dozens of state, federal, and local proceedings over the course of more than a decade, we are not just talking about pipeline workers being laid off. We are talking about sending a chilling message to investment across the country. We want a dynamic American economy. We want those small business owners I just talked about to respond to market conditions. And generally in America, because we have had predictable and consistent regulation, Americans have had confidence that making those investments will give them an opportunity to compete in the free market rather than an arbitrary and capricious decision by one person evaporating those economic opportunities. And so Amendment 9, as it's been designated, is just, it's additional data. It does nothing more than make sure that before a presidential permit is revoked in the future, that members of Congress, the members of the executive branch, the president, him or herself, and the American people understand the safety, environmental, and economic impacts before such a decision is taken. Now, I'll close by talking about why this is important. So many of the regulatory decisions we have in this country are governed by a set of administrative laws that make sure that these decisions are based on the record of the proceedings. They are based on whether or not an applicant has met their burden of proof. And in fact, once a decision has been made by the fact finder, that decision cannot be altered in a, quote, arbitrary or capricious way. We have a presidential permit process that is very different and does not need to stand up and be held accountable to those same legal standards. This amendment at least makes sure that we're dealing with real facts that will be in the evidence of public opinion. That, Mr. Chairman, should make for much better decision-making in the future. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Amendment 9.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I will oppose the gentleman's amendment, which would cut Amtrak relief to fund a review of the Dakota Access Pipeline. I object to cutting the $1.5 billion this bill provides Amtrak to recall furloughed workers, restore long-distance service, and provide aid to Amtrak state partners. Like all other corners of our country, Amtrak has been hit hard by the pandemic, and these funds are important to restoring the public good that Amtrak provides. I also oppose this amendment because a bill providing pandemic relief is not the appropriate vehicle for addressing the resolution of the final easement on the Missouri River for the Dakota Access Pipeline. Throughout many years in this Congress, many of us have strongly supported the requirement that the federal government work in partnership with Indian tribes on issues that may impact tribal lands. We have strongly supported those requirements. As the history of this project and subsequent litigation has shown, this partnership failed in the Corps' work with the Standing Rock Sioux tribe. However, this COVID relief package is not the appropriate vehicle to address this issue. Later this year, we will have the opportunity to hear directly from the Corps when it comes before this committee to discuss their budget priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. And that would be a better opportunity to fully discuss issues surrounding the Dakota Access Pipeline. For both these reasons, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on this amendment. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, who's seeking to be recognized?
Graves, Louisiana.
Oh, yeah, Little Gray from Louisiana. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I heard your comments, and I want to commend the gentleman for offering this amendment. Mr. Chairman, let's be clear on a few facts here. Number one, this amendment does not divert $1.5 billion. So what it says is as sums may be necessary, shall be directed to the administrator and to the Corps of Engineers to make sure that accurate data is out there. People are out there saying that by canceling these pipelines, you're improving the environment. Well, as Mr. Weber, as Mr. Johnson, and others have said, you can look at the National Research Council data. It is crystal clear that the safest way to transport energy is through a pipeline. It's safer than barge, it's safer than rail, it's safer than truck. It is the safest way to transport. Number two, there's this belief out there that when you stop producing energy, oil and gas, conventional fuels, that people magically stop demanding them. You can look back historically. That's not the case at all. When we stop producing domestically, when we stop transporting through pipeline, all it does is increase our dependence upon foreign imports, and it increases our dependence upon less safe means of transportation. Mr. Johnson's amendment simply asks that the accurate data be put together. Is this truly going to reduce emissions? Is it truly going to be better for the environment? Is it truly going to increase our dependence upon renewable energy sources? I would suggest that the answer to all those is no. It's going to be less safe for the environment. It's going to result in greater emissions. And I'm going to come back to the issue I raised earlier on one of the previous amendments. This is going to result in job losses because of arbitrary government actions. People that Mr. Johnson represents are going to be offended now because of arbitrary, not evidence-based, not science-based, not fact-based decisions. I think this is a dangerous direction. I think that no one here should be afraid of accurate information. And with that, I urge adoption amendment and yield my remaining time to Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, you're recognized for another 2 minutes and 53 seconds. If you
Thank you very much, Congressman Graves. I would only note, Mr. Chairman, that you mentioned the Dakota Access Pipeline. To my knowledge, the Dakota Access Pipeline has not received a presidential permit, nor does it need it. As a result, this amendment, Amendment 9, would not affect the Dakota Access Pipeline, nor would it siphon funds in the way you described. Just to sum up and reiterate, all this does is make sure that the department releases information about the safety, environmental, and economic impact of canceling a presidential permit. It seems like that is the bare minimum information that we would want to have as a country before we reverse a multi-billion-dollar investment 10 years in the making. More information is not bad. I would urge a yes vote on Amendment 9.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, unmute and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please unmute and signify by saying nay. Nay?
Nay.
Nay.
Oh, nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Their chair recognizes Mr. LaMalfa for the purposes of offering an amendment.
Thank you. I have two, number 12 and number first.
Why don't we take number 12? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, was he offering 12 and 10 or just 12?
Mr. LaMalfa, for clarification, are you offering number 12 at this time, followed by number 10?
Yes, please, if that's in agreement with you, sir.
Yep, that works. Thank you. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. LaMalfa, number 012.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. LaMalfa to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I wanted to touch on the issue of the California high-speed rail and the last bit of funds that were going to go from the federal government to that. I would like to recapture those dollars with my amendment and put that into something much more urgent, much more usable for our country as a whole. Our U.S. Forest Service road system is severely lacking. It's way behind on funding and the work that needs to be done. As you know, from the western states each year, we have a tremendous problem with fire and the damage that's been done. This would be one part of helping with fire safety, but as well as the accessibility for people to their national forests. Again, we're way behind on the repairs that need to be done to Forest Service roads and other infrastructure in them. California's high-speed rail was passed as a state bond in 2008, and by the original timeline, is supposed to be only $33 billion and completed by about now. Instead, their price at one point had tripled to $98 billion, and they haven't even completed a mid-Central Valley section of about 120 miles. Maybe that will be done in a couple of years. And so the price keeps going up. The legislature here is asking for another $4 billion. It's a classic boondoggle. It's not affordable, and it's not going to meet the goals for an affordable transportation system for passengers, and it cannot be subsidized. So with all these factors in place, I wanted to bring that to the attention of the committee that the money's already run out from the state bond. A federal ERA grant will have been used by now. It's going to keep seeking more federal money from the federal government. Let's help something that would be much more useful with our federal lands. With that, seeing how things are going in committee today, I'm going to ask to withdraw the amendment, and that's something that we continue conversation about as we do our transportation conversations this year. So I will ask to withdraw the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. LaMalfa, thank you for raising the issue, and without objection, we will withdraw the LaMalfa Amendment 012. The chair recognizes Mr. LaMalfa for the purpose of offering an amendment 010. Mr. LaMalfa.
Okay, thank you again. On Amendment 10, this issue simply.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. LaMalfa, number 010.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. LaMalfa to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you again. This amendment deals with local motor transit, basically buses that we have in all of our districts that are helpful for many issues. In my area, they were normal companies that offer tourist attraction help for their transportation, but also they've come in very handy and been very helpful during disasters such as the fire disasters we've had in the West. So what we're looking at there is that they could have used as much as $10 billion. My legislation, my amendments would seek to shift $8 billion that would be very helpful nationwide for these school bus systems and other private company systems to help with the pandemic, help during crisis such as fires, and as well to help them hang on during the pandemic because of their loss of the economy. So with this amendment, I'm seeking to have them be included in what has been left out so far in the aid we've done for so many things around the country. So it's extremely important to have these folks available with their services, whether in good time or in times of crisis, that they seek get the aid that others have sought as well. So that's my amendment, and I would ask for the committee's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. LaMalfa, for raising this important issue. I'll speak in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which purports to transfer $8 billion of our transit funding to a program outside of this committee's jurisdiction that resides at the Treasury Department. The amendment also doesn't execute correctly. The private bus and motor coach, school bus and U.S. flag passenger vessel industries all provide critical public transportation and have suffered catastrophic losses as a result of the ongoing pandemic. Due to public health restrictions and school closures, these operations were the first to shut down and will likely be the last to fully recover. With office workers remote, travel curtailed, and rising infections, motor coach companies are barely operating. 80% of the workforce is currently out of work. Although I do not support the amendment, I want to highlight the importance of the Coronavirus Economic Relief for Transportation Services, CERTS, program and the need for economic relief for the struggling motor coach operators, school bus companies, and U.S. flag passenger vessel operators. The CERTS program received $2 billion of the $10 billion requested in relief included in the recently enacted Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021. However, unlike other modes of public transportation, this was the first specific relief these industries have received during the pandemic. Since the program is now solely under the Department of Treasury, I ask my colleagues in the Financial Services Committee to provide further relief to help this struggling industry. A committee that should and with confidence will take up this issue. And again, I oppose the gentleman's amendment and thank him for raising this issue. Do other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Steele for the purposes of offering an amendment.
I ask my amendment be considered as read.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mrs. Steele, number 010.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Ms. Steele to speak on her amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Graves. In this committee, the nature of our work is bipartisan. and we have an opportunity to work together for all Americans. However, there may be one area slightly more bipartisan than transportation and infrastructure, that is mental health. This pandemic has affected Americans in many ways. As last year, as chairwoman of the Orange County Board of Supervisors, representing 3.2 million residents in Orange County, California, and a member of Orange County Transportation Authority for last 6 years. Last year, I worked daily on addressing the fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic on the transportation industry and on providing mental health resources for our community. We all have seen and heard about negative impact on mental health. Unfortunately, substance abuse, domestic violence, and unfortunately, suicide have all reached all-time high over the last year. This is a truly tragic result and one that we can all agree need to be addressed. That is why I am introducing this important amendment to increase funding by $500 million for the community-based organizations that provide mental health and suicide prevention services, especially to provide our transportation industry workers and businesses the additional resources to address mental health needs. If we can provide just under $100 billion in relief for transportation workers and businesses, then we should be able to provide an additional $500 million for their mental health needs, which isn't even 1% of the funds being proposed by the majority here today. I hope all members will support my amendment to make sure that we all survive the ongoing stress of this pandemic. I yield back my time.
I thank the gentlewoman. Do other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
I do. Napolitano?
Ms. Napolitano is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to let Ms. Steele know that as the co-chair of the Mental Health Caucus, which is a bipartisan with Mr. Katko, my co-chair, we are dealing with all issues, including suicide and a lot of the mental health issues, not only in transportation, but in many other areas. And I would ask her to work with us and find out if we can address some of the issues that she has. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Napolitano. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? So let me speak in opposition to the gentlewoman's amendment. This amendment appropriates an additional $500 million to support community-based mental health organizations, including for transportation workers. I share the gentlewoman's concern and acknowledge her accuracy when she says that there is overwhelming bipartisan support in this Congress to address mental health and a desire to support community-based mental health services. However, exceeding this committee's reconciliation target could lead to fatal consequences in the Senate, which is something that we're just not willing and should not gamble on. So I certainly would like to see the money go out the door that is within our target and putting it out to struggling workers and families as quickly as possible. So for that reason, I must oppose this amendment. Are there any amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Who wishes to be recognized?
This is Michelle Steele.
One moment, Ms. Steele.
You know what? I just want to withdraw my motion.
I
here,
apologize, but for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I want to withdraw this motion, but I'd rather work with Congresswoman Napolitano regarding this mental health problem.
Excellent. I think that's a good way to proceed. So without objection, and I know Ms. Napolitano, and I will speak for her because I know her well. I'm sure she'll take you up on that offer. And without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Garrett Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to consider number 20 and number 21 on block.
The clerk will designate the amendments on block.
On block amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 020 and 021.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered on block and as read. I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna quickly make reference to an on block I did earlier on 06, 015, and 022B. I did want to thank my friend Congressman Higgins for working with us on those amendments that affect many of the areas in Southwest Louisiana that were impacted by hurricanes in 2020 season. In regard to the subject amendments of this on block, once again, this is Graves 20 and Graves 21. What we have to keep in mind here, Mr. Chairman, is that these aren't taxpayer dollars that are just sitting around. Every single penny that we're talking about right now is deficit spending. That means imposing probably $4 and $5 for every $1 we're spending right now. This is a total of $1.9 trillion in this overall COVID reconciliation package. As I recall, when you add this up, including the other COVID packages, the CARES Act and the December bill, the omnibus portion, the COVID portion in the omnibus package and other assistance, we approach $6 trillion in total funding. One of our colleagues recently mentioned that this is more than the gross domestic product of every country in the world, with the exception of the United States and China. And keep in mind, this is just for COVID. This is crazy. We're treating it like monopoly money, and truly it is taxpayer dollars. It's the people's treasure. What our two amendments would do, number one, is it simply cuts half the package and just doesn't even spend it because these dollars are truly not needed at this point. Mr. Chairman, I remind you, roughly 1 month ago, or a little over a month ago, we passed a COVID relief package. Those dollars haven't even been disseminated out to many of our government entities, our state and local government entities, our healthcare frontline workers, and others. Yet we're already coming in with $1.9 trillion in additional funds. There's no indication that these funds are needed. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the Congressional Budget Office, and a recent assessment by the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office found that the gross domestic product of the United States will reach pre-pandemic levels by this summer without additional assistance. So why are we dumping $1.9 trillion of additional assistance, all borrowed money, all on the backs of our children and grandchildren, whenever the Congressional Budget Office has found that the gross domestic product will return to pre-pandemic levels by the summer? So I'll say it again. The First Amendment, let me get them straight. Number 20 simply returns or doesn't spend 50%, half of the funds that are in here. That, as I noted earlier, just the transit funds alone, this will total $69 billion in transit, or calculated a different way, that would fund 2.8 billion Uber rides, and which is just crazy. And so it would take half the money and not spend it. The other one says that no more dollars will be spent whenever the GDP, the gross domestic product of the United States, reaches pre-pandemic levels. So I urge adoption of the amendment. Look, Mr. Chairman, I remind you that this isn't partisan. If we need to come back this summer, and if the rescission of funds caused a problem, we can come back. We can recalibrate this. We can provide additional assistance if it's needed at that time. But right now, to dump nearly $2 trillion of additional funds out whenever there's not even an indication that these funds are needed right now, I just think it's financially irresponsible. And I think that there's a better solution here. I would commit to work with you and others on recalibrating or addressing any shortfalls or any additional assistance that's needed. But let's see how this money takes. Let's see where the funds are needed, and stop just shoveling debt out the door as we're doing right now. So I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. I rise in strong opposition to the gentleman's amendments, one of which would return any unobligated funds under the bill to the Treasury if the administration determines that GDP has recovered to pre-pandemic levels. Republicans are quick to point to the recent CBO score indicating that the U.S. will experience a faster than expected recovery in GDP growth as evidence that this COVID package is too much. But what is conveniently lacking in the full discussion and what they fail to point out is that in the same report, the CBO projected that the unemployment rate won't fall to pre-pandemic levels for the rest of the decade. Under the CBO's projections, the unemployment rate would average 5.7% in 2021, 5% in 2022, and 4.7% in 2023. The CBO forecasts the unemployment rate will average 4.1% from 2026 to 2031, well above the 3.7% it averaged in 2019. The number of people employed overall, a different calculation from the unemployment rate, is not expected to return to its pre-pandemic level until 2024. Republicans like to claim that they are the party that stands for the American worker, but COVID has ravaged working class Americans with unemployment in the double digits in some sectors. The American Rescue
Will the
Plan,
gentleman yield?
no, I won't. The American Rescue Plan is about crushing the virus, providing critical relief and support to our fellow Americans, and giving our country the funding and tools it needs to properly reopen and recover from this public health and economic crisis. I also oppose the portion of the gentleman's amendment which would cut funding in the proposal by 50% for the purposes of deficit reduction. It's interesting that the gentleman is now worried about deficit reduction, given that the deficit increased dramatically under President Trump. When President Trump took office in January 2017, the national debt stood at $19.9 trillion. When he left office, the national debt reached a new high of roughly $27.7 trillion. That's an increase of more than 38% in less than 4 years. And what compounded that, what exacerbated that, what just blew this thing up is that Republicans, including Representative Graves, rammed through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act without a single Democratic vote. While President Trump claimed it would pay for itself, Republicans knew full well it wouldn't, and that it would add to the debt significantly. The reality is that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act will add more than $2 trillion to our national debt. They claim their bill would benefit the middle class and our nation as a whole. Instead, more than 80% of the benefits went to Americans in the top 1%, and trillions were spent on stock buybacks. This COVID relief bill is about helping our country, in particular working class families, overcome the worst economic crisis in our lifetime, not giving handouts to the wealthiest among us. And for those reasons, I urge a no vote on the gentleman's amendments. Do other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Yes, who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Boss?
I'd like to
recognized for 5
yield
minutes.
my time to Representative Graves.
Yes, your time is yielded for 5 minutes to Mr. Graves.
I want to thank my friend from Illinois for yielding. Mr. Chairman, my goodness, so much misinformation, I don't even know where to start. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Let's be clear. After passing that legislation, we saw hundreds of billions of foreign investment infused into the United States that previously was sitting on the sidelines because of the outdated tax code that was in the United States. We experienced the highest income, federal tax income of any month in the history of the United States, not before, but after that, because it helped to incentivize the economy, to ignite the economy. Can you imagine how much worse the pandemic had been if we didn't have a competitive tax code to help the U.S. workforce? And the comments about the middle class have been fact-checked and disproven over and over again. Despite that fact, Speaker Pelosi continues to repeat and proliferate that misinformation. In regard to the Trump deficit, yes, please, let's talk about that. Because as I recall, and I'm sure you do as well, Speaker Pelosi sat there and repeatedly demanded that we spend not the $900 billion that President Trump wanted, but she was out there saying she wanted $3.7 trillion, not the $900 billion. 3.7 trillion. That, by the way, with the 900 million, we offset more than $600 billion of those with previously appropriated dollars that were rescinded and reemployed. In regard to unemployment, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for making my point. By having these overly generous unemployment programs, you're incentivizing people to not work. If they can make more money by staying at home, then that's what they're going to do. We need to be incentivizing people to go to work, to get back into the workforce. So I think it's really important that we deal with facts here and that we don't go out there and distort what truly has happened. The facts show, evidence shows that the tax cut actually caused foreign investment to come to the United States, some of the highest months in the history of the United States receiving tax revenue. In regard to the deficit, your leader, Speaker Pelosi, was out there asking for more deficit spending, not kind of trillions and trillions of dollars more. You will recall her demand during omnibus appropriations that funds could not be increased for military, for defense activities, unless random domestic spending increased dollar for dollar. What is that metric about? It's not about how do we get best return on investment. It's just let's keep spending money. There's something called inflation. As you know, your own previous economic advisor, Treasury Secretary Summers, has indicated that the dollars being spent in this bill would actually cause inflation. It would undermine the very objective of this legislation. So Mr. Chairman, I share what I do know, what I do truly believe is your objective of doing what is right for the American people. I do. You and I work together in committees, and I do believe that. But in this case, I do believe that this bill is out of hand in regard to the dollars. Just over 1 month ago, we did a COVID package. The dollars hadn't even hit the street, and we're coming in and dumping nearly $2 trillion entirely financed by our children and grandchildren. I can't explain this to them. I can't defend it to them, which is why I urge rejection of this overall bill and this reckless, irresponsible deficit spending that is going to challenge our children and grandchildren's future.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed,
Aye.
all those opposed, unmute and signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez Colon for the purposes of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 56, actually
The
35.
clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Ms. Gonzalez Colon, number 035.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Ms. Gonzalez Colon to speak on her amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment will establish a maritime task force with representatives from various federal agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, Customs, Border Patrol, Coast Guard, the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Transportation, Department of State, Federal Maritime Commission, that will work in collaboration with the private sector advisory committee to develop a plan for the safe resumption of cruise line operations. The Maritime Task Force and the Private Sector Advisory Committee will come together to come up with a plan that will address the health, safety, security, and logistical needs to plan for the continuation of maritime travel to resume the cruise operations in the United States during the current pandemic public health emergency. I think this is one of the biggest issues that is affecting the whole nation. Prior to the pandemic, the cruise industry has been a vital economic artery across the country, supporting nearly 500,000 American jobs, including over 44,000 American travel advisors and hundreds of small and medium-sized businesses in the United States that provides products and services to cruise lines. This amendment, it's important, has a support from the industry that includes the Cruise Lines International Association, the American Association of Port Authorities, Florida Ports Council, as well as many others. I think I want to thank Congressman and the Dean of the House, Congressman Don Yon, for agreeing of co-sponsoring this amendment. I think we cannot move forward while we have a virus like this spreading across the country without addressing maritime transportation and cruise line travel. And for Puerto Rico, this is a major issue, as well to Florida and Alaska. I think this bill is completely silent on this mode of transportation just one day after having a hearing on the state of the U.S. maritime industry. I think this amendment is a great step, a first step to manage this. I think we need to know where we're heading, and that's the reason I support this amendment. I urge its adoption. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman for the amendment and for raising the issues, particularly of health and safety, but I will oppose the gentlewoman's amendment. This amendment establishes a maritime task force to address the health and safety of passengers, crew, and associated workers, logistical issues relating to the continuation of maritime travel, and the resumption of cruise operations in U.S. waters during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I know, along with so many others, share the gentlewoman's support for cohesive and holistic decision-making for the purposes of safety in the maritime sector. This amendment, which appears to be geared toward the cruise sector, does not accomplish that goal. It mandates unrealistic deadlines and affords the private sector with undue influence over the decision-making process. It is not clear how the amendment would affect the Centers for Disease Control Authority to issue a no-sail order. The scientists and experts at the CDC, in conjunction with the U.S. Coast Guard, should remain the primary authority in determining safety at sea, particularly when the health and safety of thousands of Americans are on the line. The best way to get the U.S. cruise industry back to work is to increase testing and vaccine production. Advancing the underlying legislation will help to accomplish that goal, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, who seeks
Mr.
recognition?
Chairman. Yes, Representative Mast, I raised my hand. I don't know, maybe somebody wasn't monitoring it. My apologies.
And Mr. Mast, that's for the purpose of speaking on the amendment?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I'd ask a question to the chair here. You made a point about the undue influence of private sector as a result of this amendment. Could you be more specific and tell us what that undue influence is by the private sector?
Yeah, I think this is a real opportunity for both Republicans and Democrats to work together to identify how we can include the private sector in decision-making. Private sector has access to information, experience that informs and guides and improves, I think, the decisions that are made by the public sector. So why don't we work together? We're not going to be able to figure that out in complete detail during this conversation that would address my concerns. So why don't we agree to work together and see what we can accomplish in the near term? I yield back to the gentleman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for yielding back. This is the legislation for Ms. Gonzalez-Colon. It's certainly up to her to seek to continue to work with you on this. I just know that there was a specific claim made that there was undue influence by the private sector, and I was wondering what that specific answer was. Thank you. I yield back, or I yield to Ms. Gonzalez-Colon if she has any further comments.
Yes, thank you, Congressman Mast, for yielding. I think this is the very compromise of what the government and the private sector can do together to face this unprecedented pandemic. And actually, yes, I do agree. I mean, we need to follow the rules of the CDC, but why not working together with the private sector to know how we're going to achieve this and how we're going to face and resume the maritime travel across the United States. And that's the reason this is a task force. That's the reason you will put on the table, you will sit on the table, the people in the maritime industry, the people from the government, and we can include the CDC in that federal agency among many others that are included there, just to establish those protocols. I do believe that this is the transportation bill to face the pandemic, and we are not achieving anything regarding maritime industry, anything regarding our cruise industry. And I think it's important, not just because of the jobs that are being lost, but resuming this important activity that for Florida, Puerto Rico, Alaska, and the rest of the eastern part of the United States is being directly affected. And most of the cases, at least in the Caribbean, that came with COVID-19, it was coming actually by passengers that came from overseas. So I do believe that the industry needs to establish new rules, new procedures to manage maritime industry. And why not having private sector, having the government at the same table with a task force? Nothing has been ruled just to achieve that from happening. And that's the intent of this amendment. And I urge the adoption of it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, unmute and signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman, may I ask for a recorded vote?
A recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote, and pursuant to Rule 6E of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, a recorded vote on the amendment is ordered. As mentioned at the beginning of the markup, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F and House Rule 11-2H4, the chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
Jennifer Gonzalez from Puerto Rico.
Yes, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, you're recognized. For what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I think I do have an amendment at the desk, number Gonzalez Colon 036, and I want to withdraw that amendment.
Without objection, your amendment is withdrawn.
Mr. Chairman, and the next one is Gonzalez Colon 034, and I want to withdraw the amendment as well.
Without objection, your amendment is withdrawn. Thank you.
And you yield back.
Mr. Babin, the chair recognizes you for the purpose of offering an amendment.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you very much. As Ranking Member Graves had noticed.
So you have an amendment at the desk 018?
I do. I've got an amendment at the desk. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print, offered by Mr. Babin, number 018.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Babin to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. As Ranking Member Graves noted in his opening statement, and others have noted and mentioned throughout the course of this markup, there is a significant amount of money on the sidelines from past bills that we have yet to even spend. 60% of transit funds have gone unspent, while none of the $1 billion provided to Amtrak has even been used. We don't even have an accounting of how much money has been spent out of the Disaster Relief Fund. And although I think that we can all agree it is vitally important, not just for disaster relief, but also for the purchasing of PPEs and other things that support states' vaccination efforts as well. So while the majority may very well move forward with approving this new round of funds, I think it is only prudent to restrict new funds until the existing money that has been provided in previous packages. If the funding is as desperately needed as the majority suggests, it only makes sense that we push federal agencies to get this money out as soon as possible to those who need it. And again, my amendment simply says that if any money from the previous five relief packages is not spent, then the new funds in the Amtrak, rail, and transit portions of this measure will not be obligated. So I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Babin. Do any members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Mr. Payne?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Payne, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition respectfully to Mr. Babin's amendment. that would withhold the bill's funding for transit and Amtrak until additional funds from the CARES Act and the December supplemental are obligated. The gentleman may be interested to know that 100% of the CARES Act funding for Amtrak has been obligated. That money went to supporting Amtrak and its workforce in the face of the pandemic. And as of last week, the FRA and Amtrak continued working on the grant agreement to obligate the funds from December bill. Funds from that bill are expected to begin being expended before the end of the month. Of course, Amtrak has made it clear that additional support is needed to stay afloat through the end of the current fiscal year. That should come as a surprise to no one who has been following the news about the toll this pandemic has taken on every aspect of our country, inner city transportation, with transportation in particular. Perhaps the gentleman was unaware that the dire need, or maybe this is another ill-informed attempt to hamstring Amtrak. Whatever the case may be, I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Do other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Representative Mast.
Representative Mass, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, for representing me. I am struck by the tenor of this debate. As much as everybody has been cordial to one another, the hypocrisy that we've listened to hour after hour here, and I would like to yield time to any of my colleagues on the other side, Mr. Payne or anybody, to just have this colloquy with me about how is it that we look at these transportation workers, and I don't take for granted anybody's job, not any of these transportation workers. I don't want one of them to lose a job. How is it that the same statements aren't made about transportation workers? Well, we're going to make sure that they have another job. That's made about those that are losing their jobs as we speak because of a canceled pipeline. How are, to any of my colleagues, I would love to have the colloquy, how are you not applying that same justification or standard to transportation? Why are you not saying that same thing about it? And I would yield to any of my colleagues that would like to have this colloquy with me.
Absolutely. Nobody's picking him up.
I'll say it again. I don't know if maybe what I was saying wasn't clear, but over the course of these hours of our debate, it's been literally said over and over and over as representatives who represent pipeline areas have said, look at these jobs that are being lost. And it's been retorted to them, these people are going to find other jobs. We're going to make sure that they have these other jobs, as the excuse to not take up their amendments or look at their policy proposals. I will ask again, why is nobody saying that about others? Why are they saying the exact opposite? We can't let them lose this job. I don't want anybody to lose a job, a transportation worker or a pipeline worker or anybody else. But I would ask again, why are we seeing this hypocritical double standard? I put the time out there to any of my colleagues.
Well, let me just jump in and say, this is the chair or the acting chair.
Chairman, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Your reference to pipelines, I mean, this amendment is about public agencies, transit agencies, and that's, it's a different group of organizations and entities providing a service. Let me just take the opportunity, to speak to this. The amendment itself is actually rather confusing because it says that until additional funds made available by prior relief bills are obligated. So it's not clear. You could obligate one additional dollar, and this amendment then would no longer exist, because then you could go ahead and appropriate every other dollar. So it's not clear there.
Mr. Chairman, I'll regain my time. I appreciate your comment. I will pass it to Mr. Babin. It looks as though he might have a comment on this.
Mr. Babbitt?
Yeah, yes, sir. If I'm unmuted, I think I'm unmuted. Thank you. I really appreciate my colleague from Florida for bringing that up because it is. It's a on the surface there seems to be cordiality, and that's the way it should be. But the reality of it is, as he said, as my Louisiana neighbor, Mr. Graves said a while ago, our kids and our grandkids are going to pay the piper for this type of spending, which is basically what we always call helicopter money. We're dumping money out as fast as we can, but faster than we can even spend it. This is not a complicated amendment. It's simply common sense, and will keep us from having hyperinflation at some point in time, which is bound to come, and overspending. We have to mind the store. And so with that, I would just ask all of my colleagues to please vote for this common sense amendment that will preserve the fiscal solvency of this nation, and I think certainly enhance keeping transportation workers on the job. And with that, I'll go back.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for engaging in comment. I appreciate your engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Babbitt. Thank you, Mr. Bass. Let me just, in opposition, I mean, let me just say that, you know, I assume that the intent of this amendment, it's about making a point about the obligation of prior relief funds before we go ahead and authorize and appropriate additional funds. And I think it's important to note out that 97% of the transit funds under the March CARES Act have already been obligated. Those dollars are already at work supporting transit routes, workers, paying workers, purchasing life-saving PPE. Amtrak has obligated 100% of the funds under the March CARES Act. The transit funds provided in December, that we just did a little over a month ago, they weren't apportioned to agencies until less than a month ago on January 11th. And it takes time for transit providers to receive FTA approval to obligate those dollars. But some transit agencies have made the decision to budget their relief dollars more conservatively. But it's not due to a lack of need. Many smaller transit agencies are funded by income or property taxes or state and local funding. The effects of lower property taxes and income taxes are going to start showing up this year, not last year. The same is true for many of the impacts on state and local funding. So we shouldn't be penalizing transit agencies for conservative budgeting. By the same token, Amtrak has yet to receive its December coronavirus funds from the FRA, and much like the CARES Act funds, Amtrak will obligate these funds quickly and efficiently, just as Congress directed. There's no reason to penalize Amtrak because the Senate, led by Senate Republicans, held up this relief for months on end. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please unmute and signify by saying nay. Nay.
No, no,
No
way.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like a roll call vote, please.
A recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members have requested.
Hello? Yes.
Please ask the members to mute yourself. A recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote, and pursuant to Rule 6E of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, a recorded vote on the amendment is ordered. As mentioned at the beginning of the markup, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F and House Rule 112H4, the chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. The chair recognizes Mr. Graves of Louisiana for the purpose of offering an amendment on behalf of Ms. Van Dyne.
Mr. Chairman, amendment number 32 by Ms. Van Dyne.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in nature of substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 032.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on the amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Ms. Van Dyne of Texas for offering this amendment. Unfortunately, I think she had a conflict and was unable to offer it right now. If you recall our hearing last week, we had a hearing on the impacts of COVID on the transportation sector. And during that hearing, a letter was submitted to the record that was written in late January to the President Biden's his recovery team, COVID-19 recovery team. And that letter was signed by 23 different organizations. And what it said is it said that this concept that the CDC is contemplating of requiring COVID tests for any domestic airline traveler was really ill-advised. It went through and talked about how that there was very little scientific evidence indicating that transmission rates on airplanes were anything even remotely significant. In November of 2020, there was a Harvard study that was done by the Harvard Aviation Public Health Initiative, I think because the LSU Aviation Public Health Initiative was too busy. But they did a study and they found that air travel was safer, as safe or substantially safer than things like going to restaurants or grocery stores or other things that people are doing on a daily basis. U.S. Transcom found that out of 300 tests over a 6-month period, that the transmission rate was 3 thousandths. Let me try that again. 3 thousandths of 1% from air travel, and the International Transport Association found that of 1.2 billion travelers, there were 44 cases of COVID that were transmitted, and the majority of those were transmitted before face masks were required. So again, confirming the U.S. Transcom study that the chance of transmission on an airplane is incredibly low. So if we end up forcing domestic airline travelers to take tests, looking just at recent data, it would end up displacing or redirecting approximately 42% of the nation's testing capacity, or cause an increase in capacity to the tune of 42%. Who's that going to be taking it away from? Is it going to be taken away from frontline workers? Is it going to be taken away from senior citizens, nursing homes, and others? I think it's really important that we understand this. Also, Mr. Chairman, understanding that this is going to have a disproportionate impact on low-income travelers, which may push them to other means of transportation like taxis, like bus, like rail, or other services that do not have that type of requirement. At the hearing last week, there was Miss Sarah Nelson, who is the president of the International Association of Flight Attendants. She's the international president, and I asked her about what she thought about the potential for this to have an impact, and she said, quote, "We, the airlines, are not set up to do this in a way that can be convenient for everyone in order and be effective. So it'd be a cosmetic change that would hurt the airline business and actually make us less safe because of what you're talking about and pushing them, the passengers, to other modes of transportation." She added that if domestic COVID testing requirements put in place, the furloughs we've seen so far would be dwarfed by what would happen if this policy went into effect without us being able to properly make it work. And so, Mr. Chairman, what Ms. Van Dyne's amendment does is it simply prohibits that action of forcing domestic travelers to get COVID tests in order to fly, with a transmission rate of 3 thousandths of 1%. It seems like the cost in this case would far outweigh any benefit that could be derived from mandatory testing. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
I'd like to be recognized. This is Massey.
Mr. Masson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to associate myself with the comments made by Mr. Graves. The airline industry has been devastated. The airports have been devastated. It doesn't make sense for us to hit the brakes right now on this industry, but more importantly, travelers have been devastated. And can you imagine if you had all of your travel planned and you show up and you take the test and you fail, and now you have to cancel all of this travel. The tests are also not very accurate. There are false positives. And, Mr. Graves presented the data here. I just think it would be foolish to let the money that's being appropriated or authorized here be used to perpetuate another mandate. We've got so many people who've already got the vaccine, more that will get it, and people who have a natural immunity based on exposure, that by the time a program like this got put into place, it would have zero effect. And there's no proof that would have any effect anyways. So with that, I want to urge adoption of the amendment, and I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? So I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by Mr. Graves on behalf of Ms. Van Dyne. While I certainly appreciate and share many of the concerns that were raised during Mr. Graves' comments, and I think that the amendment seeks to address. The amendment at hand seeks to prohibit the Department of Transportation and Federal Aviation Administration from using any funds made available under the legislation pending before the committee to develop or enforce or to assist in the developing or enforcing of a mandate that U.S. airlines require a passenger to test negative for coronavirus before flying domestically. Recent media reports indicate the Biden administration is considering mandating a pre-departure testing requirement of all passengers on domestic commercial flights. And many people have expressed concerns, strong opposition to such a requirement, which would amount to an estimated 900,000 tests per day, or 27 million more tests per month. And these are some of the concerns about that proposal that have been raised. Testing of high-risk individuals and essential workers could be delayed or denied as a result. Tests are not fail-safe method of securing a virus-free environment. There are reports of false negative testing rates as high as 50%, providing a false sense of security for those tested. Testing is not a panacea for preventing the spread of infections to others. Masks, hand sanitizers, social distancing, and proper ventilation are key measures to preventing the spread of COVID-19 and need to be applied regardless of whether an individual tests negative. Testing nearly 1 million additional people each day would require a massive scale-up in testing capacity and could lead effectively to a ban on domestic air travel. And that is a concern raised by many. It could certainly have a negative impact on U.S. airlines, which are already flying with passenger levels more than 50% below what they were in 2019. For the past year, through 2 authorizations of the Payroll Support Program, Congress has showed its interest in saving airline workers' jobs, not eliminating them. And I know, as our chairman has said on a number of occasions, if such a requirement was necessary in U.S. aviation, why is the same standard not applicable for cars, trucks, buses, and Amtrak, which also cross state lines? And certainly in his view and of many others, there's inconsistency and it doesn't make sense. That said, I nonetheless oppose the amendment. While I agree with the amendment's intent, the amendment fails to account for existing appropriations law, which already precludes a department or agency from diverting or using appropriated funds for purposes other than the purposes for which they are appropriated. All aviation-related funds authorized to be appropriated in this measure are targeted spending, and they must be used for their intended purposes, for airport relief and for eligible aerospace manufacturing employee wages and benefits. That is it. And even the administrative costs allowed for both programs are narrowly defined to capture only the oversight and implementation of the relief program. So in short, the amendment before us is redundant and unnecessary. It's a gotcha amendment. And although many agree with its intent, I oppose it for the reasons that I've outlined. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there
Representative Mast.
Mr. Mast, you're recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to fully understand your comments. Were your comments to say that because of what was outlined in previous legislation, it would be guaranteed that it would be provided in what we are debating right this moment? Am I understanding that explanation correctly? There's a guarantee that what was previously legislated will be in this future legislation?
In a nutshell, my amendments amount to, I share some of the concerns that motivate the amendment. The amendment is redundant and unnecessary.
Mr. Chairman, but I believe it was said that it was redundant because of what was in previous legislation. Therefore, we shouldn't have to put it into what we are debating right now, which is future legislation. And so could I get an answer to that? Does what was previously legislated apply to what we are doing for the future?
Yeah, as the amendment is written, it is redundant and unnecessary.
Get a confirmation it applies to what we are doing. Previous legislation applies to future legislation. That would make it redundant. If so, it is not redundant. And I would like clarification on that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, as I said, it's redundant and unnecessary. I'll be opposing the amendment, and from the sense of your line of question, it seems like you're supporting the amendment. I'm going to oppose it because it's, in my opinion, redundant and unnecessary.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you'll allow me, I'm not saying that I would support or oppose it. I'm trying to understand whether I should support or oppose it. You do keep saying to me that it's redundant, but you will not confirm to me what was stated in the remarks that I'm going to guess committee staff probably handed you, that said specifically because it was in previous legislation, that makes it redundant when we're talking about something for the future. So I'm trying to educate myself so I can make the right vote. Somebody saying it redundant does not necessarily make it so. I need to know if what was previously legislated applies to what is in the future, what will be voting on here in probably a couple of hours or something.
Mr. Mass,
I think we're all owed that if that's said.
Mr. Mass, we are all well-staffed, and we all have opinions about legislation and amendments. It is my opinion that it's redundant and unnecessary. If that is not the opinion that you share, then you should vote in a way consistent with your view and understanding of the amendment and the bill.
Second.
It's your time, Mr. Mass.
Look, Mr. Chairman, it seems we would go round and round. I don't have a desire for us to go round and round. I have a desire for us to leave here smarter. We are all well-staffed, and that is the truth. Like I said, but this is exactly what pisses people off about Washington, D.C. It's pretty clear that there's an effort being made to not answer what was stated. There was a statement that was made why this is redundant. I think it's pretty clear you're trying not to answer if it truly is. You're just saying it's redundant. You're really saying that, yes, I mean, it could be very simple to answer my question, Mr. Mast. Yes, from our understanding, what happened in previous legislation would apply to future legislation without us having to write anything further. That would make it redundant, but you're unwilling to say that to me. And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm not trying to, but it was something that you said, and we're responsible for the things that we say. And if you're saying it's redundant over and over again, we deserve to know why it is redundant. And I don't want us to go round and round in circles. I'm really just trying to get to an honest answer.
Mr. Chairman, I move the previous question.
Would the gentleman yield 30 seconds to me?
I believe that's Mr. Massey's voice. I
Yes.
recognize. I'm happy to yield if I have time remaining.
Yeah, there's 28
Mr.
seconds
Mass.
remaining. Who chooses to be recognized?
Thank you. I think this is a great opportunity to have some bipartisan agreement in what's been a 6+ hour long, 7 hour long markup where we haven't changed anything. Why don't we, since both sides are in agreement on this, why don't we all vote for this amendment and make a change? Or are we just going to say that, no, we had this whole hearing and nothing's going to change? We're in agreement. This is the best thing for the American people. Let's do it. I urge a yes vote. I thank the gentleman, Mr. Mast, and I yield back to Mr. Mast.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mass, out of time. Do
I yield
any
back, Mr.
other
Chairman.
members
Yes.
wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
No, I'm going to say something. I don't believe Mr.
Mr.
Massey.
DeFazio is recognized for 5 minutes.
You were on at the beginning of the call. I explained the criteria. I expressed my concerns about reconciliation, which you used, of course, to pass $3 billion of tax cuts, $3 trillion of tax cuts, and you used to try and repeal the Affordable Care Act. And it was also used in the Obama administration for a lame version of the ACA because the House bill was so much better. That's what we're stuck with. That's what we're dealing with. End of story. This has to go out the way it's going out, or then we have to deal with the Senate again and the White House again. The bill dies. We're not going to delay it. The American people need this help. That's the end of my statement.
Do any
No
other members
comment,
wish to be
Mr.
recognized to
Chairman.
speak on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, unmute and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, unmute and signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Hold on a minute.
Hey.
No,
The nays appear to have it.
no way.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks to be recognized?
Graves, Louisiana, asked for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote, and pursuant to Rule 6E of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, a recorded vote on the amendment is ordered. As mentioned at the beginning of the markup, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F and House Rule 112H4, the chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. The chair recognizes Mr. Perry for the purposes of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought there was one before mine, but I'm happy to go and ready to go now. So this is amendment number 010.
The clerk will
which prohibits
designate the
use
amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Perry, number 010.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this prohibits the use of FTA grants under Section 7006 for expenses of transit agencies related to unfunded pension liabilities or unfunded other post-employment benefit liabilities. This amendment prohibits the use of FDA grants funding under Section 7006 of this bill for what I just said. A recent investigation by the Reason Foundation into the audited financial statements of 30 large public transit agencies found their aggregate unfunded pension liabilities to be $31 billion. In addition to the $18 billion in unfunded other post-employment benefit liabilities faced by these agencies. This investigation only looked at systems that published their own audited financial statements in FY19 and had over $100 million in unfunded retirement obligations, meaning this total likely underrepresents the true nature of the problem. As we mark up a bill to provide these very public transit agencies with $30 billion more in emergency funding, bringing the 2 FY grand total to nearly $100 billion, it is vital that we ensure this money goes toward providing service to our constituents rather than covering pension funding gaps. Failing to set clear limitations that prevent this money from being used as a pension bailout will create a moral hazard that tells unscrupulous employers that there's no consequence to breaking the pension promises that they have already made. My constituents, and quite honestly, your constituents, should not be left holding the bag for these pension shortfalls, particularly when the employers have received nearly $100 billion in taxpayer funds over the last 2 fiscal years. Again, I just don't think that we should be bailing them out under cover of darkness without having a robust conversation about pension liabilities. And I think that we can come to some agreement on that in the future, but we ought to have the discussion as opposed to just trying to send this money down range, and where we know, or we can be pretty confident that that's what it's going to be used for, and not in keeping with what the reason for passing this legislation is, and not in keeping with the wishes of probably most of our tax-paying constituents, regardless if they use these agencies or not. With that, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I oppose the gentleman's amendment. The amendment seeks to limit the transit funds in this bill from being used for unfunded pension liabilities or post-employment benefits. The funds in this bill are not targeted at pension relief. As noted in the bill language, funds are to prepare for, prevent, and respond to coronavirus. Transit systems nationwide are facing a shortfall of $39.3 billion over the next 3 years. Ridership is still down, an average of 65%, and was down 80% at the start of the pandemic. Agencies have lost fare box revenue, state funds, and local income taxes. Costs are also higher due to the need to provide PPE, run more buses and trains to accommodate social distancing, and disinfect systems. Transit agencies, in many cases, stopped collecting fares throughout last spring, not because they didn't need the money, but because they were trying to save lives by creating social distancing. These funds will go to immediate needs to continue transit, pay workers, and ensure safety in and among our transit system, so I urge a no vote. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, if not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The chair recognizes
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Boss for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary question from Weber.
Mr. Weber, yes, what's your parliamentary inquiry?
I'm trying to access the private messaging part of this to send one of our members on the hearing a message, and it says it's been disabled. So can you address that, please? Explain that to me.
Yes, stand by. Let me inquire with staff, please. I've been informed that that chat function is not enabled nor authorized during these hearings, not necessarily these hearings, but just as a general matter.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary question.
I would suggest, if possible, that you text, use a different device and text to facilitate your
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Weber, go ahead.
Who authorized the shutting down of that communication technique in our hearing? Question mark.
Yeah, it's my understanding that it was not an authorization to shut down, but that the feature is disabled and was never intended to be enabled for member-to-member communication.
Parliamentary question, Mr. Chairman.
That feature is to communicate to staff that you have technical issues that staff can help you with, but it's not intended to be used between member to member.
Parliamentary question, Mr. Chairman.
And that's per House regulation.
Parliamentary question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
When did those regulations come in? Because I've been on a whole lot of Zoom meetings, WebEx meetings, you can go right down the list, and that's never been disabled for members of Congress. When was that decision made?
Yeah, it's not disabled. It's a House rule. We did adopt House rules at the beginning of this Congress, and it's my understanding that they were also incorporated in the last Congress when we did those rules to facilitate the remote virtual work of the Congress. So it's not new. It may be new, a new understanding or revelation to you today, but it has been the rule of the House for quite some time.
Parliamentary question,
And I
Mr. Chairman.
would draw your attention to House Resolution 8B2 dealing with technology.
Parliamentary question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Weber.
So in all of the other platforms that I've been on, member to member is supposed to be able to have that chat. Do you have any understanding of why on this particular platform it would be disabled?
Mr. Weber, let me just be clear. Notwithstanding what experiences you may have had in other committees, conferences, caucuses, or meetings, the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure implements the rules as adopted in House Resolution 8, Section B2, which says that that feature is used for members to communicate to staff for technology assistance issues, etc.
Well, let me go on record as saying that that's disgusting and inappropriate, and I will yield back.
Thank you for raising that issue, Mr. Weber. The chair recognizes Mr. Bost for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Bost, number 008.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Bost to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment was established by American provisions to encourage the use of American-made products like steel in the infrastructure projects. American steel workers produce the building blocks of our transportation infrastructure sector, and it is vitally important that we ensure that we can compete with foreign producers. For too long, we've seen hardworking American steel workers lose their jobs because of dumping and other unfair trade practices. This amendment would simply reiterate our current laws and ensure that the funding is not going to China and other bad actors who engage in unfair dumping practices. Not only that, but much of this foreign produced steel is poorer quality than the steel made here in the United States. Prior to COVID, the steel industry and the workers were just starting to recover from the damage done by the unfair trade foreign steel imports. It is vitally important that we continue to support them. These Buy American provisions will help protect good paying jobs for thousands of Americans to ensure that they're being used for the infrastructure project is high quality. With that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
I can go.
And Ms. Maliotakis is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to support Mr. Bost in this amendment. I think this is a common sense and easy way to support our country, to support our American workers by restricting purchase of steel products from China and elsewhere. This is, in a way, it's a COVID relief package. It's a stimulus package. We want to make sure that the taxpayer money goes to benefit the American economy and, of course, support what are good-paying, in many cases, union jobs, particularly those steel workers and welders. And also there's a safety issue. There is an inferiority with certain steel that can come from overseas. And just to give an example, in 2014, and I represent New York City, from 2014, the MTA, which is the Metropolitan Transit Authority that represents my area, they had a contractor that received $235 million in contracts to purchase, and with that, they purchased 15,000 tons of steel from China. This was a particular project where they were redoing a deck on the Verrazano Bridge, which connects Staten Island and southern Brooklyn, and actually right in the middle of my district. But the issue with this steel was not only the issues that I brought up before regarding the economic issues and the American jobs issue, there was also an inferiority issue in terms of the quality of the steel. So there were quality control issues that had come up, non-conformance issues, there were problems with the welding, and it created a major problem and delays in the job. And since then, the New York State Legislature and Governor Cuomo signed into law, and I was a co-sponsor of that bill when it came up at the time, a Buy American bill, which would require these types of government contracts of over $1 million for the purchase of the steel to be American made. And just yesterday, we did have a hearing in the U.S. Coast Guard and Maritime Subcommittee in which we talked about the need to build our own ships. And of course, that was the Jones Act. But the importance of bringing the supply chain home, whether it be for our ships and vessels or whether it be for PPE, and I think that this would really fall under the same concerns that we brought up yesterday. And we know that President Biden also issued an executive order which exemplified his interest in buying American. And so I just want to support my colleague on this amendment, and I hope that my colleagues will support it, as it is very important, in considering that it is a relief package and a stimulus package. It would make sense that we would want to purchase these products from America. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maliotakis. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Chair recognizes Mr. DeFazio for 5 minutes.
I think, just for a little history for the gentlelady, since she hasn't been here too long, back when I chaired the Surface Transportation Subcommittee, we had an issue with the Oakland Bay Bridge. And I had the owner of the company come in who had gotten the contract. But he was gonna build the bridge in China. And I said, I don't understand. And of course, he had bid both sides of the contract. So he knew that he could put his Made in America bid high enough above that they could use discretion, and California segmented the project in ways that they could do this. And I said to him, well, what would happen if I tightened up Buy America? And he said, oh, because I said, they don't have a factory in China that could build this. And he said, oh, well, then I would have built the factory here. I said, so we're building a factory in China to produce steel members that can't be produced anywhere else in the world with U.S., the help of U.S. tax dollars. There was a lot of California money in it too. And we've changed that. And we've closed those loopholes. And right now, the only major remaining loopholes are which I also have on a timeline to die, but I want to accelerate it, which are CRRC and the BYD bus companies. As I spoke to this earlier today on another amendment, the question would be here, I support this position, that we should not be using any of these products produced by state-owned enterprises. There's nothing in this bill, I spoke to it earlier in another amendment, where we're going to prohibit to the money in the bill, that would flow to transit, anything produced by an SOE, but I pointed out that it's a personnel bill. It's an operations bill. It's not a building bill. It's not an infrastructure bill. It's not H.R. 2, which we will get to, and we will close the last loopholes definitively. But in that case, I pointed out that it's very likely that some transit districts are acquiring their PPE from China. This damn thing came from China. Tell me where I can buy an N95 in America as an average citizen or a member of Congress. I'd love to have the address, the web address, to do that. So have this absolute broad prohibition, which is already covered in any sort of major acquisition, on a bill that only provides for personnel funding. Again, this is not part of what was negotiated with the Senate and the White House. It is simply an attempt at this point to derail the bill and delay us delivering this critical aid to the American people. We cannot accept this amendment. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. DeFazio. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay. No.
The opinion of the chair, the
Nay.
nays have it.
No.
The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Mass for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Mast, number 004.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Mass to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think we can all acknowledge last year Republicans and Democrats, we came together pretty well in a bipartisan way. We delivered, it's been mentioned numerous times, 5 coronavirus relief packages to our constituents, to the American people. I think we can all agree that these emergency funds should go to the right places. They should not be siphoned from those that are in dire circumstances to pay executive bonuses or raises or things like that. We agreed on this previously. But I think this is something that has been overlooked in these proposals, an attempt to move this as quickly as possible, which has been mentioned numerous times. We have to move this as quickly as possible. We cannot wait. We cannot think slowly and deliberately about the spending of billions, trillions of dollars. These are my words. I'm not trying to insert them in anybody's mouth, but this package, it abandons that kind of provision that was included in previous bills to ensure that the relief is targeted to help those who need it most, not CEOs or other executive officers, right? No bonuses, no raises. So just to be clear, my amendment would put back in one of these protections, and I know that has bipartisan support because we did this in the CARES Act, which we signed into law last March, contains similar provisions to ensure that the least in need do not disproportionately benefit from the emergency dollars. Again, reiterate, this amendment simply states none of the funds shall be used to pay bonuses, so that we can ensure that the dollars that are being used in this are being used to rehire employees or keep them on the payroll, instead of padding paychecks for executives. I believe that this is very common sense. I would go on to say, I know we had debate or sort of debate about whether something in a bill previously applies to bills in the future, if there's any retort to this indicating that this will go forward simply because it was in something previous. I would reiterate my same questions. Please identify or show me where that is so that I can be educated on that specific piece of it. And in that, Mr. Chairman, I do yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Mass. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the
Chairman?
amendment? Yeah, Mr. DeFazio is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Well, I've got a history that goes well beyond the history of most members on this committee on this issue. All the way back to the TARP bailout, which I opposed. And I introduced at that time something called the Bonus Recoupment Tax Act, which taxed bonuses for those earning more than $250,000 at all companies who had or would receive more than $5 billion under TARP, predominantly gigantic Wall Street firms. I also attempted to impose a transaction tax on Wall Street that we had from 1916 to 1966, which will not destroy the stock market, but will get rid of the high-frequency traders and have Wall Street pay for its own damn bailout like they did during the Great Depression. Congress doubled that tax during the Great Depression and spent the money on real jobs, the real economy. So I got a long record on this. I put language in, I wrote, even though some in the Senate might think they wrote it, the payroll support program. And I told the executives it wasn't going to be like 9/11, where we gave them a bunch of money. And then they took the money, spent it, including on then CEO of United Airlines, got a special reserve account set up for him the day before they declared bankruptcy and took away everybody's pensions and stock options of $3 million. I said, it's not going to be that way this time, guys. Not happening. And I put in the provisions that said we capped executive pay. We said no stock buybacks, no dividends. That is in law, and it will be in the law in this bill again, but it isn't coming from our committee because they've now deemed this to be a Treasury committee, but we rewrote those provisions. They are at Financial Services. They will be passed exactly as we submitted them per the agreement. So we've taken care of that. Now, I'm a bit puzzled here because the funds in this bill for transit go directly to transit agencies. Excuse me. Hello, regular order. The funds included in this bill, for example, the transit funding, goes directly to transit agencies and must be used to, quote, prepare, prevent, and respond to the COVID crisis and to sustain transit service. I really doubt that you're going to find that any transit agency, public transit agency in America can justify unrelated executive compensation changes that would qualify, because more money for the people at the top doesn't run the trains. So, and the funds going into the disaster relief fund are used to reimburse expenses, the eligibility for which are strictly set forth in the Stafford Act. It's not free money that could go out to boost executives' pay. So I certainly support and have a career-long history of supporting provisions on limiting or taxing the people at the top, unlike the damn tax bill that you people passed under reconciliation that rewarded the largest corporations in America, made them free to give as much money as they want to their execs, buy back massive amounts of stock, not put any more people to work. So let's drop it here. This is not going in the bill. We're going to pass the bill this way, and if you have real proposals to cap executive pay and you want to step outside of what most of the people in your party have done over the years, I'm with you. So let's talk later.
Thank you, Mr. DeFazio. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please unmute and signify by saying nay. Nay.
No.
According to the chair, it appears that the
No
nays
way.
have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman's recognized.
I
Mr. Weber.
request recorded vote.
Yeah. A recorded vote was requested. A sufficient number of members have requested a recorded vote. And pursuant to Rule 6E of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, recorded vote on the amendment is ordered as mentioned at the beginning of the markup. Pursuant to Committee Rule 6F and House Rule 11-2HF, the chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until the time determined by the chair through the course of today's markup. The chair will now proceed and bring the committee along to take up the postponed votes, recorded votes, requests for recorded votes. So the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, numbered 008, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Ms. Norton. Mr. Young.
No. No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Larson of Washington. Mr. Gibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Cirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Come up here.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Graves votes yes.
Could the gentleman
Graves
repeat?
votes yes.
Mr.
Graves votes yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Again, Mr. Desjardins, I do agree everything in this point is no.
Okay, come here.
Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Remember to be on camera.
Westerman votes aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Salas votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Mr. Balderson votes no.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Mr. Burchett votes yes.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes yes.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nails votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Yes. Mace votes yes.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb. Ms. Maliotakis.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes no. Mr. Moulton.
No.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Hold on, let me vote. Sorry, 1 second.
Ms. Bardot. Mrs. Steele.
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahaley.
Mr. Cahaley votes no.
Mr. Cahaley votes no. Ms. Strickland.
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Young. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes. Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Katko.
Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Rouser votes yes.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Gallagher.
No.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
So which one is this?
I'm not. Let me try to find it.
Who's asking to be recognized? Yeah, Ms. Napolitano, we're on the first vote, which is Perry 008. The clerk should continue.
Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Jimenez.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
How is Napolitano recorded?
How is Ms. Napolitano recorded?
Ms. Napolitano is recorded as no.
How is Ms. Bordeaux
Right.
recorded?
Ms. Bardot is not recorded.
Ms. Bordeaux?
Ms. Bardot?
Bordeaux votes no. Can you hear me?
Ms. Bardot votes no.
Mr. Chairman, Hank Johnson, how am I recorded?
How is Mr. Johnson recorded?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia is recorded as no.
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana, can I ask how I'm recorded?
How is Mr. Graves from Louisiana recorded?
Mr. Graves of Louisiana is recorded as aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 19 yeas and 45 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Stauber, numbered 010, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote
Mr.
still?
Chair,
Yes,
Mr. Chair, a recorded vote is still requested. Thank you.
yes, thank you. The clerk will call the roll.
Which one is this?
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano votes no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Cackle votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson. Mr. Babin.
Mr. Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Graves, Louisiana votes yes.
The gentleman repeat.
Graves, Louisiana votes yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Rouser votes yes.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
Mr. Boss votes aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Miss Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Mr. Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Miss Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa votes aye.
Ms. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Could the gentleman repeat?
Painless, who would not give unanimous consent. That would have saved like an hour of everyone's time.
Members are reminded to mute their devices when they're not recording their vote.
Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez votes yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes yes. Balderson votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes yes. That's
Burchett.
close. You're getting.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson, yes.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. The gentleman appears to be muted. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nails votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Ms. Mace votes yes.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Gentleman, will you repeat? Mrs. Steele?
Aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahele?
Mr. Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Ms. Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Young? Mr. Carson? Mr. Westerman?
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Westerman votes aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Ms. Van Dyne?
This should add to it.
Mr. Jimenez?
I turned it off.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 yeas and 36 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Just some ideas. Obviously, there's a lot of.
Members are reminded to mute their devices while not reporting or recording their vote. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Gonzalez Colon, numbered 035, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Ms. Norton?
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster, yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes no.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Sires.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr.
Johnson
Johnson
votes
of
no.
Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Katko votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana.
Yes.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Rouser.
Rouser votes yes.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Miss Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Miss Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa votes aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Westerman votes aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Sadat votes yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Very good. Burchett votes aye, yes.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes yes.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Right.
Mr. Guest votes.
Please mute if you're not recording your vote. Please mute.
Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nails votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis? Mr. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Auchincloss?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Auchincloss?
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez? Ms. Bardot?
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele? Mr. Cahaly?
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahaly?
Mr. Cahaly votes no.
Ms. Cahaly votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Young? Mr. Larson of Washington?
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson
This
votes
is Mr.
no.
Cohen.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen here. Yeah, Mr. DeSaulnier voted no, so with his great leadership, I'll vote no also.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen follows Mr. DeSaulnier and votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York?
You lied to me, Eric. You said that Luna was sick.
Maloney votes no.
What were you doing on
Who is that? Mr. Maloney? Ms. Maloney votes no.
Atrocities that were committed under.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Payne? The gentleman is muted.
Mr. Payne, please unmute yourself. Mr. Payne, how are you voting?
Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Jimenez?
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Chairman, this is Congressman Series. How am I recorded?
How is Mr. Series recorded?
The gentleman is recorded as no.
Thank you.
How's Mr. Payne recorded?
Yes.
Mr. Payne is not recorded.
Mr. Payne, how do you vote?
I vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 27 yeas and 37 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Babin, numbered 018, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, it is.
The clerk will call the roll.
This is ridiculous.
Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Ms. Norton?
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young? Ms. Johnson of Texas?
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington?
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs?
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano?
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen of Memphis votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sirez.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Maloney of New York. Mr. Rouser.
Rouser votes.
Odie votes no.
Could Mr. Rouser
Rouser
repeat?
votes yes.
Mr. Rouser.
Yes.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa votes aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Westerman.
Westerman votes aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Good, how are you doing?
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson votes yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes yes.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes yes.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew. The gentleman appears to be muted.
Mr. Van Drew, you're on mute.
Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nels votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele? Mr. Kahale?
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale? The gentleman appears to be muted.
Mr. Kahale, can you come
Haley
off?
votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland? Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman? Mr. Graves of Missouri?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman could you repeat your vote?
Sure. Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Young? Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois? Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Maloney of New York?
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne, you're on mute.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez vote no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Mr. Malinowski?
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Jimenez? Ms. Strickland?
Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana.
That was Mr. Graves from Louisiana recorded.
Mr. Graves is not recorded.
Not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, if I could be recorded as a yes, please.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana, votes aye.
Crawford, how am I recorded?
Please identify yourself. Can't see you. Do any other members wish to be recorded?
Crawford, how am I recorded?
Please identify yourself and ask the question, how have you been recorded?
The third time. Crawford, how am I recorded?
How is Mr. Crawford for the third time recorded?
Mr. Crawford is recorded as aye.
Mr. Crawford, your broadband, your bandwidth is working fine. You've been recorded aye.
How is Garcia recorded?
How is Mr. Garcia recorded?
Mr. Garcia of Illinois is recorded as no.
How is Mr. Sam Graves recorded?
Mr. Graves of Missouri is not recorded.
Mr. Graves of Missouri, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye.
All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 25 yeas and 39 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Graves on behalf of Ms. Van Dyne, numbered 032, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri?
Aye.
Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton? The gentlelady appears to be muted.
Congresswoman Norton, yeah.
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes.
Could the gentleman repeat himself?
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Perez.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Perez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Graves, Louisiana votes aye, yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Rouser votes aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Boss. Mr. Boss votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne, no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patrick votes yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson, yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes yes.
Mr.
Burchett votes yes.
aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes yes.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nels votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Ms. Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb?
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Auchincloss?
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez? Ms. Bardot?
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele? Mr. Kahale? Ms. Strickland?
Votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland? Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Westerman? Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Jimenez? Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes aye.
Ms. Steele votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
Do any other members wish to be recorded? All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 28 yeas and 30 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to.
35 noes.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Mast, numbered 004, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri?
Graves votes aye.
Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton?
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young? Ms. Johnson of Texas?
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Crawford, yes.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington?
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs?
Gibbs votes aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey?
Massey votes yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez?
Series votes no.
Mr. Cirez votes no. Mr. Perry?
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois? Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko?
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin?
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana?
Graves is a yes.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser?
Rouser votes aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas?
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida? Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa votes aye.
Hi, partner.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
No problem.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman.
LBO, we're
Please
listening to your
mute your-
conversation.
Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier.
Desaulnier votes no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carvajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson.
Balderson, yes.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stopper votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes yes.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson from South Dakota votes yes.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew, yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nails votes aye.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Ms. Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Miss Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Westerman. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Jimenez.
Do any other members wish to be recorded? All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 27 yeas and 37 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
Aye. No.
In the opinion of the
No.
chair, In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now move that the committee approve and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional, supplemental, or dissenting views, to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2001 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021, Senate Concurrent Resolution 5, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of chair, the
Mr.
ayes
Chairman,
have it,
Mr.
and the
Chair-
motion is agreed
Mr.
to.
Chairman,
A recorded vote was requested.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Oh, okay, you too.
You're a mind reader, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
Yes, for aye, yeah.
Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Graves votes no.
Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Congresswoman Norton votes aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes aye.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes aye. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson, yes. Larson, affirmative. Larson, aye.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes aye. Mr. Gibbs.
Larson. No.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, yes.
Ms. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Webster.
Nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes yes.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes no.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Cirez.
Series votes yes.
Cirez votes aye. Mr. Perry.
Perry, no.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Davis, Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson is a yes.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes aye.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes yes.
Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes no.
Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes yes.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Graves, Louisiana.
Graves, Louisiana is no.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Aye.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes aye. Mr. Rouser.
Rouser votes no.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes yes.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes no.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes no. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes yes.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa.
Alpha votes no.
Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mass votes no.
Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes no.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carvajal votes yes.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez, yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Balderson.
Alderson votes no.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, yes.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes yes.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes no.
Mr. Burchett votes no. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes aye.
Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson, no.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes aye.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes aye.
Mr. Delgado votes aye. Mr. Nails.
Nails votes no.
Mr. Nails votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes aye.
Mr. Pappas votes aye. Ms. Mace.
Ms. Mace votes no.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Mr. Lamb votes yes.
Mr. Lamb votes aye. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis votes no. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, aye.
Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes yes.
Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Please mute your devices if you're not voting.
Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes aye.
Ms. Bardot votes aye. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Mr. Cahaly.
Cahaly votes no.
Mr. Cahaly votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes yes.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes yes.
Ms. Newman votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Jimenez.
Do any members wish to be recorded or to change their vote? Mr. Cahaly.
Yes, sorry about that, Chair. Cahaly votes yes.
Mr. Cahaly votes yes.
Mr. Cahaly is recorded as aye.
Williams of Georgia votes yes.
Williams of Georgia, yes. Do any other members wish to be recorded or to change their vote? All members have cast their votes. The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 39 yeas and 25 noes.
The motion is agreed to, and the committee print and the accompanying materials shall be transmitted to the Committee on the Budget. I thank all the members and staff for their diligence and attention today. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the committee print. Pursuant to Rule 6 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, the chair notes the presence of a quorum for actions taken on all committee business today. With that, the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure has completed its business for the day, and the committee is adjourned.